His reasoning involved machines being able to take on another meaning in another type of society. Through their standing in a factory owned and governed by a factory owner and served by a number of workers, they take on a particular content, they are part of a definite system. They are a part of a capitalist context that, according to Marx, is characterized by its anarchy. He thus said here, clearly, that machines as such, regardless of the context they are used in, are not an economic category. He gives them no designation other than forces of production. We could say that they belong to the field of technology. In that case, an important conclusion would be that technology and economics are not indissolubly linked together. It is, in fact, a necessary consequence of the conviction that development in capitalism prepares the ground for catastrophe and opens the way towards an entirely different type of society. To describe the development of both technology and the economy, Marx had to broaden his reading. He referred not only to a growing number of economists and showed not only a renewed and in-depth reading of Ricardo's great 1817 work Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. He also cited in detail works by Charles Babbage and Andrew Ure. Both were important conquests and reminders of the intellectual strength that distinguished Marx from most other theoreticians. He was willing to incessantly incorporate new areas into his work and never hesitated to make the effort to learn something new. These were important new territories he was surveying. Babbage was an outstanding mathematician who was convinced that his subject would play a crucial role in technological and industrial development. He devoted himself to organizing the previously rather anarchic British sciences, and for posterity he became famous for his ideas on an analytical machine, one of the most important forerunners of the modern computer. Babbage's work was taken on by people such as Ada Lovelace, another British mathematician and the daughter of the poet Lord Byron. The Swedish polymath George Scoites, who was the first to construct a machine in the spirit of Babbage, also joined the group. It was, however, not these ideas that attracted Marx but Babbage's 1832 work on the economy of machinery and manufactures. Economics was thus a major subject for him, but observed with a different eye and from a different direction than the usual one. In present-day terms, it could be said that Babbage was trying to establish relations between technology and business economics. This would become important for Marx. 87 In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx faces Babbage's definition of the concept of a machine. If the division of labor is reduced to the management of a simple tool, and if all these tools are set in motion by a single motor, then we are talking about a machine, Babbage said. 88 Marx would continue to ruminate over what characterized a machine for a long time. The other new conquest, Andrew Ure, had trained as a doctor, became famous as a chemist and would take great interest in contemporary technological development. By traveling around among various industries, he acquired an overview that he accounted for in works like his 1835 book Philosophy of Manufactures. It was a work that played a large role for Marx both here and later, although at the same time he had an ironic perspective of Ure's praises of the modern workplace. In The Poverty of Philosophy, he could refute Proudhon's idea that mechanization would reduce the division of labor through long quotes from Philosophy of Manufactures. 89. Marx's increasing interest in the interaction between the natural sciences and technology also comes out in another section of The Poverty of Philosophy. Speaking of the fertility of the soil, Marx pointed out that it could now be improved chemically. Agricultural chemistry had thereby come into his field of vision. 90 It would come to interest him ever after. Marx asserted throughout that Proudhon overestimated humanity's possibility of influencing fundamental social development through subjective decisions. Proudhon hinted, for example, that the system of manufacture could have arisen through a kind of peaceable agreement, while according to Marx it was a natural result of development. 91. In his polemical zeal, Marx exaggerated his opponent's idealism. He asserted, for example, that Proudhon believed that it was kings and dukes and others in power who turned gold and silver into money by their own efforts, whereas in fact they were subject to economic relations, once again, Verhältnisse in German, that is, firmly entwined relations. It was not money that was stamped, it was the weight of the coins. 92. Even more exaggerated is the statement that Proudhon saw competition as a consequence of economists' theories. But Marx's comparison is telling. Asserting that economists' theories push forth competition is like asserting that circulation of the blood is a consequence of Harvey's discovery of 1628. Once again, then, a way of comparing the context of society with the conformity of nature to law. 93. The difference between Proudhon's and Marx's opinions is substantial in another, more down-to-earth area, the importance of trade unions. Proudhon was skeptical of such associations. In his opinion, they disturbed development towards increasing equality in society, which was a consequence of industrial development. The trade unions' weapon was the strike, and their goal was wage increases. But the effect of wage increases, from beginning to end, was price increases. Marx noted that Proudhon was just as damning towards workers uniting, or entering into coalitions, as the leading political economists, with Ricardo at their head. The reason was not quite the same. Ricardo argued that such associations disturbed the steady pace of industry, whereas Proudhon was occupied with the determination of prices. But the opposition was the same. Marx was of a different opinion. There is no self-evident connection between wages and prices. Higher wages had decreasing profits as an immediate effect. Machines were replacing human workers to an increasing extent, and machines received no wages. Strikes and higher wages forced technological development, since over the long term it would become cheaper for factory owners to mechanize their production. This was a consequence Marx did not at all find negative, quite the contrary. The development of productive forces was the precondition for another type of society. Marx had previously placed his chief hopes in development in France. England, or, rather, Great Britain, had only come second. But now he emphasized the British example. The trade unions there had expanded rapidly and efficiently. Since 1845, there had been a national association of United Trades with 80,000 members. He also pointed out that the union movement had arisen at the same time as the Chartists were taking up the political struggle. This was an early example of how he saw trade unions and political actions as two sides of the same workers' movement. He himself could only participate in political work, but here it was the trade union side whose importance he emphasized. It was no prospect of a reformist path with gradual improvements of the workers' situation that he held out. The trade union actions had developed into a veritable civil war and were preparing the way for the coming battle, he said. Thus, revolution. It is easy to see in hindsight that his ideas about the development of the early British workers' movement quickly came to naught. Chartism lost its significance, and the early National Union organization was left rather powerless after the great ideological change that took place around 1850. It was formally dissolved in 1861. But the pages about trade unions and strikes that conclude the poverty of philosophy are important ones. Marx gives the final word to George Sand, his friend from Paris, who in her 1843 historical novel Jean Ziska exclaims, "Combat or death, bloody struggle or extinction." It is thus that the question is inexorably put. Jean Ziska was actually named Jan Ziska z Trochnova Akalica and led the rebellious troops in the Hussite Wars in Bohemia, which lasted from 1419 to 1436. The Hussite Wars were both an important part of the pre-Luther Reformation, and a stage in a popular Czech liberation struggle against German supremacy. These words, which reflected the rebellious moods among many intellectuals in Paris of the 1840s, also gave voice to Marx's view of social development in 1847.94. The poverty of philosophy has become known above all for its reckoning with Proudhon's Hegelianism. It is correct that Marx aimed withering criticism at Proudhon's attempt to create a philosophy of society with its starting point in Hegel's dialectic. The criticism was otherwise not unfounded. The dialectical play Proudhon was chiefly interested in was that between positive and negative sides in various economic categories. It is not necessary to go to Hegel to find inspiration for this double meaning. On the other hand, he did not take up the interesting aspects of the dialectic. But in his critique of superficial Hegelianism, Marx went no further than he had in the Holy Family, or, with Engels's support, in the German ideology. The poverty of philosophy is important chiefly because it testifies to the fact that Marx had gone further in his thinking on society, and in particular in his handling of economists' theories. He had not only broadened his reading. He also clarified his distinction between concrete and abstract labor, and between productive forces and what he now called relations of production. He had developed a distinct view of the importance of union organizations. At the same time, the book represents an extreme in his writings. He forcefully and unreservedly established his convictions, both new and a few years older, in a way that he rarely did before or after. His voice was more solitary than before. The recently so admired Proudhon was brusquely dismissed and Weitling already revealed as an ignorant chatterbox. The proletarians no longer had their own spokesperson, now it was only Marx who, with the support of Engels, could point out the path to the future. And the future? The future was blood and struggle and revolution. Only beyond that could something else be glimpsed. An unexpected light, like through a door ajar, enters Marx's text, a future society, in which class antagonism will have ceased, in which there will no longer be any classes. It is no longer exchange value that rules, but use value. 95. They are 4 lines in a text of more than 120 pages. In another, more tangible sense, the poverty of philosophy also meant something new and extreme in Marx's writings. It was written in French and thus intended for a circle of readers Marx saw as setting the tone for the questions the book dealt with. If it were only spread widely, its success would be assured. But its impact was limited. Both Engels and Marx certainly thought that it sold decently. Engels reported 96 copies after a few weeks, but it did not rouse any debate to speak of. To rouse interest, Engels visited Louis Blanc, one of the leading socialists in Paris. Engels assured him that Marx was the leader for our party, which was the most advanced section of German democracy, and that the book about Proudhon was to be regarded as the program of the party. Blanc declared himself interested, but when Engels returned to him a few months later, it turned out that he had only managed to leaf through Marx's book and that he saw that Proudhon had been a vivement attaqué, quite vigorously attacked, in it. He did not have the time to write a review, but offered to have Engels do it instead. His report would be published in the periodical La Réforme, something Engels declined. 96. Other matters besides the poverty of philosophy and its fate had already occupied both Marx's and Engels's attention. Time hurried on. The year 1848, a memorable year in history, of Europe and these two men, loomed on the horizon. Theory and practice. The manuscripts, for all their incompleteness, are a captivating work. Where Marx calls on himself to speak, they are stylistically brilliant. The image of humanity he draws is part of the great humanistic tradition from ancient Greece and Renaissance Italy. Marx succeeded in formulating a classic, and yet also modern, ideal of humanity in the merciless epoch of early industrialism. What Marx wrote in the years that followed had sharper edges. He had not abandoned his ideas about what a person could be, but the outlooks for a better future only gleam in passing in texts that are otherwise marked by sharp polemic, merciless reckoning, and heartless satire. In the Holy Family, the German ideology, and the poverty of philosophy, the targets of attack come closer and closer to Marx's own standpoints, as he had more or less recently formulated them. First the young Hegelians were castigated, then also the true socialists, and finally Proudhon, who was still spoken of in the warmest terms in the Holy Family. He did not condescend to give Weitling, so recently admired, even a mention in the work, only a scolding face to face. Something clearly had happened. We have already touched upon one reason for the change, the purely personal. Marx experienced the deportation from France as a deep outrage. In addition, The exile to Brussels made his financial situation more difficult. For example, he was forced to write a begging letter to his Russian friend Annenkov. 97. But there were also other reasons. Marx was not alone in calling himself sometimes a socialist and sometimes a communist from the beginning. He found himself in a large and growing circle of especially young women and men who wanted to work for a new, better, more equal and more just society. The apex of culture in the salons, and the journeymen and workers of the dark cellars seemed united in the hope of being able to fundamentally change a society where either avarice, as in France, or stale prejudice, as in Prussia, reigned. There were various opinions on how the change itself would come about, but that was not in focus. In the manuscripts, it was not a question of political revolution, only social upheaval. But the question of the transition to another society inevitably became decisive as soon as their enthusiasm was channeled into various associations and organizations of struggle. Marx was not alone in creating a sharply outlined picture of these issues in the years up to 1848. Many among them who had recently stood out as his fellow thinkers developed a political outlook that they called true socialism. Its representatives were mostly those close to the author of the manuscripts. This applied in particular to Moses Hess, intellectually the sharpest among them. But by degrees they developed a markedly more optimistic view of the social upheaval Marx felt they were working for. They argued that the new society they sought could be helped forth by the social, cultural, and political development that itself was already in progress. In particular, if people were enlightened about its character, they would be so moved that they would work to realize it. Proudhon was no true socialist, they were mainly Germans, but he was also hopeful about the possibilities of abolishing poverty and injustices in a peaceful way. It was not only Marx's annoyance over Proudhon's sharply unsympathetic response to the letter in which Karl Grun was painted as a charlatan that fueled the rage in the poverty of philosophy. There were more objective reasons. Weitling, on the other hand, was a revolutionary but had a different understanding of strategy than Marx. Weitling asserted that a broad popular uprising was a realistic possibility in Prussia and the other German states as well. Marx, on the other hand, argued that a bourgeois revolution, such as the French Revolution in 1789, was a necessary condition for the proletariat to seize power. Whereas Weitling was ready to march off with an army of journeymen and industrial workers, Marx advocated a more cautious approach. A popular army could easily be put down by professional Prussian soldiers. Nor were the necessary political institutions in place. Weitling's way would result in chaos. Both the bright hopes of a peaceful path to an equitable society and Weitling's more violent strategy, sweetened with a dollop of Christian messianism, won many adherents. The path that Marx identified seemed both longer and more strenuous. It also required more thought to fully understand it, lined as it was by rather abstract reasoning about the difference between political and social conditions and the possibilities of democracy. Convincing organized revolutionaries about the correctness of this strategy became important. How they succeeded is an important question in the next chapter. But before that, the question must be asked, why did Marx choose the path of violent revolution? The importance of Engels cannot be understated. In contrast to nearly all other socialists and communists at the time, he had direct occupational experience of the businesses of the time, seen from the side of the owners. He knew that the world of the factory would scarcely be conquered with Weitling's tactic of surprise, nor could he be convinced by the thoughts that the current society could be transformed from a class society to an egalitarian republic in a peaceful way. The political institutions with military and police power at their head would not voluntarily let something like that happen. But Marx could have also drawn similar conclusions on his own. Moreover, both his intensive study of economic theory and his rapidly increasing reading in modern history, with an emphasis on French history, contributed. It should also be added that he still made use of central categories from Hegel's dialectic, particularly Aufhebung, sublation, which colored his ideas about what a coming revolution could be. Current society would be overthrown to make room for a new one, but in this new society what was valuable in the former society would be preserved and at the same time raised to a new level. Thus there were not only personal reasons for his polemical outbreak. It was only their ardor that can be explained by his increasingly precarious living conditions. 7. The Manifesto and the Revolutions. The struggle for influence. With his increasingly polemical writings, Marx seemed to have put himself into a difficult position in the political and ideological left wing. He heatedly opposed Weitling's proposals for an immediate popular uprising. But he just as unhesitatingly distanced himself from the optimistic conviction that united Proudhon and his followers with those who claimed to be the only true socialists. According to them, the opportunities for a peaceful transition to a just world would soon reveal themselves. It was only a question of spreading this insight to the oppressed. Marx met this hopefulness with contempt. Without struggle and conflict, the lords of today would also be the lords of tomorrow, he held. But the rancor in Marx's reckoning with both the advocates of immediate action and those of the peaceful transition roused a certain degree of consternation. When Marx contacted Heinrich Otto Lüning, a doctor and journalist living in Switzerland, Lüning expressed delight with the contact but also objected to the quarrelsome tone in Marx's writings. "You attack everything that deviates from your opinions in any way," he wrote, and asked, "Why use a cudgel when you are working in the same direction, more or less?" One even close friends of Marx such as Heinrich Burgers expressed concern over Marx's style of writing. Burgers's concern was less over the tone in the polemics than it was over the degree of difficulty. "There was a point at which our ideas diverged," he acknowledged in a long letter. Marx assumed he had his readers on his side. But Burgers doubted that was so. It was certainly good to assume that people know more than they actually do. But in the poverty of philosophy it was a matter of knowledge that was entirely foreign to most. "You then become entirely incomprehensible in their eyes," Burgers said. "Not even in France does your work on Proudhon make the impression it should. In Germany, the level of readers and critics was unacceptably low. Here it was not a matter of opponents who were equal in merit, they had to be created first. Point 2. We do not know how Marx reacted to letters like this. He could at least have been happy that his campaigns were received with satisfaction in one direction, London. That support would turn out to be important, even crucial, for Marx's and Engels's most read text, the Communist Manifesto. Right after the dramatic break with Weitling on June 6, 1846, Marx received a long letter from friends in London. It was signed by a long series of names, but the pen had been wielded by the verbally most driven of them, Karl, or Karl, the spelling varies, but he himself signed with A.C. Schapper. Alongside Joseph Moll, another of the letter's signers, he was the one who would also play the most important role in preparing the way for the manifesto. Let us linger on him and Moll a moment. Karl Schapper was the son of a priest from Alsace. As a young student, he became involved in a democratic movement, something that was strictly illegal. He was arrested, and spent a part of his youth in different prisons. Constantly involved in revolutionary movements, he was deported from country after country and finally took refuge in the most tolerant one at the time, Great Britain. In London, he became involved with the League of the Just, with Weitling. Joseph Moll came from impoverished circumstances, was apprenticed to a watchmaker, and like many others set out on his journeyman's travels across Europe. He also devoted himself to political activities that the authorities in various countries found punishable. He too ended up in London and there got involved in the same way as Schapper. In the letter to Marx, Schapper told him about Weitling's reactions to the heated meeting in Brussels. Schapper had been frightened at first. He thought that Marx and Engels wanted to establish a kind of aristocracy of the learned, gelehrten Aristokratie, that would govern the people from a divinely elevated position. But after the performance, Marx must have written a letter to Schapper in which he gave his version of what had been dealt with. The letter no longer exists, but it must have convinced Schapper that Weitling's account was misleading. Schapper called his friends and fellow thinkers together, who were unanimous that they should establish a correspondence committee of the same kind that Marx had taken the initiative on in Brussels. Point 3. It turned out to be an important step. While Moll and Schapper were pushing Weitling aside as a quarrelsome dictator of opinions who loathed all scientific literature, the path towards lively contact with Marx and the small group in Brussels was opening up. The letter is interesting because it also provides a quite vivid picture of the activities being conducted in London. Schapper said that he and his friends had started an association for educating workers. It had approximately 250 members, and met 3 times a week. Certain Tuesday evenings were devoted in part to a book by Friedrich Feuerbach, Ludwig's younger brother, on the religion of the future, which was being discussed and scrutinized paragraph by paragraph. Point 4. The other Tuesdays were devoted to lectures and discussions, for example on raising children in a future society. On Saturday evenings they contented themselves with lighter activities such as song, music, and readings, as well as lectures on good newspaper articles. On Sundays, subjects such as ancient and recent history were treated. Lately ancient history, that is, antiquity and the Middle Ages, had covered Lycurgus, the more or less mythical lawgiver in Greece, while recent history dealt with the Reformation of the 16th century. But geography, astronomy, and other educational subjects were also part of the Sunday diversions. Another theme that had been up for discussion was the relationship between workers and bourgeoisie, for example the relation between workers and bosses. Besides these 3 evenings, there were also meetings with the city's radical French minority to get acquainted with their ideas about communism, which were a little too republican in Schapper's eyes. Every 2 weeks, they got to know their English fellow thinkers, among them George Julian Harney, one of the most famous Chartists, was held in particular esteem. But that was not all. On Wednesdays there was singing instruction, on Thursdays they practiced linguistic proficiency and drawing, and on Fridays there was dancing. That is, they had programs throughout the week. In addition to that, there was a library of approximately 500 volumes, and there were hopes of soon being able to move into larger premises. The association did not have only German members. Apart from the 140 Germans there were 40 Scandinavians, 20 Hungarians, and even Russians and Italians. In a new letter, which again is a response to a letter from Marx that has been lost, Schapper and 2 other signers emphasized that the association's activities were seasonal. In the spring, there were plenty of job opportunities, and many people came to London from the rest of Europe. In July, they left the city to seek their fortune in other quarters. For the tailors, the situation was miserable, they had no place else to go and were forced to remain in London without work. That was why the Educational Society had helped them and rented a few cheap apartments where those who were hard up could stay for a minimal sum of money. Their need for education was not forgotten despite all their distress. They were given a book that one of them could read from aloud, and which then would be the starting point for discussions in the entire group. Other members with better prospects for occupations had traveled home. A number of places, including Gothenburg, are mentioned in the letter. The association had also received additional outside contributions. A professor had come from Paris and a student from Heidelberg, and moreover a certain Baron Ribbentrop. The professor was especially useful, he knew a lot about Feuerbach. Point 5. The account concluded in an appeal to infuse more life into the League of the Just. We must have a conference this very year, in 1846, he wrote. Only in London could it be held undisturbed. More well-to-do communists could help poorer ones with travel money. The primary goal of this lively educational association was to get more people politically active. Schapper and his friends were convinced that knowledge was the best path towards meaningful political action. Aufklärung, enlightenment, was his watchword. When the intellectual revolution, which has now begun, is completed, the physical one will come by itself, he wrote optimistically in the first of the 2 letters. It was a standpoint that Marx at the time must have seen as entirely too idealistic. But neither difference of opinion nor the association members' intensive study of Friedrich Feuerbach, who, in all essentials, was following in his brother's footsteps, influenced his attitude towards the activities in London. He must have realized that this was the big chance for him to achieve the influence he had been seeking. On the whole, Great Britain in general, and London in particular, began to take up greater space in his consciousness. In that spirit, he also contacted one of the leading Chartists, the previously mentioned George Julian Harney. Marx's letter has been lost, but not Harney's response. Harney took Marx's side completely in the conflict with Weitling, and it was also clear that he saw himself as a communist. 6. But it was Schapper and the other German communists who would play the crucial role. For their part, they realized that Marx would be able to promote their cause better than anyone else. How eager they were is shown by the fact that in January 1847, Joseph Moll traveled to Brussels with authorization from his comrades to negotiate linking Marx and Engels even more closely to the League of the Just. 7. We know nothing of the meeting itself, but from the continued developments we can infer that it must have been successful. In June 1847, a conference in London for the League of the Just was actually arranged. 8. Marx did not participate, of course, but Engels, who also represented his friend, did. It was decided that the organization would change its name to Bund der Kommunisten, the Communist League, and, after Schapper's suggestion, adopted the slogan Proletarians of all countries, unite. More important was the idea that they had to gather around a joint, fairly detailed program. It ripened over the year, and in October the London Circle, which could now title itself Central Behoorde de Bunds der Kommunisten, Central Committee of the Communist League, sent a letter to Brussels in which the Correspondence Committee was encouraged to send a delegate to the Second Congress, which was to be held in London a few months later. They also explained that there was a special wish that Marx would come. They would try to subsidize the costs for his trip and subsistence. 9. There is an important little comment. It was Marx, and no one else, not even Engels, who could put the Communist League into order. There was no doubt that Marx was the leading theoretician, and moreover he was considered to have greater ability to gather people around his line than Engels, who, in words from sympathizers in Cologne, easily caused problems through his arrogance and vanity. 10. According to the group in London, confusion prevailed in the Communist League. Weitling's followers continued to cause difficulties, many members in Paris had been expelled, and in Switzerland, according to Schapper, all hell had broken loose. The section there was led by a horribly confused and narrow-minded person, a Swede by the name of Ebom, who was distinguished by his limitless hate for all men of learning. This person had, moreover, the audacity to propose himself as the editor of the League's new newspaper, although he could not write a single sentence correctly in German. 11. Briefly put, the business of the London Communists was to convince Marx to travel to the Congress for the purpose of creating order in the League. And Marx was convinced. Both he and Engels came to London and participated in the deliberations that were held between November 29 and December 8, 1847. It was there they were tasked with working out what would become the manifesto. We will remember that earlier that same year, Engels had explained to Louis Blanc that the poverty of philosophy was to be regarded as the program for the most radical German social democracy. This is not a surprising statement. The severely polemical tone that distinguished what Marx and Engels had written and said during their time in Brussels was part of the attempt to mark off a definite political understanding. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx summarized his theory of society in a sharp and explanatory fashion, and a political program of action can also be glimpsed there. But something more easily accessible and cogent was needed. Members and sympathizers had to be assembled under a few clear slogans. Scatterbrained people like Ebom and pious swindlers like Weitling had to be made to toe the line, and the boundaries with true socialists, Proudhonists, Weitlingians, and their followers had to be clearly drawn. Before we go into greater detail on how the manifesto developed and what it gradually became, we must get a clearer picture of what kind of people the manifesto would convince, assemble, and keep at a distance all at the same time. Where did they belong? In the class society of the 1840s. Wandering journeymen, intellectuals, and a few industrial workers. Industrial workers were the greatest social innovation of the 19th century. In the 1840s, they were still found primarily in only a few areas, the most important being in Great Britain, but their population was growing in Belgium and France. In the many large and small German states, on the other hand, they were few and far between. Schleswig was an early exception, and industrial development was at least underway in the Rhine provinces. But, on the whole, the industrial worker was rare in comparison with agricultural workers and smallholders. Among those that did exist, the largest group originally came from the countryside. The land simply could not provide for the growing population there. The alternatives became emigration to America or work in some factory. The typical industrial worker was a starving ex-agricultural proletarian, forced into the darkness and noise of the factories and housed in the cramped, unsanitary slums that were springing up in the shadow of the factories. It is not odd that faced with their new existence, industrial workers, both women and men, were gripped by a violent longing for the earth, light, and air. Their utopia was not a future high-tech just society, but their own bit of land on which they could just sufficiently provide for themselves and their families. In early documents, above all from Chartism in Britain, the most common dream of the future is of one's own little patch to cultivate. But there was another, numerically smaller but still influential group among industrial workers, former journeyman craftsmen. Both the former journeymen and those craftsmen who were still working constituted a crucial element in the movement that Marx was now on his way to gaining great influence over. There are several reasons for their central position. One was that many of them risked losing their jobs through industrialization. The skill of craftsmen was making a poor showing against new machines that could perform the same tasks more quickly and more cheaply. At the beginning of this process, many textile workers in England responded by smashing knitting machines and automatic looms which could be run without a long apprenticeship, and thereby for lower wages. Their activity was particularly widespread during the 1810s, those involved were called Luddites, after a more or less mythical figure called General, or King, Lud, who like Robin Hood was said to live in Sherwood Forest. There was symbolic power in smashing machines, but as a method of struggle the venture was futile. Individual companies and their owners were affected, but the machines could be found in other quarters and new ones were being made in an ever steadier stream. Technology that made production cheaper could not be stopped with sledgehammers. More important was the fact that many journeyman craftsmen began to see the development from a broader perspective, realizing that long-term cooperation could better improve their own situation, as well as that of others being oppressed, than could actions aimed only at restoring a system that had been altered forever. In the mid-19th century, many of Europe's journeymen were both worldly and hungry for knowledge. They had no schools of learning or universities under their belts, but they had something else that only few students at the time possessed: great international experience. They made themselves at home in the great metropolises of Europe, with Paris and London at the head. They learned foreign languages, as we have seen. Lectures were held in German, English, and French in London's Workers' Educational Association, and they constituted the great majority of radical, more or less revolutionary clubs founded chiefly in the 1840s. Both lectures and the reading of books and newspapers played a crucial role there. Journeymen came wandering from all corners of Europe. We have already seen how great the international diffusion in London had been. Often it was pure necessity that drove them, but not even in London could most of them get anything but seasonal work. It is easy to understand that their situation, which was gradually worsening, made them receptive to revolutionary ideas. But they were no longer tempted to actions where they could spontaneously give vent to their fury, instead choosing the longer and more arduous path through joint deliberation and study. Considering the diversity of journeymen, is it not curious that it was the industrial worker who was the focus for Marx and many others of his kind? No, we have to understand that first of all, Marx was not talking about the present but about the future that awaited with rapid industrialization. Dimensions of this industrialization could be anticipated in Great Britain, but with greater difficulty in France and even less so in the German states. The journeymen flocking into the seditious clubs were convinced, and with good reason, that the hard, monotonous life at the machines was their own future, or at least that of their children. But it was not only journeymen who participated in the many radical deliberations in the 1840s on the world that had just begun to take shape. Quite a few of them had university degrees. Perhaps, like Schapper, they had early on joined forbidden clubs and not only been expelled from university but thrown into prison as well. Several of them worked as journalists in radical newspapers that were constantly threatened by censorship. For them, writing was natural, and that qualification made them important for the dissemination of ideas. One large group participating in the discussions was doctors. We have already had glimpses of some of them, Roland Daniels and Heinrich Otto Lüning. But there were countless others, and their presence is not as surprising as it may seem today. On the one hand, doctors did not yet have their social status to safeguard, they would obtain that in the 20th century. On the other hand, and above all, many of them who stood far to the left were active among the people who were the worst off in society. Government doctors were already playing an important role in charting the special misery that industrialism created. We have already met James Phillips K. in Manchester, others followed after him, writing reports on the underside of society. A great many of them were not satisfied with analyses, but wanted to fundamentally change the society of the time. 12. Marx was an odd character in this company, with his doctoral degree and his erudition. It cannot be said that he ever blended in among his new fellow thinkers. He remained for them the one who would say what everyone had been waiting to hear, and provide the final theory. It was a role he gladly took on. Engels, in his way, was even more odd in the context, the son of a factory owner with his own experiences of what it meant to run a company and act as a capitalist. While Marx could always be affected by the antipathy of the self-taught manual laborers for the well-read, Engels's position was even more uncomfortable. He was a member of the upper class who sided with the workers, but how far could the unemployed journeyman or the impoverished factory worker trust him? We have already seen that neither Marx nor Engels were particularly tactful in their efforts, despite their backgrounds, to play leading roles in the struggle for the cause of the oppressed classes. Nevertheless, they succeeded marvelously. They were the ones tasked with writing the manifesto of the Communist Party. How could that happen? This is one of the questions we must bring with us into the next section. But there are others that are even more important. Why a manifesto? Why was this manifesto given the form and content it had? A catechism becomes a manifesto. Marx and Engels had gained a crucial point of support in London. But they had also successfully worked to strengthen their position in Brussels, which, for the time being, was where Marx could be active. The Correspondence Committee was not the only important project. Radical forces had started a newspaper in town, the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung. However, its founder and early editor, Adalbert von Bornstedt, was neither a follower of theirs nor a friend. Bornstedt was a Prussian officer who left his position early on and set out into the world. After some time in Brazil, he came to Paris, where he moved in the same radical circles as Marx and Engels. Like Marx, he was deported from France and also took refuge in Brussels. Once there, he started his newspaper. He gave free rein to a sharp criticism of Engels, but he also allowed both Marx and Engels to submit a contribution in response. Engels defended himself bravely against an attack from Karl Heinzen, a German writer who spent a large part of his life in the United States and who regarded himself as a socialist rather than a communist. Heinzen attacked a sensitive point. He called Engels a turncoat who had recently become communist, while Heinzen himself held fast to his earlier position. Engels responded furiously, but it was Marx who dealt the real death blow to their impudent, self-satisfied opponent. He wrote a long series of articles in a style that had become typical for him as a journalist. He generously scattered fragments of his learning, citing Shakespeare, Goethe, and Ariosto, in the Italian, and went to war against Heinzen's ignorance. Heinzen had declared that he knew nothing of philosophy and that for him, Hegel was indigestible. Marx objected sternly, ignorance is generally considered a fault. We are accustomed to regard it as a negative quantity. Let us observe how the magic wand of the Philistine as critic converts a minus quantity of intelligence into a plus quantity of morality. Marx saw Heinzen as a narrow-minded moralist who was satisfied with demanding that people of all types should be decent and good, and did not care at all about fundamental questions concerning property or labor. 13 Both Marx and Engels became regular contributors to Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung, and at the end of the paper's brief existence, it was shut down in early 1848, had crucial influence over it. Once again, it had become apparent how Marx, assisted by Engels, could fight his way forward to a central position in a project that at the beginning was not even his. Marx also helped create another, though short-lived, arena that was given the name Demokratische Gesellschaft zur Eingung der Verbruderung aller Völker, Democratic Society for Unity and Brotherhood of All Peoples. He was elected its vice president on November 15, 1847, the president was a Belgian with a political past. The intent was to unite various groupings into a joint organization of struggle that strove for a democratic society with equal and universal voting rights and a parliament that possessed ultimate power. It was entirely in accordance with Marx's strategy for countries that, in his opinion, first had to undergo a bourgeois revolution. Here, he could unite his forces with people who stood quite far away from his communism. He did not conceal his own opinions, however. In early January 1848, he held a lecture in French on the question of free trade, Discours sur la question du libre-échange. The background was the major struggle in Great Britain over protective duties on grain. These duties were attacked by the Anti-Corn Law League, a broad liberal association in which the Manchester Liberals, or Manchester School, as they were known, with Richard Cobden and John Bright at their head, played a leading role. Manchester liberalism was largely similar to the neoliberalism of our time that follows in Milton Friedman's footsteps. Not only did they preach the blessings of free trade, they also recommended maximum deregulation of the economy. As regards their ideas about free importation of grain, they brought forward the fact that the workers would thereby have cheaper bread to eat as a crucial argument. But Bright and his fellow thinkers were no friends of the workers, Marx pointed out. They had frenetically resisted the law on a 10-hour working day. Marx declared that he himself embraced no protective duties, seeing them instead as a necessary stage in the development of a country. Great Britain had now managed to get past that stage, while protectionism was inevitable, for example, for the German states on their path towards industrialization. It was also an economic necessity that cheaper bread would entail lower wages. Economic forces bring wage reductions when the costs of keeping the workers alive fall. The arguments from David Ricardo and other economists reverberate in Marx's reasoning. But the most interesting thing about his lecture is that he set liberalism and democracy against each other quite clearly. The freedom that the Manchester liberals preached was not the freedom of individuals in relation to other individuals. It entailed only the freedom of capital to crush the worker. Democracy entailed something entirely different, the path towards the liberation of all. According to the records that have been preserved, the lecture was met with enthusiasm from the large number of attendees. It was also published as a pamphlet, which was translated into several languages, including German, and enjoyed a certain degree of success. 14 But it was also one of the Democratic Association's last shows of force. The wave of unrest that swept over Europe in 1848 overshadowed their activities. It was dissolved the following year, by which time Marx had left Brussels. Marx's most important task at that time was undoubtedly writing the program for the Communist League. A few attempts had already been made in that direction when Marx was called into the work. Engels had written a draft of around 20 pages on his own, The Principles of Communism. But there would be no final version without Marx's contributions. It was precisely for the sake of this matter that he received the urgent request to come to London in person. Everyone was agreed that he was the one who had to complete the project. Engels also thought so, and there is nothing to indicate that Marx himself held any other opinion. But Engels's draft would form the basis for the final text. It had the form of a traditional catechism, with questions and responses like what is communism, and will it be possible to bring about the abolition of private property by peaceful methods? The programs of many radical groups had looked like this for a great many decades. As late as 1884, the Swedish playwright August Strindberg could write a small catechism for the underclass. The Swedish historian of ideas Adrian Veliku has shown how secular catechisms flooded the market during the French Revolution. 15 The form had obvious advantages, it was clear and simple, and it was well known to generations of women and men who had been primed with various Christian catechisms. For Engels, with his strict religious upbringing, it was certainly a particular delight to use it for purposes other than Christian edification. At the same time, the long series of questions and responses sounded both stiff and repetitive. Engels himself realized these limitations. In a letter to Marx, in which he enclosed his draft, he proposed that the final version should not be a catechism, but that the thing, das Ding, should be called a manifesto instead. The reason he gave was that historical development needed to be taken up, and it would be difficult to keep to such a rigid form. Nor was he satisfied with what he himself had achieved. The result was quite unsuitable, he said bitterly. 16. It is entirely too harsh a judgment. As always, Engels had written a clear and lucid text that flowed elegantly and naturally. On the other hand, it is not at all on the level of the final manifesto. Comparing Engels's principles with the final text, both in form and content, is of some interest. There was actually also another reason to speak of a manifesto, a reason Marx and Engels themselves gave in the preface to a new German edition published in 1872. The Communist League had been a secret organization, but it would now no longer be so. It was time to manifest, to make clear what the organization stood for. 17. Linguistically speaking, the Manifest der Kommunistischen Partei, Manifesto of the Communist Party, bears the stamp of Marx in all essentials. Engels was also prepared to ascribe the fundamental ideas to Marx, they belonged solely and exclusively to Marx, he wrote in the preface to the 1883 German edition. 18 This is certainly an exaggeration. On the other hand, the wording is not Engels's. The only person who could have influenced this is Jenny Marx. This is at least what her biographer Ulrich Diesk wants to have us believe. A few lines in the only preserved manuscript are unmistakably written in her handwriting. 19. But it is still without a doubt Karl who was responsible for most of the wording. What is most striking is the impact of the incomparable art of his writing in the small introductory preface and in the first section, Bourgeois and Proletarians. Marx reaches stylistic heights there that Engels never even came close to, where neither the complicated diversity of the textual references nor the gravity of the precision of terms weighed down what he wrote. We have already encountered his lines about the opium of the masses and what a lack of money does to a person. Other such pearls await us in coming chapters. The best pages in the manifesto are unsurpassed in their kind. Rarely, if ever, has anyone written so brilliantly on societal issues. The very first sentence has attained iconic status. A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. The background is the panicked alarm of the contemporary European regimes at communist conspiracies. Dangerous secret societies were suspected in every nook and cranny. The memorable sentences follow in quick succession. Despite their being quoted ad nauseam and having served as fodder for countless book titles, they have never lost their radiance. Like all classical texts, they have also preserved their topicality. It is still possible to recognize our own time in the most well-known paragraph. The bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment. It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. It has resolved personal worth into exchange value, and in place of the numberless infeasible chartered freedoms, has set up that single, unconscionable freedom, free trade. In one word, for exploitation, veiled by religious and political illusions, it has substituted naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. Or stop a moment before the sentence: all that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses, his real conditions of life, and his relations with his kind. We still live in this world. 20. But this also says that the promises for the future that the manifesto contains never came true. Russia's October Revolution never came close to what Marx pointed out in advance, and its results now belong entirely to the past. The Chinese analog was at least equally as far from the prototype of 1848, and the more than 60-year dictatorship there has been alloyed with an equally implacable capitalism. In today's China, Marx's words about the solid melting into air and the holy being profaned are just as applicable as they are in most refined capitalist countries. But with this, we are already well into the content of the manifesto. Let us stay here. It is striking that the manifesto, with its just over 30 pages of text, contains so much more than Engels's Principles does in 17. This is due in part to the fact that the manifesto discards the Catechism's responses to questions such as in what way does the proletarian differ from the slave, from the serf, and so on, which take up a lot of space. Tellingly enough, Engels provided no answer to a question that he nonetheless asked regarding the difference between the proletarian and the craftsman. The question may simply have been too sensitive, considering that craftsmen made up the majority of the text's immediate recipients. Such matters were settled in the manifesto with a few terse formulations. The question of the relationship of the craftsman to the industrial worker is given a response in one sentence, which also provides information on a range of other societal classes. It speaks of the lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the artisan, the peasant, all of which are now on the path to sinking down into the proletariat because their capital is too little to cope with the competition from modern industry. 21. The manifesto portrays contemporary society as an enormous centrifuge. From its violent movements, some are pushed upward, becoming members of the ruling class, the capitalists, or, in another word, the bourgeoisie. Many more are on the way down, more quickly or more slowly. Farmers, craftsmen, merchants, all are gradually proletarianized. They seek to preserve their position in vain, they become reactionary. The implacable path downwards that most are compelled to take is widely shared. Nor are the well-educated spared. Once they were surrounded by respect, but now the bourgeoisie has converted the physician, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science, into its paid wage laborers. 22. The phrase wage laborer rouses wonder: are the doctors and the others becoming proletarians? Are all wage laborers simply workers, the doctor and the dean, the lawyer and the novelist? The reader finds no answer. This is not that strange. The manifesto depicts ongoing development but is always hurrying on ahead in the direction of what awaits in a nearer or more remote future. The perspective in time is undetermined. The tense is at once the present and the future. The same thing thereby also applies to the revolution that stands in focus further on in the manifesto. It seems that the bourgeoisie's fateful hour could strike tomorrow, but the text can equally readily be interpreted so that the great upheaval will only take place in a more far-off future when society has been transformed even more radically. The workers join together in this process, and they struggle to keep their wages up. Here and there, it leads to riots. Now and then the workers are victorious, but only for a time. In the long run, their situation continuously worsens. The authors of the manifesto are still adherents of the iron law of wages. There is nothing strange about this, the doctrine was entirely predominant at the time, especially among economists. Only later would Marx, and following him, Engels, abandon it. Point 23. The important thing about the workers joining together is instead that their combined forces increase, the more people are pushed down into proletarian impoverishment from development. Even their intellectual capacity is improved when people who previously found themselves higher up on the class ladder are forced to tumble down. The fact that a small part of the ruling class joins the revolutionary workers is also an advantage, and Engels must be counted among this minority. But the working class not only grows, it is also feminized. This fact, about which Marx only gave intimations in a few figures without notes in the manifesto, is given a few lines of attention here. It says that men's labor is superseded by women's because labor through machinery no longer requires great bodily strength. Gender and age have become inessential in general, and women and children cost less, though it is unclear why women do. All are instruments of labor. 24. The second chapter of the manifesto, Proletarians and Communists, is shorter than the first one and contains a number of interesting points. It observes, for example, that communism does not abolish property in general, only bourgeois property, ownership of the means of production such as machinery, purchased labor, and so on. But, on the other hand, this property tends to push out all others to become the only kind. The distinction between Eigentum and Einnahme that Marx made in other texts does not appear here, perhaps it was regarded as far too subtle for a party program. In any case, the point is that capital is not a personal, but a social power. The capitalists do not appear as concrete individuals but as bearers of the impersonal power that both supports and permeates the society where capitalism reigns. Point 25. In the manifesto's day, communists were accused of their battle against private property also being a battle against the family. Of course, the authors responded, the bourgeois family must be abolished. Only among the bourgeoisie was it fully developed. The proletarians were forced to break up their families, and prostitution was rampant in contemporary society. Point 26. Engels's principles are much more illustrative on that point. Engels said that the relation between the sexes would become completely private and would only be the business of those it immediately concerned. Women would no longer be dependent on men, nor would children be dependent on their parents. The accusation that communists would bring women to be owned in common is leveled against bourgeois society, in which prostitution was flourishing. Point 27. The reason for the manifesto's more evasive statements can only be the subject of speculation. We know that Engels and Marx had different views on marriage in the age in which they lived. Is that why the answers are so vague in the text Marx was responsible for? Perhaps so. But we know nothing for certain. On the other hand, both the original and the final manifesto are equally unambiguous as regards upbringing and education, they will become a common affair. The accusation that communism would destroy eternal values such as freedom and justice is emphatically dismissed. The coming upheaval would cast off certain common forms, or general ideas, which cannot completely vanish except with the total disappearance of class antagonisms. Point 28. But the statement also lacks clarity, and above all gives rise to a number of questions. Even after the revolution, people will be conscious beings, but what will then fill their consciousness? We are given no information about it. Another question is even more pressing: what are the ideas that engage those opposing contemporary society? Where do they get their ideas and ideals from? They are obviously born by a passion that has its roots in the distant past. Ideas of resistance turned against the reigning power can be traced back for millennia. No one knew that better than Marx himself, whose lifelong ideal was Prometheus, defier of the gods. What will remain of this after the revolution? Would Prometheus and the eternal spirit of revolt he stood for lose their urgency? Would Aeschylus, Shakespeare, and Goethe sink into an indifferent past? Would Balzac's depictions of a cynical social apparatus that bred careerists and losers become only a curiosity? In other texts both before and later, Marx made use of Hegel's key concept of Aufhebung, sublation, which meant that something was both abolished and raised to a higher level. In that case, the best of the inherited culture would certainly lose its earlier, class-based meanings but at the same time be refined and deepened. Perhaps Marx had found these thoughts entirely too complicated for a text that was supposed to be read and understood by everyone. But the consequence was that society after the revolution only appeared as a total contrast to the world Marx and Engels were living in. It was otherwise featureless. Everything would be good, yes, but how? The unsurpassed depiction in the first chapter of capitalist society is succeeded by a second chapter that produces more questions than answers. Greater clarity only makes an appearance with a 10-point program on what the Communist Party wanted to achieve. The list, which modifies but in all essentials agrees with its counterpart in Engels's principles, contains everything from the expropriation of landed property, equal obligation for everyone to work, and the centralization of the transport system in the hands of the state to free public education of all children and strongly progressive taxation. On a few points, the enumeration of the manifesto diverges from the one Engels stood for. It is perhaps telling that Engels was satisfied with heavy taxation of inheritances, whereas the final version, the one Marx wrote, simply demands that the right of inheritance be abolished. Engels's idea for a large palace where residence and work would be combined, and industry and agriculture meet, also disappeared. Point 29. But all these measures, whether in the one version or the other, are simply steps on the road towards a future society, the one only described through a series of negations. It is classless, without exploitation and without the kind of morals born out of the rule of one class over all the others. Medieval philosophy spoke of a via negativa, a road to knowledge that ran through negations. Marx and Engels embarked upon the same road, but in an entirely different area. One reason for their reticence on the society of the future is the fear of fancifully depicted utopias that were prevalent at the time, which both Marx and Engels had been attracted to not so long ago. That fear, which at the same time contained a great fascination, found expression in the third chapter of the manifesto, which deals with various kinds of socialist and communist literature. There was a model here in Engels as well, but in comparison the difference with the final version in the manifesto is great. Equally as strong as the first chapter, it bears the obvious stamp of Marx's singular style of writing with its coruscating details. Point 30. The description begins with the one furthest from the manifesto's own standpoint, namely what is here called feudal socialism. In this variant, capitalism is criticized for having broken feudal social bonds and also for having called forth a revolutionary proletariat. There are crucial similarities between this kind of socialism and Christianity, and Marx is not surprised. Has not Christianity declaimed against private property, against marriage, against the state? Has it not preached in place of these, charity and poverty, celibacy and mortification of the flesh, monastic life and mother church? Christian socialism is but the holy water with which the priest consecrates the heart-burning of the aristocrat. 31. Petty bourgeois socialism is treated with greater sympathy, even identifying a hero, the Swiss political economist and historian Jean-Charles Leonard de Sismondi. Sismondi, who was born in 1773 and died in 1842, belonged to a different generation than Marx. He had been influenced by Adam Smith, but objected to the passion of Smith and other economists for constant growth. Humanity, not production, should be at the center. The current system bred constant crises and created poverty for the many in society. Sismondi's ideal was, rather, a system in which smallholders and petty bourgeois could live a good, secure, and relatively equal life. 32. In the following section, Marx and Engels drew nearer to themselves, or rather their own development. The subject is German, or true, socialism. This, the authors said, was the inevitable result when German philosophers and scholars met French socialist and communist literature. France had undergone the bourgeois revolution that the Germans still had before them, which is why the Germans would devote themselves to interests of human nature, of man in general, who belongs to no class, has no reality, who exists only in the misty realm of philosophical fantasy. 33. The criticism is ruthless. But Marx, with good reason, had to count himself among the Germans who had begun their wanderings towards socialism and communism with ideas about the essence of humanity and its alienation. The chief expression for this entire stigmatized literary genre is and remains the manuscripts. The world did not yet know about them. Proudhon, once the object of Marx's admiration, was dismissed under the heading of conservative, or bourgeois socialism. Once again, it was his book on the philosophy of poverty that was being pilloried. Proudhon's dream, Marx says, was a bourgeoisie without the proletariat. It is a crushing judgment, but not a fair one. Proudhon's ideal society was a society in which no one lived in misery or was subjected to oppression. 34. More positive is the description of critical utopian socialism and communism. Of all the sections in the chapter, this is the one that likely had the greatest influence. It was through this section that the term utopian socialism became a natural component of the political vocabulary. Saint-Simon, Owen, and Fourier have been branded with this term. They were utopians. They built castles in the air. The reader who has only this idea about them will certainly be surprised that the picture being painted here has such praise. The early socialist and communist systems certainly belonged to a time when the proletariat was still in an immature stage of its development. The path to liberation lay in the darkness. Fourier and the others were not prepared to pursue any politics, least of all anything revolutionary, but were inspired instead to various experiments with miniature societies that were doomed to fail. But this kind of socialism or communism was not only utopian. It was critical as well. The word critical has a central place in Marx's vocabulary, as it had during his entire young Hegelian period, and in other respects in the entire tradition from Kant. Being critical did not mean simply being negative. Someone developing criticism in Marx's meaning illuminates an object or a phenomenon so that its anatomy and method of functioning are exposed. Critical analysis thereby opens the path for a program of action. The manifesto says that authors in the tradition of Saint-Simon and Fourier attack every principle of existing society and that they thereby are full of the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. What they say about the future society, on the other hand, is to be regarded as pure utopianism, for example that the antithesis between town and country is to be abolished, that the institution of the family is to be dissolved, and that the state alone will administer production. 35. There is much to say about this brief text. As regards the elements pointed out as purely utopian, their counterparts can be glimpsed in several texts by both Marx and Engels, in fact, even in other parts of the manifesto, at least concerning marriage. The utopianism in them must be attributed to the lack of concrete ideas about how all these new things would be realized. The authors of the manifesto pointed out in particular that the critical utopians had had no idea of the crucial significance of the class struggle. It is also worth noting that the nuanced assessment of the critical utopians had no counterpart in Engels's principles. It was Marx's point of view that found expression in these pages. Only he could also write a sentence like this: they still dream of experimental realization of their social utopias, of founding isolated phalansteres, of establishing home colonies, of setting up little Icaria, duodecimo editions of the New Jerusalem. This lingering dream turned the followers of Fourier and the others into reactionaries who turned their backs on the rapid development of recent years, instead dreaming of the time when their teachers lived and worked. These crushing formulations appear all the more acerbic knowing that the 1840s saw an unprecedented number of small-scale social experiments. Many people, particularly in France, dreamed of realizing Etienne Cabet's ideal society of Icaria. Phalansteres sprang up in many quarters, especially in the New World. Owen's ideal society, New Lanark, still stood in Scotland and inspired many. The second and third generation followers of the critical utopian socialists and communists were real competitors of the communist movement that Marx and Engels were part of constructing. These movements are the subject of the very last pages of the manifesto. The authors mention developments in a series of different countries. The account is quite succinct, and the main attention is directed towards Germany because that country was on the eve of a bourgeois revolution. That revolution is particularly significant because it would take place at a higher level of development than the analogous upheavals in 17th century England and 18th century France. The proletariat had already managed to go farther than the workers in both of the other times and places. There and everywhere, the communists wanted to make common cause with other democratic forces. But they did not conceal their goal, a society that could only be created by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. The proletarians had nothing to lose but their chains. They had a world to win. That is why they had to unite, wherever on earth they were located. 36. The time of revolts. The manifesto was published in late February 1848. Its triumphal march did not begin immediately. Quite the opposite, the pamphlet long remained largely unnoticed. Only decades later did it become an important introduction, not only to Marx's view of society and political programs but also to socialism and communism in general. But a series of translations of the pamphlet were published during its first few years. Marx and Engels spoke proudly of them in the preface to the new German edition, published in 1872. The enumeration concluded with information about a Danish translation. 37 But that was a mistake. The translation was Swedish and done by Per Gottschalk, an eccentric bookseller who early on introduced socialist and communist ideas to Sweden. It is possible that he had help from a few journeymen with experiences from the rebellious metropolises of the continent. The translation had the placid title Kommunismens Röst, the voice of communism, and it replaced the militant working men of all countries, in the original with the somewhat more stylish but still deeply controversial motto Volksröst är Guds röst, the voice of the people is the voice of God. These words had tradition on their side, at least, ultimately, they go back to Hesiod, the oldest named Greek poet, who in his works and days asserted that even the speech of common people is divine in its way. 38. The first English translation appeared in 1850. It was done by Helen Macfarlane, a Scottish chartist, journalist, and philosopher, and was published in 4 parts in George Julian Harney's newspaper Red Republican. Macfarlane had a splendid knowledge of German philosophy, especially as regards Hegel. Marx esteemed her highly and was indignant when she was treated poorly by Harney. She was the only collaborator on his insignificant little rag who really has any ideas. On his rag, a rara avis. Macfarlane's translation is lively and imaginative. In her version, the famous first line runs, "A frightful hobgoblin stalks throughout Europe. We are haunted by a ghost, the ghost of communism." 39. But in the year 1848, it was rather quiet regarding the manifesto. Nor did Marx have time to reflect particularly much on the pamphlet that had just come out into print. It so happened that the revolution he had just written of in advance, broke out in Paris as the manifesto was leaving the printing presses. The events in Paris came as no great surprise. The year 1847 had been a difficult one in Europe, with crises in all major branches of industry and financial troubles. The convulsions actually began in Italy, but there it was a question of liberation from foreign powers. In Sicily they wanted to get rid of the Spanish, and in Lombardy the Austrians. Nonetheless it was Paris that everyone expected to revolt, it was the capital of the European revolutionaries. It had been clear for some time that something was brewing. Oppositional forces had arranged a long series of mass meetings masqueraded as banquets. Dissatisfaction with the current regime, with Louis Philippe, the Peer King, at its head, was great and well articulated. When the government forbid a banquet planned for February 21, unrest grew rapidly, barricades were raised and street battles were fought, and after only a few days, on the 24th, Guizot, the head of government, gave the battle up for lost. The king fled across the Channel to Great Britain. Alphonse de Lamartine, a romantic poet and also an experienced diplomat and dedicated liberal, proclaimed the Second Republic the day after. The provisional government now formed was made up of a motley collection of men from right to left, united only by certain ideals about freedoms and rights, something that found expression in a number of important reforms, for example the introduction of freedom of the press and abolition of slavery in the colonies. 40. Marx, of course, was full of enthusiasm for the revolution. He wrote a congratulatory letter to Paris on behalf of the Democratic Association, at the same time asking permission to travel to the New France. 41. A few days later, on March 1, 1848, he had the pleasure of receiving a letter from Ferdinand Flocon, one of the members in the new provisional government, welcoming him to Paris. It was a great turn of events, and Jenny Marx was even more delighted, if that can be imagined. Much later, in her grand but incomplete memoirs from 1865, short sketch of an eventful life, she could depict this feeling of triumph: Paris again lay open to us. And where else could we recover our spirits than under the rising sun of the new revolution? We had to go there, simply had to. Dorthin, hieß es, Dorthin, as it was in the original German, sounds even more jubilant. 42. But Brussels would not let either Jenny or Karl go without harassment. Its leaders feared Belgium would also see its own 1848. The same wave of changes that brought Louis Philippe to power in France in 1830 had made Belgium independent and Leopold I its king. Would Belgian rebels now create a republic like the French one, thereby destroying the right-wing bourgeois regime? Faced with such prospects, Karl Marx, with his rapidly growing revolutionary network, was a dangerous figure. To top it all off, he had received a part of the inheritance from his father and, according to him, he had immediately donated the money to the movement he himself was now leading. So he was thrown into prison, and the same fate befell Jenny. Jenny depicted the familiar course of events. Late one evening, two men broke into the Marx family's residence and took Karl away. Jenny sought help among her acquaintances but was also arrested and thrown into a dark cell among beggars and prostitutes. The next morning, she was interrogated for 2 hours before she was released. Karl was also released on the promise to leave the country within 24 hours. Karl described what he himself, Jenny, and others had to endure while the memory of the events was still fresh. He had been treated roughly, even worse, his friend Wilhelm Wolff had taken a fist to the eye, was spat on in the face, kicked, and severely humiliated. In an article in the Parisian newspaper La Réforme, Marx was particularly indignant over what Jenny had to endure. Her only crime, he explained, consisted of the fact that although belonging to the Prussian aristocracy, she shares the democratic opinions of her husband. 43. In Paris, however, the family's happiness was short-lived. The French example inspired Germans to place demands on their government. A wave of rebellions had begun on February 27 with the Mannheim Popular Assembly, Die Mannheimer Volksversammlung, where the crucial March demands were set. Their gist was freedom of the press and the establishment of a popular army instead of the career army that was completely controlled by the kings and princes of the various states. An all-German parliament was also called to begin functioning immediately. The demands were quickly accepted in state after state, but the traditional rulers were not willing to give up their positions of power. The inevitable result was a revolution. Almost immediately it was called the March Revolution, and it naturally roused great hopes among the many German exiles in Paris and other cities. A large group wanted to take immediate action in the spirit of Wilhelm Weitling, in the hopes of stirring the masses to a mighty popular rebellion. Marx, like Engels, adopted a completely negative attitude towards this type of spontaneous, half-military action. His conviction that the German state still had to undergo a bourgeois revolution first, expressed so starkly in the manifesto, was not shaken by these dramatic events. On the other hand, Adalbert von Bornstedt, the editor of the German paper in Brussels, believed that immediate action would result in a socialist society. George Herwegh, one of the oddest figures in the German left movement of the time, had the same idea. A few words need to be said about him. Herwegh, a year older than Marx, had had early success as a poet, and just as early on had been forced to flee to Switzerland to escape charges of rebellious thinking and actions. He had his first contact with Marx as a contributor to Zeitung, and Marx thought highly of him at the beginning. But Herweg was open to many kinds of influences. The Russian anarchist Bakunin soon became one of his teachers. The idea of quick, resolute rebellious actions took root in his world of ideas. When the March Revolution broke out, he did not hesitate to join, placing himself at the head of a popular but militarily unschooled army that consisted largely of people who had lost their jobs during the crisis. It was not difficult to predict that the adventure would end in complete defeat. The German Democratic Legion lost its first and only battle against career soldiers from Württemberg. The Legion dispersed. Herweg sought refuge in Switzerland, having had enough of military adventures. But he did not lose his ability to move along the outer edges of this innovative history. He became friends with a number of the great minds of the century, Herzen and Turgenev the writers, Wagner the composer, and Semper the architect. Later, he would play a role in the prehistory of the German Social Democratic Party. The whole time, he continued to write his sometimes inflammatory, sometimes bombastic poems and songs. The most known of them was Das Bundeslied, the Song of the League, which was quickly banned but still became one of the central songs of the German workers' movement. 44. Von Bornstedt, his closest friend in the popular campaign, was not as lucky. He ended up in prison, and despite soon being released, never recovered and died in 1851. Marx did not expose himself to these kinds of dangers. It was not with firearms that this desk-bound family man fought, but with words. True to habit, he devoted himself to organizational work as soon as he got to Paris. With him, the Communist League established its new center there, and he also started a German workers' club. During the month of March, the revolution spread to both Vienna and Budapest. On March 18, barricades were raised in Berlin. Marx was convinced that Central Europe was faced with its delayed bourgeois revolution. Together with Engels, he wrote a text titled Demands of the Communist Party in Germany. The idea was that the communists would also make themselves heard among the various tendencies fighting for democracy. Many of the demands agree with those imposed by other revolutionaries. Germany would be a united republic, universal suffrage would be introduced, a popular army would replace the career armies, elected representatives would receive fair pay and legal aid would be free of charge. Other demands were more far-reaching: the banks and transport system should be nationalized, and the right of inheritance limited. Still only limited, it was Engels's, not Marx's, line that was victorious. The list of demands was disseminated as a flyer and also printed in several German newspapers. 45. But Marx was still trying to influence the Germans from afar. It would not long remain so. At the end of March, he received a letter from his good friend Weirth that encouraged him to leave for Cologne. A new newspaper was in the offing there, and Marx would be crucial to its fate. Communists were unpopular in the Rhineland, Weirth explained. 46. He neglected to mention that their enemies were found not only among conservatives and cautious liberals. There were many adherents of the true socialists, whom Marx and Engels had so vehemently fought against, especially among journeymen, workers, and others far down on the social ladder. They did not want to hear about the detour through bourgeois democracy that Marx recommended. The goal, a society without poverty and injustice, lay within reach for those who dared. The leader in this opinion was Andreas Gottschalk, a butcher's son from Dusseldorf who had the opportunity to pursue academic studies in both classic philology and medicine. He became a doctor, and like many other radical young Germans became a government doctor with great insight into destitution and human suffering. In the Zeitung period, he found himself on the periphery of the editorial staff. It was not Marx, however, but Moses Hess who made the strongest impression on him. In Gottschalk's eyes, Marx was a learned sun god who devoted only a scientific, doctrinaire interest to the misery of the workers and the hunger of the poor. 47. A sun god is elevated over everything earthly. Like Amon Ra or Phoebus Apollo, he watches the strivings of humanity from a distance. Gottschalk had been very successful in organizing workers and journeymen in Cologne. It was true socialism, not communism, that stood out as the radical popular opposition there. Weirth was convinced that Marx could change the situation, not only for the sake of communism but for the revolution. Marx did not require a great deal of pressing. He and Engels soon set off across the border. By April 11, they were in Cologne. Preparations for the new publication were in full swing. Once Marx was on site, he naturally took over the leadership. There were still many in the region, even some bourgeois, who remembered his contributions to Rheinischen a few years earlier with delight. The new newspaper now being founded was naturally named Neue Rheinische. Funding was, of course, a constant problem. Engels took a trip to his hometown to get moneyed families to contribute, but it was in vain. There was not much coming in from Cologne or its neighboring cities, either. But Marx as editor-in-chief received a decent salary, the best he would ever get. It was not certain that the entire amount could be paid out each month, but it was enough for the family to reasonably get by. During their time in Cologne, the worst financial problems were lifted from Karl's, and especially Jenny's, shoulders. It was she, not he, who managed the family's finances. Marx would soon also create an alternative organization to Gottschalk's great Kölner Arbeiterverein. It would be called the Demokratische Gesellschaft and following Marx, would be a coalition among various democratic forces, not just those furthest to the left. There was no direct conflict between the two associations. Quite the opposite, even though differences of opinion remained, they would ultimately unite. But now we are hurrying ahead of events. The most important thing for Marx was the newspaper. Like Engels, he began feverish journalistic activity as soon as Neue Rheinische started publication. Engels primarily monitored events in other quarters of Europe, while Marx preferred to keep to the political problems of the revolution in the German states. The impotence of parliament and freedom of the press. The revolutionaries had succeeded in winning a relatively far-reaching freedom of the press, which Marx, true to habit, would make use of to its breaking point. Equally as important was the German parliament, the Nationalversammlung, that began meeting in May, in Frankfurt am Main. There, 809 members representing the various states, and ideally, the various classes as well, met. But not much would come of it later. The great majority of the representatives were drawn from the growing layer of the population that would distinguish Germany over the course of the 19th century, its large and influential educated middle class, the Bildungsbürgertum. 95% of the members had high school degrees, and more than two-thirds had taken an academic degree. Of these, more than half were lawyers. A striking number were state employees, judges, professors, and the like. A satirical poem that spread in radical circles ran, 3 times 100 lawyers, O fatherland, you have been betrayed. 3 times 100 professors, O fatherland, you are lost. 48. The chief task of the parliament was to create a constitution. The country was not only to become a political unit, but a constitutional monarchy as well. But the work was strenuous and the demands many. However sociologically homogeneous the members were, they represented opinions ranging from the conservative right to the radical left. The biggest problem was the assembly's own status. It was unclear how it stood legally in relation to kings, princes, and governments, as well as to the individual states they represented. The more radical members recommended a truly revolutionary solution: they should simply seize power and push through the new constitution on their own. But a more cautious majority recommended an agreement with the powers already established. This idea of a possible, peaceful, and successful compromise was sometimes called Die Vereinbarungstheorie, a hope that it would be possible to bring the desires of the assembly into line with those of the traditional powers. In Neue Rheinische, the idea became the subject of a sweeping polemic. Other important issues also had to be dealt with. The biggest one, after the Constitution, concerned which previous states would be incorporated into the new German community. Two solutions crystallized. In one, the Greater German solution, the entire Habsburg Empire would become part of the new Germany. There was also a somewhat more modest variant of this, in which only those parts of the Habsburg Empire where German was the predominant language would be incorporated, and Hungary and the Slavic parts would be left out. The Lesser German solution involved Prussia and the other states in the central, northern, and western parts constituting Germany, while the large Austrian kingdom in the southeast would continue on its own way. The National Assembly did not come to a decision, and none would come until 1871, when Berlin then became the capital under Wilhelm I, the Kaiser of the German Reich. The Lesser German proposal was victorious. The dream of a Greater Germany did not die, however. Adolf Hitler was pursuing it when he first annexed Austria, and then the Sudetenland. But the history of Greater Germany, as we know, was a brief one. The Neue Rheinische Zeitung began publication on June 1, 1848, the first issue actually came out the day before. The editor-in-chief had a staff that was close to him personally, not only Engels, but also George Weirth, Heinrich Burgers, Wilhelm Wolff, and a few others. There was no risk that the newspaper would speak with a forked tongue. Marx edited his staff with a heavy hand, but the corrections concerned form and not content. In the second issue of the newspaper, he thoroughly ramelded an article on the Democratic Party that Burgers had written. 49 Neue Rheinische Zeitung counted itself among the Democratic camp. The slogan under its masthead was Organ der Demokratie, organ of democracy. But the article described how the victorious Democrats had been cheated by the bourgeoisie, who created an undemocratic electoral law, thereby thwarting the radical opposition in the National Assembly. It was becoming clear how difficult it would be to create the great democratic coalition Marx had dreamed of. In the beginning, Engels wrote the most articles about the hardships of the National Assembly, while Marx attacked those who attempted to reconcile the monarchy's claims to power with the actions of the new parliament. Ludolf Camphausen was the minister-president after the March Revolution, and as such had a delicate role to play. He was a well-known figure in Cologne, one of the city's great tradesmen and bankers. He was indeed a bourgeois in the style of the new era, and invested significant capital into railroads and steamer traffic. As a politician, he hoped that the royal power and the National Assembly could unite over a constitution that gave the parliament decisive power. Marx found fault with such naivete and compared German developments with those of France in 1789. The revolutionaries should not be satisfied with tranquil reforms, he pointed out. He was neither surprised nor saddened when Camphausen had to leave his post. 50 But it was no better with new minister-presidents. If anything, they grew ever closer to royal power and the state bureaucracy. Marx had his eye in particular on David Hansemann, Minister of Finance under Camphausen and then in several other governments. For Hansemann, Marx quoted Heine, Der Henker steht vor der Tür, the hangman stands at the door. Hansemann's proposals for press laws would mean that Prussian civil servants could sleep soundly in future. Slander of state servants would be especially punishable. 51. In another article, the author makes an assault on the press laws Hansemann wanted to implement. A quote from Mozart and Lorenzo da Ponte's The Marriage of Figaro, if you are after the amusement, garnishes an article concerning Marx's friend in London, Karl Schapper. Schapper had returned to Germany after the March Revolution and placed his energies at the service of the newspaper, but he was now being threatened with deportation with the curious justification that he was not German. 52. Marx described a development further and further from the original ideals of the March Revolution in the appointment of the minister Pfuel. Ernst Heinrich Adolf Pfuel was a 69-year-old Prussian general, and the monarchy's, not parliament's, man. Speaking about him, Marx quoted Falstaff in Shakespeare's Henry IV, Lord, Lord, how subject we old men are to the vice of lying. It could not get worse. The Pfuel government can only be followed by a government of Revolution. 53. But it did. When Pfuel resigned in November 1848, he was succeeded by another general, Friedrich Wilhelm, Graf von Brandenburg. It was not possible to get any closer to the king himself, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, than that. Brandenburg was the son of Friedrich Wilhelm II from a morganatic marriage, and thus Friedrich Wilhelm IV's own uncle. Marx hailed the new government with a bitter article titled Counter-Revolution in Berlin. Everything that had been achieved now lay devastated. Those who stood behind Brandenburg had hoped to share the plunder, but they would only get gratuities and blows. The liberal bourgeoisie would gladly have changed the feudal monarchy into a bourgeois one, but they did not succeed. Brandenburg answered their half-revolution with a counter-revolution. Marx now encouraged everyone who continued to hold fast to the demands for democracy to refuse to pay taxes. 54. With the Brandenburg government, Prussia would take an unsympathetic, in fact hostile, attitude towards the National Assembly in Frankfurt. It refused the demands for German political unity, free and general elections, and extensive freedom of the press. The revolution was thus unmade, and the situation that prevailed in the German states before March 1848, with Prussia at their head, would be recreated. Neue Reinigungszeitung now became increasingly militant. On November 15, 1848, Marx published a special edition of the newspaper with a fiery article in which Brandenburg, in bold text, was charged with high treason for ignoring the National Assembly. The call to evade taxes was repeated. It was a matter of starving the enemy out. Citizens were encouraged instead to send money to a committee in Berlin that was working for democracy. 55. The highest Prussian power in the Rhine province, Franz August Eichmann, issued a formal prohibition on tax evasion. Marx fearlessly responded that Eichmann was merely the henchman of the Brandenburg government, and the charge of high treason therefore also applied to him. But Eichmann received support from a completely different direction. In the official newspaper, Preußischer Staatsanzeiger, 80 professors from Berlin and Halle objected to the call for tax evasion. Among the signatories were big names such as Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, the linguistic researchers and fairy tale collectors, and August Boeck, the great specialist of antiquity. But Neue Reinigungszeitung was not impressed. In an article that, judging by the style, Marx himself wrote, these learned men were castigated as men with the nature of lackeys, more subservient than Russia's serfs and worshippers of the Dalai Lama. But how could they behave otherwise? Without taxes, the privileged erudition would go bankrupt. 56. Marx acted with the conviction of being completely right in relation to the Prussian powers. In his opinion, the March Revolution opened up the way for a democratic society in which the lords in Berlin had to be pushed aside. He saw, of course, that most revolutionaries were more cautious in their claims. But again, he supported himself with a historic example that lay near at hand, the French Revolution of 1789. Then, the revolutionaries did not seek to reconcile parliament and royal power had to yield. The German Revolution risked becoming a parody of the great French example, Marx said. 57. The error lay in the idea that it could be possible to unite the claims of royal power and the central bureaucracy with the National Assembly's demand for the people's decisive influence. This Vereinbarungstheory seemed absurd and repellent to Marx. It is doubtful whether he knew that to the north, Sweden had established in its 1809 constitution that the king would rule the kingdom alone and that all power emanates from the people at the same time. This peculiarity gave rise to confusion, and even recurring crises, over a long period, but under this arrangement Sweden could nonetheless ultimately develop into a political democracy that lasted until 1974, when the country got a new, less contradictory, constitution. Marx did not like such compromises, and he was convinced that the revolutionaries in Germany had to take all power in order to create a new society, as they once did in France. In an imposing series of articles on the crisis and counter-revolution, he maintained that it was impossible to treat the Crown and the Constituent Assembly as parties with equal rights. The result would inevitably be that the revolutionaries lose the initiative to their opponents. It was the people who, through their representatives, would create the new order. They had to appropriate all political power. For the first time, the word dictatorship appears in Marx's vocabulary. Here, as later, he used it in the Roman sense, which was the only meaning it had at the time. The Roman Senate could elect a dictator when the country was in danger. The appointment only lasted 6 months. Only with Julius Caesar did the system change, when Caesar made himself dictator for life. It was not the Rome of the Caesars, but of the Republic, that Marx had in mind when he spoke about dictatorship. Nor was it an individual dictator he spoke about, but the National Assembly in its entirety. Only the Assembly could create a new order, a democracy. With the old order, embodied by the Prussian king, there could be no compromise. Marx maintained, every provisional political setup following a revolution requires a dictatorship, and an energetic dictatorship at that. Neue Reinigungszeitung had already reproached the first minister-president, Camphausen, for not having smashed the remnants of the old institutions, losing himself instead in constitutional dreaming. During that time, their opponents, the bureaucracy and the army, strengthened their positions, and now it was they who laid down the terms. In this development, Marx saw the bourgeoisie as the great deserter. They had wished for an agreement with the crown on a peaceful path. But a popular movement had been preparing the way for a revolution. The bourgeoisie, having attained the pinnacle of society, still wanted to come to an agreement with the royal power. They felt no solidarity with the proletarians, as the English bourgeois class had in 1648 and the French in 1789. The developments underway pointed to the definitive victory of the crown, the king, the generals and the civil servants, and the bourgeoisie had paved the way. 58. Marx spoke about the ever deeper degradation of the German-speaking states in a process where the bourgeoisie believed they could ally with the traditional apparatus of power but were increasingly pushed aside. He quoted John Milton's great epic, Paradise Lost, beneath the lowest deep a lower still. 59. The gradual radicalization of Neue Reinigungszeitung was in the first place not a question of Marx and his contributors changing their understanding of the society they wished for. On the other hand, developments had clearly shown that the cautious strategy Marx had recommended from the beginning was untenable. The leading liberals of the National Assembly would rather compromise with the royal power and the state bureaucracy than with the far left. The price was that the royal power strengthened its position step by step. Neue Reinigungszeitung radicalized concurrently, taking a more militant line. But these developments were also accelerated by the course of events in France. On June 23, 1848, a rebellion broke out among journeymen and workers in Paris. New barricades were raised, now against the conservative liberal government that had come to power after the parliamentary elections. Violent street battles ended in a total, bloody defeat for the men of the rebellion. 5,000 were killed, 11,000 imprisoned. Marx and his editorial staff wrote profusely on what had happened in Paris. Engels was particularly voluble, speaking about a pure workers' uprising. Marx was behind an authoritative article he dubbed the June Revolution. The workers in Paris were beaten but not conquered, he assured readers. But the brutal violence that triumphed had dispersed all illusions that the February Revolution had awakened. Now there was no longer the possibility of mutual understanding, a civil war threatened. 60. Marx saw the developments in Paris as paradigmatic. What happened in the German-speaking areas was a pale copy of the French example. The uprising was also beaten back with the consent of the bourgeoisie. The sacrifices were just not as great, nor was the spirit of rebellion in the German states as strong. But even in Berlin, in Vienna, in Dresden, and especially the Hungarian city of Budapest, there had been violent outbursts. In the Saxon city of Dresden, the young composer Richard Wagner was among those who raised the flag of rebellion. In the struggle, he became friends with a significantly more persistent revolutionary, Mikhail Bakunin. 61. During all these events, Marx spent most of his time at the editorial offices in Cologne. But he sometimes went on trips in service of the revolution. In late August and early September 1848, he was in Berlin and then Vienna to build his network of contacts among democratic organizations. In Vienna, he held 2 lectures. One dealt with the role of the proletariat in the revolution, the other on wage labor and capital. He had spoken on the latter theme in Brussels, and he inserted the manuscript as a short series of articles into his newspaper. The radicalization of Neue Rheinische-Zeitung, purely from a business perspective, was a success. Circulation skyrocketed, and at last reached 4,000 copies. That may not sound like much today, but it was in 1849. In the end, the newspaper became one of the most read in the German-speaking states. This radicalization went hand in hand with an increasingly heated defense of freedom of the press. Marx and his editorial staff made use of every occasion to stress the importance of the right of newspapers, in principle, to express any opinion whatsoever. This had also been Marx's understanding several years earlier, when he led Rheinische-Zeitung. Back then, he had state censorship to struggle against. This was abolished after the March Revolution, but it was replaced with press legislation that was gradually made more stringent. Marx, often in Engels's company, was often compelled to defend himself in court. They were capable and successful. Marx was a splendid pettifogger who had the benefit of legal studies from his university years, and the arguments were printed in Neue Rheinische-Zeitung. The charges against the newspaper changed, but it was its outspokenness that was a thorn in the side of those monitoring observance of the press laws. Dealings with the court began almost immediately, only a month after the newspaper began publication, and they continued throughout the rest of its brief history. The first charge entailed Neue Rheinische-Zeitung having insulted a prosecutor named Zwiefel and some policemen. The case was as follows: according to the newspaper, Friedrich Honecker, a newspaper editor, and Andreas Gottschalk, the government doctor who both competed with and collaborated with Marx, had been treated particularly brutally when they were arrested. Public prosecutor Friedrich Franz Karl Hecker protested against the newspaper's accusations, and Marx responded. The case was not taken further. 62. But new charges accumulated. Hecker distinguished himself as an angry opponent and an ardent defender of the new order that had been provisionally established. He singled out Marx as a dangerous type in the press as well, writing that Marx must be constituted a traitor. The word constitute roused Marx's vociferous derision. In early February 1849, both Marx and Engels were forced to defend themselves before the court against charges of slandering the authorities in their newspaper. Their pleas were reproduced word for word in Neue Rheinische-Zeitung. Marx's contribution in particular is brilliant, supported in equal parts by humor, irony, and legal quibbles. Engels's contribution is in his usual style, straightforward, bordering on blunt. The result was as desired: the newspaper and its editors were acquitted. Marx was equally fortunate a few days later, when he appeared again before the bar, now for the call to tax evasion. 63. But developments in the German states, above all in Prussia, moved inexorably towards an editorial line such as Neue Rheinische-Zeitung's becoming impossible. The attacks against Marx were increasing, and becoming more serious. On May 19, he defended himself against charges of having attempted to rouse contempt of the government, to encourage subversive activity, and finally to inaugurate the Social Republic. The assertions, as we have seen, were not unfounded, but Marx emphatically repudiated them. The reader could easily suspect that he was poking fun at the authorities. What other than contempt did he show for Brandenburg, and did he not embrace the rebellions that flared up during the years of revolution? And was not the Social Republic his goal, a republic in which not only political, but also social and economic relations were transformed? A few months earlier, he had declared that Neue Rheinische-Zeitung would not celebrate the anniversary of the March Revolution, but it would celebrate June 25. He probably meant June 23. It was then 1 year since the more left-oriented and proletarian rebellion had broken out in Paris. 64. On May 19 the editors had nonetheless given up. Marx's objections to the charges would come out in the paper's very last issue. printed on red paper. In the same issue, there is a notice in which the editors warn the workers in Cologne against rebelling. The events in Elberfeld showed that the bourgeoisie was prepared to send them to their deaths. 65. One of the members of the editorial staff, Friedrich Engels, had direct experience of what had happened in Elberfeld, having been there. 66. Marx followed the many phases of the revolution, chiefly from the editorial offices in Cologne. Engels, with his military education and his eagerness to fight, was not satisfied with that. He participated in various more or less military demonstrations that forced him to flee from Germany, first to Belgium, where he was not welcome, and then to Switzerland. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, he set off again for Prussia, more specifically, his childhood haunts, Elberfeld, the sister city of Wuppertal and Barmen. Both Barmen and Elberfeld are now districts in Wuppertal. There, the rebels had turned against the increasingly reactionary superior Prussian forces. He reported himself from the barricades in Neue Rheinische. With a box of bullets, he had gone from Cologne to Elberfeld, where the rebels immediately entrusted him with the task of leading the work on fortifying the barricades. He also organized companies of combat engineers, and explained when asked directly that he would only devote himself to military actions and not to any form of political activity. But Elberfeld's bourgeoisie was not reassured by that. They feared that Engels would declare a Red Republic at any time, and encouraged him to leave the city. Those who had hoped for battle protested, but Engels found that he might as well return to Cologne, by all appearances, without any of his bullets having been put to use against the enemy. It was these experiences that lay behind the call to the workers of Cologne to keep calm. The bourgeoisie would side with Prussian military power in the event of war. During the years of revolution, Engels's parents had followed their son's actions with alarm. In October 1848, his mother wrote him a resigned letter. Engels was in Geneva just then, and was in sore need of money from home. Reluctantly, his father supported him with a tidy sum, furious over his son's errors that brought shame to him and his company. His mother was deeply distressed. Her son had horrible opinions, and he was doing poorly. Worst of all, she had found out from her husband, who had been to Cologne, that your good friends, Marx etc. are all sitting in peace and quiet in Cologne, writing Neue Rheinische, and that they now did not want you back as a contributor. In my honest opinion, Mrs. Engels said, they were all villains who used you as long as they could make use of your money, and then terminate their acquaintance. Engels must have responded that this was a complete mistake, that Marx and the others supported him wholeheartedly, and that he was staying in Geneva on the newspaper's behalf. All Engels's letters home have been lost, in all probability destroyed so that his transgressions would not be known to posterity. His mother replied that if it were as her son asserted, then on the contrary she would like to thank Marx. 67. It got even worse, of course, when in the final stages of the revolution, Engels prepared himself to organize street battles in his own hometown. No letters are preserved that could describe his parents' dismay. On the other hand, there is a great variety of anecdotes, one of which has father and son meeting on either side of the barricades. It is not particularly likely, and even without this story the drama is still quite real. The elder Engels was part of the ruling class in the Wuppertal area that ordered Friedrich Engels the younger to leave the city immediately. Marx experienced no similar family drama. His father was long dead, and his mother seems not to have asked much about his political activity. Above all, Marx wrote about topical issues. But at least from time to time, he enlightened his circle of readers on the relations beyond and below the current of violent events. In the midst of the stream of news, he printed parts of a lecture titled Wage Labor and Capital that he had held in 1847 for the German Workers' Association in Brussels. The account would be elementary so that it would be comprehensible to workers, he promised. He actually kept away from terms and references that required extensive prior knowledge. The foundation stones are more or less directly taken from the introductory pages of the manuscripts, but they now emphasize very strongly how competition between businesses pushes forward more effective machinery and greater division of labor. The consequence is that capital grows, and competition for job opportunities stiffens among workers. Marx emphasized that not only capital and working conditions, but also needs themselves, are determined by the society we live in. What is produced must be sold, and with more and newer types of products, people's habits must be updated, too. If a palace is built among normal houses, the houses suddenly look like cottages. Marx implies that the magnificent new house aroused desires for larger residences among those who until recently were satisfied. But he does not complete this line of argument. The main thing for him, as it was in the manuscripts and as it was for Adam Smith and David Ricardo, was that competition always pushes wages down. New machines are being developed all the time. The capitalist who is first with more efficient equipment gets temporary satisfaction from it. Soon, his competitors will have caught up with him, and the rat race continues. Marx also paints a depressing image of industrial work to an audience predominated by journeymen fearful of being forced into the factories. Proficiency at work means less and less, he said, and competition for the most loathsome jobs is hardest. 68. The series concludes with a to be continued. But this sequel never followed, and probably had not been written. Nor do we know anything about the relationship between the article series in Neue Rheinische Zeitung and the lecture he held once in Brussels. The newspaper text was later published separately several times, including in 1891 with a long preface by Engels. Because the text was intended just for a rather unschooled audience, it has been used regularly for propaganda purposes. Engels announced, with a certain degree of pride, that the 1891 edition had been printed in 10,000 copies. 69. Nonetheless, the text on several points contradicted conclusions that Marx later came to. The thesis that workers' wages must always tend downward was gradually abandoned, and he avoided the distinction between abstract and concrete labor, probably for pedagogical reasons. He had not yet arrived at the theory of surplus value. Wage Labor and Capital provides a simple summary of Marx's standpoint in 1849, but is still a good bit away from what he arrived at when he again took hold of economic subject matter after the revolutionary years. Retreats. When Neue Rheinische Zeitung shut down, Marx and Engels moved to Baden and Pfalz. Revolutionaries there were still offering a degree of resistance. The Marshal Engels fearlessly entered into the battles, while Marx stayed in the background. In the end, the struggle was futile. In early June, Marx returned alone to Paris, where a new hope of continuing the revolution had been ignited, sending his family to live with Jenny's mother in Trier. Jenny was full of apprehension over Karl's fate, apprehension that intensified when the news came that an attempted rebellion had been put down on June 13. And as if that were not enough, a cholera epidemic struck the city, an epidemic that also broke out in German cities. In Cologne, it brought Andreas Gottschalk, the government doctor and revolutionary, to an early grave. The dread Jenny expressed in a letter to Lena Scholar, a friend of the family and a teacher in Cologne, is understandable. Up to now, her dear Karl had escaped all dangers, and however the problems accumulated, he was constantly full of good spirits and hope. But what could have happened to him during the days of violence and epidemic in Paris? On June 29, the date of the letter, his fate was still unknown in Trier. The uncertainty would soon be dispersed. Karl was safe and sound, and also wanted the family to come to Paris. Jenny was not slow in complying with the invitation. In a new letter to Scholar, she said that she and the children had arrived cheerful and safe and sound. Paris was once again a shining metropolis, coaches with glittering footmen were again rolling along the streets, and the children could not get enough of all the splendor surrounding them. 70. Only a few days later, Jenny received a letter from Engels, who had taken refuge in the town of Vevey in Switzerland. He spoke in detail about his military exploits, also praising his comrades' bravery, occasionally reaching foolhardiness, but was full of concern over how it had been going for Karl. There were rumors that he had been imprisoned in Paris. Karl himself was able to reassure his friend in a response. He had his entire family with him. But the French government wanted to banish him to the notorious swamplands of Morbihan in Brittany, a district where malaria and other plagues were still rife. He had appealed the decision and was waiting on a conclusion. If Jenny were not pregnant, he would gladly have left Paris. 71. As always, he was feverishly active despite his precarious situation. He was investigating opportunities to publish pamphlets in Germany, among them one with his own text about wage labor and capital that had only partially been printed in Neue Rheinische Zeitung. In the same letter, he expressed a paradoxical optimism. However fatal our personal relationship may seem at the moment, I am still among the content, he wrote. Things are developing very well, and the Waterloo that official democracy experienced is to be regarded as a victory. The governments, out of God's mercy, are taking over the task of wreaking our vengeance upon the bourgeoisie and of punishing them. He also played down the defeat in an article in the newspaper Der Volksfreund, the friend of the people, about the dramatic events in Paris of June 13. The opportunities for the left had only been frittered away by imprudent leaders who had been entirely too sure of their victory. On the other hand, he put his own situation in focus in an open letter to the Parisian newspaper La Presse, in which he declared that the Prussian government had not, as La Presse had reported, banned Neue Rheinische Zeitung, something it lacked legal cover to do. It had, however, made further publication impossible by exiling Marx. He had now come to Paris, not as a refugee but to collect material for my work on the history of political economy, which I had already begun 5 years earlier. In fact, his situation in France was more awkward than he made out here. He was, however, not depressed. Yet on August 17, 1849, he wrote a long letter to Engels. In the energetic final point, written in French, he asked his friend what they both should do now. They needed a new writing project, he said, and wondered what ideas Engels had. 6 days later, the final judgment came: he was to be banished to the malarial districts in Brittany. It was the same as a death sentence, he wrote in a new letter to Engels. So I am leaving France. He received no passport to Switzerland, hence I must go to London. Engels also had to set out for there immediately, he stressed. In Switzerland he could do nothing, and the Prussians would have a double reason to shoot him. He would be safe in London. And even more triumphantly, besides, in London there is a positive prospect of my being able to start a German newspaper. And finally, pleading, I confidently count on you not to leave me in the lurch. Engels did not. In a letter to George Julian Harney, the Chartist we have already met, he announced that he was leaving Geneva on board the schooner Cornish Diamond and counted on being in London by mid-November. 72. The years that followed in London were the hardest in the life of the Marx family. We must now describe them. But first, a summary of the years of revolution. With words as weapons. In Brussels, Marx had developed a kind of cheerless aggressiveness. Contacts with his fellow thinkers in London put him in lighter spirits. The best pages of the Communist Manifesto, which, in its final version, is his own work, breathes a magnificent energy and delight in language. Never has the dynamic of capitalism been better depicted. On the other hand, the manifesto contains nothing new as regards a view of history and society. The author's relationship to the various radial tendencies of the time is also unchanged, as is the strategy in the face of future upheavals. It is the linguistic force and the direct, inspirational popular address that distinguishes the manifesto from the polemical pamphlet against Proudhon. The only thing that could surprise a person who let themselves be hypnotized by the label utopian socialism is the appreciation shown to Fourier and Saint-Simon. They had their day, to be sure, but they were pioneers of a careful critical analysis of society. The actual tense of the text is consciously doubled. The present is being depicted, but also a future in which capitalism has developed even further, in which the proletarianization of an increasing number of groups in society has gone even deeper and in which the class struggle has thereby sharpened. The journeyman craftsmen, which constituted the majority of those immediately greeted by the message of the manifesto, could not only recognize their own current situation there, but also see how their path implacably led to industrial work, as long as a revolution did not intercede. Doctors, teachers, and other intellectual groups would also realize that their futures are dark, and that it was a question of their siding with communism. Even capitalists who were less successful in constantly stiffening competition with other capitalists would be proletarianized. Better, then, to anticipate the development. It is easy to read a far-reaching historical determinism from these statements. The development is predetermined, and moves inexorably towards revolution and a new classless society. But this conclusion, constantly drawn anew by readers of Marx, is a hasty one. First, the principle that Marx and Engels developed in the German ideology and later repeated many times should be remembered, namely that general guidelines for how society ought to be studied cannot be used as a diagram according to which history can be put in order. What is actually occurring emerges out of a swarm of details that are not on a timetable. This principle also applies, of course, to the present and to the future. Second, the manifesto is propaganda that simultaneously is to convince the reader and urge them to action. In texts of this type, it is not possible to introduce reservations or to get wrapped up in historical and philosophical arguments. The manifesto meets the requirements that apply to all party programs. A picture of societal development is provided and a number of assessments of what a life fit for human beings entails lie encapsulated in the text. For those who are overcome by the argumentation, the path to the concluding standards of action lies open. In the manifesto, these standards are summarized in the exhortation of the final words, "Workers of all countries, this is the most important message of the work." The thesis that the proletarians of tomorrow will be many more than those of today broadens the circle of direct recipients. The manifesto would gradually become the most important gateway into Marx's world of ideas. This was of great importance for its dissemination, but also for its simplification and vulgarization. For readers of the manifesto, development seemed bound by fate and the final words were perceived less as a call to action than as a promise that would be fulfilled on its own. When this little pamphlet first met the world, it ended up overshadowed by the revolution that broke out at roughly the same time. Marx did not grieve over it. Quite the opposite, the dramatic events filled him with an appetite for action, putting him in a good fighting mood. It was as if the life he had been forced to leave a few years earlier had opened up to him again. First, he got to return to Paris, the city he so bitterly missed, then he took a further few steps into his past and got the opportunity to again manage a newspaper in Cologne. It again turned out that he could be brilliantly productive when he was writing short pieces. The succession of newspaper articles that he produced during this brief period as editor-in-chief for Neue Rheinische is impressive, and despite his productivity most are stylistically sparkling, and bitingly venomous towards everyone in power. Two themes dominated his journalism. One is the same as in the old Rheinische, the freedom of the press. Back then, he defied censorship daily, now he was defying the press laws, and almost all persons in authority. The other main theme concerned the hope, cherished by many, that the new parliament would reach a fair agreement with royal power and its state apparatus, thereby achieving a constitutional monarchy. Like Engels, Marx from the very start was critical of this idea, hostile, in fact. The word dictatorship turns up in Marx's vocabulary for the first time here, and its content is crystal clear. The parliament had to seize all power and dictate the conditions for the future Germany. If the king and his ministers were to be part of the deliberations, they would soon seize the entire initiative. In his struggle against this political development, Marx did not hold back. He encourages his readers to evade taxes, and he charged the Brandenburg government with high treason. In contrast to Engels, Marx was not the kind to set out on military adventures. Words were his weapon, and he hurled them fearlessly at whoever he chose. His struggle was impossible in the long run, but even in defeat he still saw opportunities for future victories. When he was forced to leave not just Germany, but France as well, he was still hopeful. This may seem paradoxical. He had hoped for a broad alliance against kings and princes, but the liberals' mistrust towards communists and socialists was greater than their reluctance towards the men of the old system. The choice was not entirely surprising. Marx made no secret of the fact that he saw such a coalition only as a stage on the road towards a communist seizure of power. The German liberals cherished great hopes of being able to influence royal power in their own direction. Those hopes came to naught, and Marx's reaction was not discouragement but rather a new passion for struggle. Now he knew the lie of the land. He took this optimism with him to London. He could not imagine that Europe was facing a thorough ideological change after the revolutions, a change that would not be to his advantage, or to the advantage of his political program. 8. Difficult times, difficult losses. Ideological change. Marx grew to manhood in the shadow of the Great French Revolution, which lasted from 1789 to 1794. The revolution did not only entail political upheavals, it paved the way for Napoleon and the violent reaction that followed the Battle of Waterloo, and gave us the meter and the kilogram. The French Revolution also became the background against which nearly all European thinking on society, all political ideals, and most ideas about development, progress, or degeneration took place for more than a half-century. With a few exceptions, the political ideologies we talk about today are reactions to the French Revolution. Conservatism is usually derived from the Irish philosopher and politician Edmund Burke's 1790 book Reflections on the Revolution in France 1, and the name itself was fixed in the French newspaper Le Conservateur. The paper began publication in 1818, and its best-known contributor was the French poet and diplomat François-René de Chateaubriand. Liberal and liberalism made their debut as designations of a political ideology in Spain in 1812, where a grouping that called themselves Los Liberals played a crucial role for the constitution in Cádiz. Their success was brief, but the term spread quickly. Socialism and communism became political ideologies a few decades later, still with the French Revolution as the most important historical reference. It is scarcely different with anarchism, to which Pierre-Joseph Proudhon gave the name in 1840. Even this took its colors from what happened in 1789 and the years after. The purely reactionary ideology, which wanted to recreate the society that was shattered during the years going forward from 1789, also belongs to this group. Reactionaries, those people pushing purely backwards, were strong in France after the fall of Napoleon. They have of course turned up again and again in later periods and other countries, even if it was not precisely the pre-revolutionary French state but some other imagined paradise from the past that they were dreaming about. Only fascism and Nazism are children of a later period, to be precise, the late 19th and early 20th century when nationalist mass movements began to take shape. Marx did not live to see their first great demonstration, which took place in France in 1889. At the time, a coup d'état was very close at hand. Its figurehead was General Boulanger, a pathetic figure who wanted revenge for the defeat in the Franco-German War of 1870–71. The ideology only emerged fully with Mussolini and Hitler. The French Revolution also determined a great deal of Marx's political horizon. Through his father, Heinrich Marx, he had got a positive image of what it meant early on, especially for the personal liberation that Heinrich himself had experienced. When Karl's own political interests had been awakened, the French Revolution was one of the areas he studied the most assiduously. For him as well, it provided a paradigm for future revolutions. He applied its various forms, and especially its party designations, to the current course of events. Marx took the inspiration for his idea on the divided revolution, bourgeois and political first, then proletarian and social, from it. The revolutions in Europe during 1848 and 1849, in his eyes, were continuations of the upheaval 60 years earlier. Europe had developed, technology had made new conquests, and industrialism was establishing itself more and more firmly with two new, rapidly expanding social classes, industrial capitalists and industrial workers. When a relatively calm situation once again settled upon Europe at the end of 1849, Marx, like many others, thought it was only the calm before the real storm. That is not at all what was to come. Politics stabilized, a new kingdom took shape in France, and reaction prevailed in the German states. Marx's brother-in-law in Prussia, Ferdinand von Westphalen, became Minister of the Interior and thereby had a hand in the country's domestic order. Consistent and unyielding, he made life difficult for anyone with anything to do with communists and socialists. The revolutionaries who succeeded in fleeing to London were closely monitored by Prussian police spies, and von Westphalen also tried to persuade the British government to deport at least a few of them. Marx and Engels protested in a few brief articles in English, one of them in The Spectator, a magazine with a long-established conservative tradition. They passionately repudiated the charges that they and their fellow thinkers were taking part in a conspiracy against Friedrich Wilhelm IV. There had actually been an attempt on the king's life shortly before, but the guilty party was not only mentally disturbed but additionally a man on the extreme right point too. But enough about that. By and large, the revolutions had ended in fiasco. It was only in Denmark that something new materialized for good. Royal absolutism came to an end there, and the country gained a constitution. During the early 1850s, Marx became much more alone in his thinking than he had been in the 1840s. The circle closest to him had already been thinning out. Engels remained, of course, and Wilhelm Wulff joined the London group in 1851 after a period in Switzerland. Joseph Moll, another of Marx's closest friends, had, like Engels, taken part in the battles in Baden. On June 28, 1849, he was killed during an action in Rosenfels, not far from Freiburg. It was a hard blow for his friends. Karl Schapper, who had been of such great importance for Marx's position in the Communist League, soon openly rebelled against him. Others among those closest to Marx ended up in Prussian prisons in 1851 and stayed there for a year and a half before any sentence was pronounced. Their crime consisted of trying to continue their activities within the Bund der Kommunisten even after the defeat of the revolution. The two among them whom Marx knew best were the inseparable friends Heinrich Burgers and Roland Daniels. Burgers was sentenced to 6 years in a military fortress. When he was finally released in 1858, he had given up his sympathies for the workers' movement and instead became active in the liberal Deutsche Fortschrittspartei, the German Progress Party, ending his days as a member of parliament. Daniels did not recover from his time in prison, dying only a few years after his release. Marx wrote a pamphlet about the trials. It was called Revelations Concerning the Communist Trial in Cologne and was published anonymously in 1853. The German edition, printed in Switzerland, fell into the hands of the police. The work enjoyed greater success in the United States. In his usual way, Marx took the part of a skilled lawyer, although he himself was not permitted to appear before the bar. He showed how the charges were based to a great extent on falsified documents, misconceptions, and misinterpretations. He dwelt on the fact that an unsigned letter had been ascribed to him. No one who has ever read a single line by Marx could possibly attribute to him the authorship of this melodramatic accompanying line, he wrote. In other regards, he pinned a number of lies to Wilhelm Stieber, the head of Prussia's political police. The biggest was that he had done more favors for the democratic movement in Prussia than anyone else. The accused were all declared by the prosecutor to have belonged to Marx's party. This in itself was considered criminal. If nothing else, the documents show the heights of dread that the figure of Marx had assumed in Prussia. 3. It was not only the trial in Cologne that depleted the group around Marx. As we have seen, George Weirth, one of his most esteemed friends, emigrated to Cuba, where he gave up both political agitation and writing. Another American emigrant who on the other hand continued his political activity was Joseph Wade Meyer. Wedemeyer was born the same year as Marx, and had military training. He did not retreat an inch from his earlier ideals, but established himself as a radical journalist in the United States. Over the years, he became deeply rooted in his new homeland, taking part as a lieutenant colonel in the American Civil War before succumbing a few years later during one of the many cholera epidemics of the 19th century. Throughout his life, he remained an important correspondent for both Jenny and Karl. But the distance between Europe and America was difficult to bridge. The change that made Marx even more alone in his thoughts and actions was more extensive than these names suggest. It concerned not only the group of sympathizers who died, gave up, or emigrated to faraway lands, but ideological changes of a dimension that can be compared with those of the French Revolution of 1789, or the years around 1980 in our own time. After 1789, violent social upheaval stood out as a fairly natural result of modern social development. It was an outlook that filled many with hope, and others with fear or aversion. The July Revolution of 1830 and the February Revolution of 1848 seemed to confirm this tendency. The latter in particular, anticipated in the thoughts of so many, and which spread over Europe so quickly, strengthened these convictions. But the rebellion resulted in the opposite of what the revolutionaries intended. A new emperor came to power in France, insignificant in comparison to the first, and a man who only safeguarded his own power and honor. In Prussia, the king and his government came out of the battle strengthened, and the same applied to other German-dominated states. Reactionary Russia, with its despotic Tsar, Nicholas I, strengthened its position on the continent, and Great Britain, the last refuge in Europe for revolutionaries, became even more vigilant against its own threats. In the revolutionary year of 1848, Chartism had experienced its last great period of growth. The activists, who again quickly increased in number, were optimistic, but the keepers of order were on their guard and every attempt at rebellion was smothered in its cradle. In addition, many Chartists were hesitant with regard to the more downright socialist slogans. Point 4. After the wave of revolutions, the front against all social change was stronger than ever, both in Great Britain and across Europe. It was a change that not only dashed many hopes. It also opened the path to a new way of thinking, or, rather, it brought ideas that had recently been repressed to the foreground. Views on social development, in fact, on change in general, were transformed. The conviction that most processes require dramatic breaks was overshadowed by its opposite, the idea of continuity. Point 5. Central players in this shift were both politically active and outstanding scientists. The German doctor, archaeologist, and politician Rudolf Virchow, who was 3 years younger than Marx, was certainly the most important of them. As a doctor he was innovative, one of the foremost of the 19th century. For him, the real political alarm clock was the 1847 typhus epidemic in Upper Silesia, a few years after the Great Weavers' Uprising. Despite the deaths of 16,000 people, the government authorities merely shrugged their shoulders. The reason for the deaths of so many was nonetheless patently obvious: poverty and wretched hygienic conditions. Like many other young doctors, Virchow drew the conclusion that society had to be fundamentally changed. He hailed the 1848 revolution with joy, and eagerly involved himself in it. His foremost biographer, Konstantin Goschler, even asserts that he was close to the young Marx. He probably means the Marx of the manuscripts rather than the Marx who stood behind the manifesto. In a letter Virchow wrote to his father, which Goschler quotes, he explained that he was not a communist. Communism was madness to the extent that it strove to realize its ideals in one stroke. On the other hand, he was a socialist. It was a socialist system that he wanted to see with the revolution. It is natural that he had primarily social and medical aspects in mind in the society he wanted to fight for. And it remains so even after the revolution. But now he believed more in a slower, more gradual development towards a more just order of things. That is why, Like Heinrich Burgers, he got involved in the Progress Party, became a member of parliament, and represented a nationally minded reformism in numerous parliamentary debates. The dominant figure of the conservative bloc, Otto Bismarck, soon became his chief opponent. At one point, the exchange of opinions became so intense that Bismarck challenged Virchow to a duel. As the challenged, it was Virchow's business to choose the weapon, and his proposal got Bismarck to back down immediately. The duelists would choose between two sausages, one of which would be filled with a deadly poison. Enemies or no, Virchow and Bismarck were united in a belief in evolutionary processes. Revolutions were a bad thing. The idea of continuity also influenced Virchow's scientific convictions. Cellular pathology was his great contribution to medicine. In it, he built on the relatively new theory that all living creatures consisted of cells, and he launched the theory that illnesses had their basis in harmful cellular changes. He would come to emphasize the gradual more and more in the process of an illness. Even his archaeological studies were characterized by the same fundamental pattern of thought. 6. It is particularly interesting to see which theories in evolutionary biology dominated before and after the middle of the 19th century. The catastrophe theory occupied the seat of honor for a long time. Its chief representatives were the French biologist Georges Cuvier, who maintained that the fossils of extinct species indicated earlier catastrophes that annihilated various life forms again and again. It is telling that Cuvier, in the title of his central work on the subject, spoke of these changes as revolutions. This word, as we have already seen, designated courses that were constantly repeated, such as the path of the planets around the Sun, according to Copernicus, but from the mid-18th century had been given entirely different content, namely the one we use now. Marx belonged to a generation that had also begun to talk about social revolutions. The term industrial revolution had already begun to be used. 7. In the middle of the 19th century, the idea of revolutions was overshadowed more and more by its opposite, the idea of slow, continuous processes. Charles Darwin and his 1859 book The Origin of Species became the symbol of this ideological displacement. According to him, species changed step by step through natural and sexual selection. One foundation for his theory was the geological work of Charles Lyell, according to which the same forces had acted on the surface of the Earth throughout its entire history. Lyell presented this uniformitarian in his 1830 book Principles of Geology, but it was only with Darwin that this line of thought became known to a greater public. Darwin also sought support for his thesis in an economist named Thomas Robert Malthus, whose population theory became crucial for Darwin's conviction that each species produced such a large amount of offspring that not all individuals would survive. It is an interesting detail that the first edition of Malthus's 1798 work, an essay on the principle of population, was a polemical pamphlet against on the one hand the father of anarchism, the Englishman William Godwin, and on the other hand one of the French Revolution's most brilliant spokesmen, Jean-Antoine de Condorcet. Both recommended violent upheavals. Malthus, on the contrary, emphasized continuity. The development of a population would always remain such that those in the worst position would perish. There was, simply, never enough food for everyone who was born. Darwin generalized a demographic theory to apply it to every living thing. He himself was extremely reluctant to draw just any conclusion regarding people and their world from his thesis on natural selection. But he took important support for his argument from social theory. 8. The ideological changes around 1850 did not, of course, mean that ways of thinking that had recently been dominant disappeared, and that an opposite way of thinking that previously had had no representatives was suddenly alone in the arena. Our examples show that there had already been ideas about continuity in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and that the idea of drastic upheavals did not disappear after the failed revolutions of 1848 to 49. Rather, it is that the one kind of thinking seemed more and more natural during the one epoch, while on the contrary its opposite had to raise more and more arguments in its defense. Nowadays, it is often said that one discourse has been replaced by another. For my part, I prefer to speak about ideological changes. The new, dominant way of thinking is related to the unsuccessful revolutions. But, at the same time, the interaction between the various courses of events is extremely subtle and complicated. There is no direct connection between what happened in Paris, Berlin, and Vienna in 1848 and 1849 and the enormous response to Darwin's Origin of Species a decade later. Darwin himself was certainly not influenced significantly, if at all. On the other hand, the public responded to the decisive outside events of the period. Expectations about the future had changed. It became easier to think in long, continuous processes of development than in drastic social changes. Even the accent in ordinary people's view of nature shifted as a result. So it was in Great Britain as well, where a potent hope, or vision of horror, during the 1840s was that the Chartists would seize power. Marx fought bravely against these shifts in thinking. But he could not remain uninfluenced by them, either. At the same time, during the 1850s he experienced a difficult, horrible, in fact, period in his private life. The burden was nonetheless greatest for Jenny. It is therefore natural that she, rather than her husband, come into focus over the following pages. Poverty and death. Jenny von Westphalen was born a baroness, but as Jenny Marx she lived a life of poverty, occasionally bordering on pure destitution. The worst years were the early ones in London, and a real improvement in the situation came only in 1864 when she and her family moved into their own, rather spacious house. Hitherto, that had been far beyond the borders of possibility. But the change did not mean that their financial problems were over and done with. Karl lived beyond his means even as a student, and he did so throughout his life, even when age began to weigh him down. But from the mid-1860s, their money woes moved on to a higher level, so to speak. It was no longer a question of bread and potatoes, but of gowns for their daughters. Moreover, few could equal Jenny in generosity and hospitality. After the defeat in 1849, German refugees flocked to London. Many were as bitterly poor as the Marx family, others had it even worse. One of the youngest who sought refuge in Great Britain was named Wilhelm Liebknecht, a student of languages who had become a revolutionary and who would at length become one of the most important leaders of German social democracy. He was quickly sucked into the magic circle around Jenny and Karl Marx. Karl would remain his political model throughout his life, and he would always describe Jenny with great warmth, admiration, and gratitude. Without her generosity, he would scarcely have survived the poverty of his refugee years, he wrote. Ulrich Tiesk, who wrote the finest and most well-balanced biography of Jenny, points out that she became a mother figure for Wilhelm, who lost his mother early in life. Women long remained foreign to me, he admitted in his autobiography. And here I found a beautiful, noble-minded, high-spirited woman who in a half-sisterly, half-motherly way took care of the friendless fighter for liberty, driven ashore on the banks of the Thames, he wrote. She was to me the ideal of a woman, and she is the ideal even now. 9. Jenny's care for the young Liebknecht is that much more impressive as she daily had to fight hard to get food on the table. She was, of course, not alone in that fight. Helene de Muth, the family's self-effacing maid, stood unflinchingly by her side. She was the one who handled practical matters, made purchases, cooked the food, did the laundry, fixed and mended. But Jenny was the one who chiefly tried to keep the host of creditors in check. The baker, the butcher, the greengrocer, and many others kept knocking more persistently and more threateningly on the door. It was the master of the house, or, more correctly, of the narrow hovel, they were looking for, but he was often not at home. Gradually, he had found the only temple he ever worshipped, the British Museum, a place where he could sate his unique hunger for reading. There he sat, safely anchored during periods when his family, and he himself, were somewhat healthy and his own clothes presentable enough that he could show himself among society. His tattered coat became legendary, and when in the 1860s he allowed himself to be photographed in an elegant topcoat, there were friends who expressed their happy surprise. 10. But he also often worked at home, under intolerable conditions. Jenny did everything so that he could nonetheless further his great work, what would become capital. In the spring of 1850, the plans to finally complete this project that had already occupied him for a great many years had awakened again. Jenny was in agreement with the plan and supported it wholeheartedly. In fact, she took an active part in it, as she did with everything else her husband wrote. She was not only his secretary, but discussed his texts knowledgeably. It was work she perceived as a comfort during those heavy years. She wrote in her memoirs, "The hours I sat in Karl's little room making fair copy of his texts were among the happiest in my life." 11. Karl's income always remained too little to cover the costs of the household. During their first years in London, when Engels was also trying to support himself as a freelance writer, there was no help to be had even from their friend, whose own economic situation had also started to become precarious. Engels's father, the elder Friedrich, was becoming more and more reluctant to help his wayward son with more money. Finally, the younger Friedrich had to make the best of a bad job and set out for Manchester to work in the family company, Ehrman and Engels. At first, the father had no faith in his son's ability, or, rather, desire, to make a real effort. But he was mistaken. The younger Friedrich discovered early on that their business partner, Ehrman, was cheating the Engels family out of their rightful share of the company's profits. He thus finally proved to his father that he could be a capable force. His position was assured. 12. But his wages were relatively insignificant. Nevertheless, he tried to share it with the Marx family. It was important help, in fact, the deliverance from pure destitution. Gradually the allowance became bigger, but nonetheless it remained insufficient, at least up until 1864. We have gripping testimony of what Jenny had to endure in a letter she sent to Engels in early 1853. It was, she wrote, a hateful task to write to him about money, he had already helped them entirely too often. But now the situation was intolerable. She had written to many of her acquaintances, including her mother-in-law and her sister. She had not received a single response, and now her hopes, as they often were set on Engels. Could he send something? The baker was threatening to stop the delivery of bread. 13. But Karl was not living an easy life, either. To the same Engels, he wrote in September 1852, "My wife is ill. Little Jenny is ill. Lenchen Demuth has some sort of nervous fever. I could not and I cannot call a doctor because I have no money to buy medicine. For the last 8 to 10 days I have been feeding my family solely on bread and potatoes, but whether I shall be able to get hold of any today is doubtful." 14. There is an eyewitness description from the same period that heavily underlines the poverty in the Marx household. It is written by a German police spy who had wormed his way into the hovel on Dean Street. Marx had been monitored by police spies ever since the first years in Paris. The narrative is so frightful that it is difficult to believe its veracity. A thick layer of dust lay on the furniture, diapers with the customary contents lay strewn over the chairs, and Marx himself was wearing unwashed underclothes. It is highly improbable that Helene Demuth would have let the dust collect in drifts, or that she would not have scrubbed even the most tattered underwear clean. Was our friend the spy, with his racy description, trying to say that Karl Marx would soon be a closed chapter and thus not much to worry about? 15. But those who love anecdotes about Marx's life of course hold this description in high regard. Poverty was not the only issue, the entire family was affected by various painful illnesses. They lived in an unhealthy apartment on an unsanitary street, the dark, stinking Dean Street in Soho. Overcrowding made the situation even worse. 6, 7, and at one point 8 people lived in 2 rooms. The toilet was located in the backyard. The hygiene problems were terrible. It is understandable why Jenny was not only affected by physical illnesses. The desperate situation made her constantly anxious, and periodically deeply unhappy. Everyday life was difficult to endure, and her burden became too heavy. It so happened that she sought out more long-term relief in the situation, but was unsuccessful. She talks about it in a letter to Karl, written in August 1851. The text breathes despair, but there is also a streak of bitter humor. Jenny was a masterful writer of letters, even under the heaviest of circumstances. She had taken a trip to see Karl's relatives in the Netherlands, the Philipses. The journey was a terrible one, with seasickness and other hardships, and once at her destination she only met one of the less influential members of the family, a certain Fritz. Fritz did not know who Jenny was, but once informed of it he embraced her. The conversation that followed dealt with revolutions and communism, the theme of the day, and Fritz also encouraged the Marx family to emigrate to the United States. So far, the conversation had been pleasant, but when Jenny turned to the reason for her journey, namely money, Fritz's tone changed. He complained about bad business and wretched financial prospects. He could not relinquish a single penny to his relatives. Jenny then gave up and set out for her simple bed for the night, exhausted and dissolved in tears. The entire journey had been in vain. Zerrissen, tattered, and plagued by mortal dread, she set off for home. Certainly you, Karl, would have had much better success, she exclaimed. 16. That last sigh of course raises the question why it was not actually Karl who made the trip. The Philipses were his relatives, not Jenny's. Did he think that his charming wife would make his rich kinfolk more generous? Or did he feel that his journalistic, political, and scientific work bound him to London? We do not know. The dreary lot of the Marx family in London was not only poverty and illness, but death as well. The family had grown just before their move. Apart from the older daughters, Jenny Chen and Laura, there was also a little boy, Edgar, named after his uncle, who had been born in Brussels. He had been part of the revolutions in both Paris and Cologne in his young life, and now he was a child refugee in the poorer districts of London. In the midst of all the sorrow he was a constant source of joy, a little humorist and a rogue. In her gloomy begging letter to Engels in the spring of 1853, Jenny wrote how her 6-year-old son fooled the baker who had come to call in his debts with Karl. "Is Mr. Marx at home?" the baker asked, and the boy quickly answered in the local dialect, "No, he ain't upstairs." The baker left, cross, and Edgar quickly scampered up to his beloved moor, as everyone in the family, and some even outside it, called Karl, and told of his successful efforts. When Jenny arrived in London, she was expecting yet another child. A boy was born on November 5, 1849, less than 2 months after the strenuous journey from Paris. November 5 is an eventful day in England's history. On November 5, 1605, the conspiracy Guy Fawkes became a symbol for was exposed, the plot to blow up King James I and the entire House of Lords. Fawkes was a zealous Catholic who ardently wished that his faith would once again become the official religion of the country. He was thus far from one of Marx's fellow thinkers. But Marx was attracted by his rebellious spirit and named his newborn son Heinrich Guido, Heinrich after his grandfather, Guido after the given name Guy Fawkes used when he fought on the side of Spain in the Dutch revolt. The little boy was given the nickname Foxchen, the little fox in Germanized English, and his father also called him Der Pulververschwerer, the gunpowder plotter. But the boy was not healthy, he seemed to constantly be hovering between life and death. Above all, he suffered from intense convulsions. He died a little over a year old. Marx was beside himself with despair. The only one he could turn to was Engels, who was now in Manchester. "Just a line or two to let you know that our little gunpowder plotter, Foxchen, died at 10 o'clock this morning," he wrote in a letter. Suddenly, from one of the convulsions he had often had. A few minutes before, he was still laughing and joking. The thing happened quite unexpectedly. You can imagine what it is like here. Your absence at this particular moment makes us feel very lonely. He asked Engels to write a few words of comfort to Jenny. His friend did so, and Marx was very grateful. Jenny received the little comfort she could in this terrible situation. She had nursed the child at the risk of her own life. Marx exclaimed, and on top of this, the thought that the poor child was a victim of bourgeois misère, Marx was convinced that Heinrich Guido would have survived if his parents had had enough money for a doctor's care and medicine. 17. At the time of her little boy's death, Jenny was pregnant again. Her daughter Franziska was born on March 14, 1851. She was also a sickly child. In the spring of 1852, she suffered a severe attack of bronchitis. Jenny wrote in a letter, "For 3 days, the poor child battled death. She suffered horribly. Her small, lifeless body rested in the little room. We all went out of the room into the street, and when night fell we made our beds on the floor. Our 3 surviving children lay with us and we cried over the little angel who rested, cold and white as chalk, next to us. 18. The scene is a gripping one, the family joined together in the face of this bottomless misfortune. But it was not always like this, as we soon shall see. 1852 was a horrible year, with all its sorrow and the torments of poverty. Jenny, who was brought up with the paraphernalia of German Christmas, was compelled to celebrate the holiday without the least bit of decoration or presents for the children. The following year, at least, was better at times. At the end of the year they could afford both presents and decoration, and she was wholeheartedly delighted with the children and certainly with Karl. It seemed to be brightening a bit on the horizon. But the hardest blow was still to come. In the spring of 1855, 8-year-old Edgar fell seriously ill. Karl was supposed to travel to Manchester but stayed at home, beside himself with worry. Jenny broke down. "For the last week emotional stress has made my wife more ill than ever before," Marx wrote to Engels. "As for myself, though my heart is bleeding and my head afire, I must, of course, maintain my composure." On April 6, 1855, the boy died in his father's arms. It was an even harsher blow than the deaths of both the other children. An 8-year-old is already a fully fledged personality, and Edgar, nicknamed Muss, the Fly, or even Colonel Muss, was, according to all testimony, an incredibly charming boy, affectionate, happy, and moreover brilliantly gifted. The mourning for him became difficult to endure for the surviving members of his family, his sisters and parents. Jenny and Karl, who knew that life in 19th-century Europe was easier for men than for women, had placed great hopes in little Muss, and now he was dead. Jenny wrote in her memoirs that the day of Muss's death was the most painful one of her life. "He was the love of my life, as he was for almost everyone who gazed into his beautiful, sunny face. He was also my dear Karl's complete pride, joy, and hope." The boy had loved his father to the same extent, she continued, and during his illness constantly wanted Charlie by his side. The latter hardly left the boy during the weeks his suffering lasted. Jenny herself could not endure the sorrow, it was entirely too difficult for her to bear. Wilhelm Liebknecht bore witness to Karl's sorrow at the funeral. Lessner, Fander, Lochner, Konrad Skram, the Red Wolf and I rode together, in the same wagon as Marx. He sat there silently, with his head in his hands. I stroked his forehead. "Moore, you have your wife, your girls, and us, and we all think so much of you. You can't give me my boy back," he moaned, and we rode silently onto the graveyard in Tottenham Court Road. Liebknecht also said that when the casket was lowered into the ground, Marx was so forlorn that his friends were afraid he would rush down into the depths after it. Marx expressed his feelings in a letter to Engels. "I've already had my share of bad luck, but only now do I know what real unhappiness is." 19. But at the time of Muss's death, Jenny was already at the beginning of a new pregnancy, and in January 1855 she gave birth to a girl. This was little Eleanor. Like her brother, she was uniquely gifted, the most brilliant of the surviving children. But she did not have Muss's bright temperament. Her life was lined with troubles and sorrows, not all of which can be put down to external circumstances. But she was healthy, and she became the family's little darling. She developed into a tomboy, says Jacques Attali, and her own father shared that opinion. My father used to say that I was more like a boy than a girl, she wrote in a letter. Her father went even further. Tussie is me, he could say. He concentrated his hopes in her. It is not strange that he was particular about her education, especially literary. Fiction from Aeschylus to Balzac were and remained one of his favorite fields, which he also initiated her into. 20. Jenny gave birth to another daughter, but the child died almost immediately after birth. The circumstances around the event were so terrible that Marx did not wish to go into the details in a letter to Engels, they were not suitable for writing down. 21. Jenny and Karl had now lost 4 children. Their losses would mark the remainder of their lives. The joyfulness they were able to express throughout their lives would always have a dark background of sorrow and loss. It is not surprising that Jenny's and Karl's dream in common of a better, more just society was often overshadowed by all their personal sorrows and troubles. Jenny, who bore the heaviest burden, was periodically gripped by what in the language of our time we would call depression. Reality became so hard that she lost herself in passivity. She simply had had enough. Her sorrows also taxed her physical health. The numerous pregnancies likewise wore her out. What is striking, however, is not that she sometimes lost her spirits and her strength, it is everything she accomplished despite all the difficulties. Certain of her letters to Karl are almost unbearably gloomy. In June 1852, when he was in Manchester, she went through all the horrors she had to endure, finally exclaiming, "My head is about to explode. For 8 days I have gathered all my strength, now I can do no more." And finally, the lady that is, she herself is becoming very repulsive, and rightly so. 22. But still, everything was not darkness. Even during these gloomy years, the family went on Sunday outings marked by high spirits and practical jokes. Much later, they still brightened up Wilhelm Liebknecht's memories. "A Sunday in Hampstead Heath was the greatest delight for us. The children spoke of it the entire week, and even we adults rejoiced in it. The trip itself was a party. Helene, who they called Lenchen, bore the picnic basket on her arm. The main attraction was a thick joint of veal she had prepared for the hungry group." Liebknecht continued, "In the wild moorlands of Hampstead Heath we ate and drank exhaustively, and we read and talked politics while the children played and romped. On the way home, they sang patriotic songs like O Strasbourg, du Wunderschöne Stadt. But above all, Karl and Jenny recited entire scenes from one of Shakespeare's dramas from memory. 23. No sorrows pervaded these excursions. The family permitted themselves to burst out in joy. Both Jenny and Karl knew that the joint of veal was entirely too expensive for them, and that in a few days the butcher would be standing, by turns pleading and threatening, at their door. But what did that matter while fortune smiled? Jenny's life during these years was thus marked not only by troubles and sorrows, but also by joy, even happiness. Much the same could be said about her husband. His temperament was just of another kind, more choleric and expansive. In his letters to Engels, he could have intense outbursts over what the hardships their marriage had cost both him and his wife. During their years in Brussels, when domestic bliss was uninterrupted, he was shocked at Engels's erotic escapades and the contempt for marriage that accompanied it. But during the 1850s in particular, he could complain numerous times about the variety of horrors that family life entailed when their resources were constantly running short. He could, for example, give a lively description of how he hunted around London in vain in the hopes of procuring some money, thereby losing both work time and power of thought, at the same time as Jenny, hounded by constant worries, was breaking down in nervous troubles. 24 Engels tried to comfort him and his wife through his constant remittances, and moreover with an encouraging word or two. But their troubles eased only temporarily. The Marx family would soon be in a jam again. Even in the 1860s, when the financial situation had improved, he could express himself dramatically over the torments of family life. He did so above all in a letter to Paul Lafargue, his future son-in-law, who was already longing for Laura's hand in 1866. Marx wrote that he had sacrificed himself for the revolutionary struggle and never regretted it, quite the opposite. He would do the same again if he had to live his life over. He would only do one thing differently: he would never have got married. And so comes a sentence that is aimed directly at Lafargue: as far as it lies within my power, I wish to save my daughter from the reefs on which her mother's life was wrecked. 25 Here it is not his own unhappiness he has in mind, but Jenny's. The marriage had destroyed her life. The girls would not meet the same fate. His power turned out to be highly limited on this point. Lafargue soon became an esteemed son-in-law. But the darkness in Marx's life was not solid, far from it. Suddenly everything was once again joy, ecstasy, and great love. In the summer of 1856, when Jenny was visiting her mother in Trier and Karl was visiting Engels in Manchester, Karl wrote a letter to Jenny where he maintained that happiness could be perceived most clearly when people lived apart for brief periods. The little things of daily life then gave way, and people could see what they really had. The true, enormous proportions of love stood out. Karl told Jenny how he kissed her picture with the same passion the pious kiss their icons. Her portrait did not do her any justice, of course. Your dear, lovely, kissable, dolce countenance was not reflected there. But it nonetheless depicted her. 26. In another, oft-quoted letter from 1863, it was Karl who found himself in the couple's mutual birthplace. His mother had at last died, and he could collect the inheritance he had been longing for. He therefore had reason to feel a certain degree of optimism before the family's financial future. But that could not be the only reason for his outburst of joy over the fact that Jenny was his sweetheart. Every day, he said in a letter to her, he made a pilgrimage to the house on Romerstrasse because it reminded me of the happiest days of my youth and had harbored my greatest treasure. He was delighted that people asked him left and right how the woman who had once been the most beautiful girl in Trier was doing, and he asked himself if anyone could experience anything more pleasing than the thought that the belle of the ball was now his beloved. 27. Karl and Jenny could also be exuberantly happy together. Their youngest daughter, Eleanor, talked about how her parents could burst out in uncontrollable laughter until tears ran down their faces. Sometimes it was inappropriate to laugh so unrestrainedly, and at those times they dared not even look at each other, certain that the merest glance would provoke hilarity as uncontrollable as it was inappropriate. 28 Eleanor had a tendency to idealize her parents' marriage. But there is no reason to doubt this sharply outlined image of mutual, exuberant delight. The entire Marx family had got accustomed to living under burdensome financial conditions. When the situation eased temporarily, it roused great joy. For many years, the head of the family was compelled to wear a tattered overcoat. At length, he got money enough to buy a new, elegant topcoat, and he then took the opportunity to also be photographed. Both older daughters, Jenny Chen and Laura, burst out in wild enthusiasm over the new creation and praised his sober, elegant appearance. 29. It is clear that Jenny's and Karl's marriage and family life contained both happiness and adversity, radiant light and gloomy darkness. Above all, it was characterized from beginning to end by a unique intensity of feeling. So far, most of it seemed obvious and clear. But there was an additional side where the essentials are hidden in darkness, something important, and by the standards of the day extremely shameful. In June 1851, Lenchen Demuth, the indispensable housekeeper, gave birth to a strong and healthy baby boy. He was named Frederick, and would be called Freddie. His given name is the English variant of Friedrich, and everyone around them, including Jenny's and Karl's children, were told that it was Engels's child. Engels was still a man known for his loose love life, and a further affair would not affect his image. But most of the information points to the fact that Karl Marx was the actual father. There is clear testimony indicating this. There is a letter from Louise Freiberger, an Austrian social democrat who had previously been married to Karl Koschei, the greatest ideologue of Marxism after Engels. Louise now had a new husband, and together with him she kept house for Engels during his last years. Freiberger said in a letter that Engels, on his deathbed, succeeded in convincing Eleanor Marx that her father, and not Engels, was the father of Freddie Demuth. Objections can be raised to the letter. What has been preserved is a typed copy made a year later. The typed copy gives the text a degree of protected anonymity, and its contents can be read as part of the campaign of hate and slander against Marx that has been conducted with greater or lesser vehemence since the 1840s, and continues today. Incidentally, Marx mentioned this campaign in a letter to Engels in August 1851, at the time when Freddie was only a few months old. In it, he brought out not his own suffering, but Jenny's. She was becoming worn out by all the problems of daily life, and on top of this, terrible slander as well. But was it really the rumors about Freddie's parentage that was the concern here? Around the same time, Marx wrote a brief, unpublished text titled Skizzen über die deutsche Kleinbürgerliche Emigration in London im Sommer 1851, Sketches of German petty bourgeois emigration of London in the summer of 1851. These emigrants, he wrote, were distinguished by their unreasoning hatred of Marx. The text obviously was to be published anonymously. Among the assertions, it was mentioned above all that Marx, brother-in-law of Ferdinand von Westphalen, the new Prussian Minister of the Interior, was a spy charged with providing information on other emigrants. This is assuredly the rumor that hurt Jenny so deeply. Ferdinand was her half-brother. Somewhat stronger evidence that Marx was also referring to the rumors of who was father to Freddie is a letter he wrote a few days later in which he spoke about a mystery in which Engels was also involved, which had given the matter a somewhat tragicomic turn. Just as he was writing this, he was interrupted and stated that the matter could wait until he himself came up to Manchester and could take it up face to face. If the insinuations really concerned the issue of Freddie's parentage, and if Engels were in the know about Marx's actions, such a statement would have seemed comic, even ridiculous. But Engels did not betray himself with any indication that he found Marx ludicrous. 30. There are thus certain arguments against the assumption that the rumors were true. But they still seem rather weak, and Louise Freiberger is not the only one who indicated Marx's paternity. It is of course not true, as is sometimes asserted, that Jenny was traveling at the time of conception. She was not. Both she and Karl, the children, and Lenchen were crowded into the little apartment at the end of August and beginning of September 1850. If Karl were the father, he and Lenchen must have met somewhere else, but where? Or did Marx creep into her bed late at night, as Sperber has proposed? 31. One possible indication is that after Franziska's birth in late March 1851, barely 2 months before Freddie's, Jenny did not become pregnant for several years. This could be interpreted as a punishment for her husband's infidelity. But could her precarious health, alongside the family's wretched finances, not be reason enough for mutual caution? 32. A weightier argument is that Clara Zetkin, the leading German social democrat and the mother of International Women's Day, asserted that her friend Eleanor Marx called Freddie her half-brother. Other documents indicate that several leading social democrats were in the know on the matter, as was possibly Freddie Demuth himself. Or were he and the others also victims of the gossip that had plagued Karl and Jenny ever since the early 1850s? 33. But the strongest argument for Karl Marx's paternity still remains. In 1896, the year after Engels's death, Eleanor Marx wrote a letter to her sister Laura that Marx had proved his greatness as a politician and a thinker, but not as a human being. What besides the paternity of Freddie, kept in secret, could she have been referring to? What else could have so fundamentally changed her image of her father? Note that she wrote the letter a short time after Engels's death, when according to Freiberger's letter she should have been let in on the family secret. 34. Purely psychologically speaking, it is difficult to understand how Marx could have acted indifferently, distantly, in fact, to a boy who might have been his own. Towards the children that were demonstrably his, he showed a fatherliness that was unusual for the times. His relationship with his son Edgar, Mus, is telling enough. Jenny Chen was the apple of her father's eye, and even Laura was the subject of his constant care. His love for Eleanor was inexhaustible. Little Freddie, on the other hand, was immediately placed with foster parents. How could Marx have done that to his own son? Could he have so totally disinherited his own son, the only one not to die in childhood, just to keep up his family facade? Could he have denied Freddie the kind of knowledge that was so precious and dear to his own self? It is difficult to understand. And how could the child's mother permit such a thing? To all appearances, she had no choice. She shared the hard lot of countless other maidservants of having to sacrifice an immense amount for the family she served. Helene de Muth saw her son often, of course, but he seldom was found in the Marx household. Jenny Marx could certainly have imposed her definite conditions for how the matter would be handled. Karl would outwardly have nothing to do with the boy. The world would believe that Engels was the father. Only she and Karl and Lenchen, and Engels, would know how things really stood. Their own children would be kept out of it, as would the often hostile world around them. But the indifference Marx showed the boy can neither be explained nor forgiven by this. The person who has provided the most well-considered account of the subject is Rachel Holmes, in her great 2014 biography Eleanor Marx. The pieces that point to Marx's paternity are carefully put together there. Even Lenchen de Muth receives a reasonable portion of the attention. She was not just the one who handled the family's last line of defense against pure destitution. She was a beloved and respected member of the family, a good friend to Jenny, a comforting asset for the children, and, especially, a fairly irreverent comrade to the head of the family with whom she gladly played chess and often beat. This is a possible background to the relationship between them becoming more intimate. 35. And yet, Lenchen was among the many women of the age, and, perhaps, of all ages, who never had space for their own lives. She continued to serve the Marxes, husband and wife, for as long as they lived. When they both died, she managed Engels's household as well. In summary, it is easy to say that in his view of women, and especially of those who were closest to him, Marx was a child of his time. But this also means that in his view of equality, he was far less advanced than his friend Engels, to say nothing of another contemporary, the liberal philosopher and political economist John Stuart Mill, author of the 1869 book The Subjection of Women. Karl Marx's daily life was often hard and brimming with troubles. But it was still Jenny Marx who bore the heaviest burden. Like many other contemporary women, she bore a long series of children, the last when she was over 40, an age that today does not need to entail any risks, but which did to a great extent in the 1850s. At that time, in fact, every birth regardless of the mother's age was life-threatening. It was she who first had to tackle the daily problems, everything from the children's illnesses to the creditors constantly knocking on the door. This taxed her mental powers heavily. Karl had his scientific and journalistic work. For her, putting his writings into presentable and readable condition was one of the greatest causes for joy. A brilliant, first-rate stylist, like many other women of the time, she had to otherwise be satisfied with letter writing. It was there she could give her talents free rein. We know that she accepted the lot of women in the age she lived in before her marriage to Karl, even if it was with regret. She bravely defended her fiancé against the criticism of her relatives. Life with Karl later became harder and more bitter than she ever could have imagined. It weighed heavily on her, but she endured it. It was a heroic achievement. 9. Journalist on 2 continents. Work, despite everything. Daily life in the slum quarters of London was hard. Nonetheless, Marx tirelessly continued his activities on many fronts. Only a few months after his arrival, he started his life's project again, the project that had occupied him ever since 1844 and would be the backbone of his work up until his death. "Here you have to study matters, here must studyert worden," he exclaimed in a letter to Joseph Wade Meyer on February 4, 1850.1, but it would be several years before the great project yielded anything besides further contributions to the increasingly bloated pile of excerpts. There was also much else that occupied Marx and demanded more immediate efforts than the grand unified theory of society. He once again took up the work of the Communist League and its Central Committee. He helped organize the efforts to resettle the large group escaping the repression in the German states. He joined London's Educational Society, soon offering his services there and lecturing both on economic theory and on the fundamental ideas in the manifesto. There were attempts to unite all radical forces in the mixed, to say the least, community of people who had been stranded in London. The Refugee Committee was called Social Democratic because it was to both help and unite those who had demonstrably taken part in the revolution and now needed relief. The phrase social democracy began showing up here and there, and people even spoke of a social democratic party even though it would be long before this party actually established itself as a mass movement. The purpose was obviously to include not only organized communists, but other radical forces as well. Point 2. As we will remember, during the years of revolution Marx had had the ambition for an even broader radical coalition in which faith in democracy would constitute the principle of unity. This was the main line he pursued in Neue Renunkszeitung. But it soon proved difficult to preserve the line of mutual understanding. Many of those with democratic goals believed that a compromise with royal power would be possible. Marx found this hope preposterous and abandoned the line of compromise. His newspaper reaped numerous successes at the same time as popular rebellions flared up in several places. With the defeat of the revolution, a new attempt at a broader coalition began. But even this time, the united front was soon broken up. Marx was not the first to sound the call to battle. Back in the late fall of 1849, the Marx family's doctor, Louis Bauer, had been part of founding a Demokratischer Verein, Democratic Association, which was a direct competitor to the Educational Society Marx was devoting his energies to. Furious, Marx wrote a letter to Bauer in which he declared that the latter's attack on Marx's colleagues and friends made all personal relations impossible. Marx wanted only a bill for the services Bauer had provided to him and his family as a doctor. After that it was thanks, and farewell. Point 3. He appeared even more furious in a letter to another London emigrant, Eduard von Müller-Tellering, a lawyer who had previously contributed to Neue Renunkszeitung but had never been a supporter of Marx, despite holding Marx's writings in high esteem. He did not belong to Marx's group, but felt he was opening a new world that we have before us, he wrote in a letter in the fall of 1849. But once in London, he ventured to criticize Engels, and accused Marx in a letter of striving for the role of democratic Dalai Lama and the possessor of the future. Marx's letter to him outwardly bears witness to a boiling rage. His handwriting was even more cryptic than otherwise, and he crossed out a part of what was written with thick lines. He concludes the letter by declaring that von Müller-Tellering had acted wisely in not turning up at a meeting the evening before. You knew what was to be expected from a confrontation with me, for the strife would soon come closer to Marx himself. But now it was not an issue of leadership, it was an issue of whether the radicals, with the communists at their head, would go immediately on the attack against the counter-revolution that was now triumphant. In a way, it was a repetition, though on a smaller scale, of George Herwegh and others' direct but doomed war of aggression against Prussia early on in the Revolution of 1848. Now it was August Willich who placed himself at the head of the men of immediate action. Willich had a remarkable life. Having lost his father early on, he was brought up in the home of the famous theologian Friedrich Schleiermacher. But he embarked upon a military career, not a theological one, and he climbed the ranks to lieutenant before his radical opinions made it impossible to serve any longer in the Prussian army. On the other hand, he was given a prominent place in the revolutionary battles, particularly in Baden. Engels was directly subordinate to him there. As a refugee in London, Willich wanted to continue his military adventures. He did not receive much of a hearing for his plans, instead just barely earning a living as a carpenter. After several years, disappointed with Europe, he emigrated to the United States. He had his great breakthrough there in the Civil War, his efforts gained him attention and he again climbed the ranks to brigadier general. But he also continued with his grand ideas. He was among the pioneers of Hegelianism in the United States. When in 1870 he returned briefly to Prussia, he was not accepted into the victorious army, and instead defended his doctoral thesis in philosophy at the age of 60 at the University of Berlin. 5. This remarkable man rebelled against Marx and Engels in the Communist League. As if that were not enough, he recruited Karl Schapper, one of the most important contributors to the League and now a zealous supporter of immediate revolutionary actions, to his side. There were intense disputes, and Konrad Schramm, one of Marx's most faithful followers, even challenged Willich to a duel. Marx and Engels tried to prevent the spectacle, but in vain. The combatants set off for Brussels, where duels were still permitted. It was a foregone conclusion. Willich was a trained military man, his opponent a businessman and private teacher. But Schramm was only lightly wounded, whether from luck or Willich's competence has been left unsaid. Their friends were relieved. Schramm was known for his excitable temperament. He was the Percy Hotspur of our party, Marx wrote after his premature death from tuberculosis. This was a comment typical of Marx. Shakespeare's characters, in this case from Henry IV, constantly populated his world of ideas. Both Marx and Engels also had lively temperaments and pushed through the expulsions of Willich and Schramm from the association, in contravention of its regulations. 6 But why were they both now so hostile to the idea of initiating a new rebellion? The answer is already clear from their actions during 1848–49. Once a workers' rebellion had broken out, they supported it wholeheartedly. But they considered it futile, and fundamentally incorrect, for a leading group, however revolutionary the party they were in, to try to start an insurrection. The liberation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself, as they maintained in the Communist Manifesto. This is a long way from Lenin's notion of a party elite bringing the masses with them. It is not the professional revolutionaries who would start a revolution. But on the other hand, the manner of excluding those who hold different opinions can be seen as the start of a bad tradition. The Neue Rheinische as periodical. It was through enlightenment, not military actions, that Marx, like Engels, wanted to influence the working class. This is why the press became such an important channel for them both. Their first great project in London was a continuation, in journal form, of Neue Rheinische, now with the subheading Politisch-ökonomische Review. For nearly a year starting in the late fall of 1849, this was Marx's and Engels's primary effort. When Marx started the project, however, he believed that it would soon be interrupted by a new, bigger revolution. A world conflagration will intervene, he wrote confidently to Joseph Wade Meyer. 7 But the world conflagration failed to take place and other, more trivial things caused the journal's downfall. Neue Rheinische had been a brilliant success in Cologne, particularly after Marx gave up the idea of a broader democratic coalition. It turned out to be significantly more difficult, after the guns fell silent, to raise similar enthusiasm among potential readers. In addition, it was now a thick journal with long articles. Marx was aware that the new review would lose the opportunities of a newspaper to comment on current events. He comforted himself with the fact that on the other hand, it would gain analytical depth. Their journal would contribute to providing for both Marx and his family, and Engels. This required a great stock of subscribers, and additionally a number of individual issues sold. The diligence of the editors was exemplary. The first issue came out on March 6, and the last on November 29. They both had written a large part of the content themselves. 8. But by November 29, Engels had already given up. In Manchester, he was going to acquire the fixed income that would not only provide for him, but also in part for the growing Marx family. At the same time, the decision meant a defeat. For a few years, he and Marx had stood side by side, though Marx was the leader in both their own eyes and those of the world around them. Now they were going their separate ways. It was Marx who would write the heavy, epoch-making tomes, with the great work of social theory that would become capital in the center. Engels would earn his daily bread in the family company, supporting the Marx family with what was left over. The time and energy not required by his ordinary work could be devoted to the great cause. The journal had not been the success they expected. The difficulties emerge with painful lucidity in the substantial correspondence the project gave rise to. Marx sent a long series of letters, above all to fellow thinkers stationed at various locations in the German states. But the responses were rather discouraging. There was not as much interest as they had expected. Wedemeyer, still in Frankfurt, did not have much of anything positive to report, or money from sales to send. He observed bitterly that even the workers in Frankfurt had become petty bourgeois. But the difficulties did not stop there. Distribution was poor, subscribers were not getting their issues. Finally, even the editors were handing in their manuscripts late. 9. In short, it was a project that gave neither Marx nor Engels any income or any new influence among those in Germany whose revolutionary convictions could be strengthened and deepened. The contents of the journal were considerably more solid than its influence, to say nothing of its finances. Both Marx and Engels started by summarizing what had actually happened during the revolutions that had just taken place. Engels wrote on the struggle for a new constitution, and Marx's first major contribution was a long text on the class struggles in France during the last revolution, The Class Struggles in France, 1848 to 1850. It is the first work, and one of few, in which Marx provided a picture of all social classes in a society of the time and of their mutual battles and compromises. We must therefore stop a moment before this text, which is barely 100 pages long. Marx began with an assurance that the result of the revolution was not due to the revolutionaries themselves but to the fact that the development of society had not managed to go far enough. But the tragicomic result was a counter-revolution. Now it was a question of getting to know the true face of the counter-revolution in more detail. The masters after the July Revolution of 1830 were not the entire bourgeoisie but only sectors of them, the bankers, the kings of the stock exchange, and other similar groups with rapidly growing fortunes, in short what was called the finance aristocracy, in contrast to the old aristocracy that was soon to be left behind. This finance aristocracy was made of the people who had flourished in the fabulously rapid enrichment of the years Guizot and Louis Philippe were in power. An observer from our time, seemingly so distant from France of the 1830s and 1840s, would suddenly feel at home. In the world of the 2010s it is also the bankers, the kings of the stock exchange, and their ilk who have ultimate power in their hands. Politicians are at their beck and call, as Guizot once was, and the smallest ripple on the surface of the stock market rouses their consternation, or their delight. We are living in a modified July monarchy. But the real July monarchy fell in February 1848. The provisional government that was first formed at the time constituted a compromise between various classes. The bourgeoisie was in the majority, but there were also petty bourgeois, even the workers were allowed to be part, in a small corner with Louis Blanc as their chief representative. But the mutual understanding could not last long, and moreover the various social perspectives and interests were too different, incompatible, in fact. The role of the industrial proletariat was, as Marx pointed out, rather insignificant in France. Simply put, industry had not managed to go far enough in its development. The workers disappeared behind all the petty bourgeoisie and farmers, and were sucked into the general talk of brotherhood. Under that word, brotherhood, la fraternite, that old slogan from the French Revolution of 1789, everyone could be united in a pleasant dissociation from class antagonisms, a sentimental reconciliation of class interests, and people dreamily believed they could rise above the class struggle. But concrete political actions always favored someone and were unfair to someone else. The state needed money, but a tax increase primarily affected the farmers. To defend itself against discontent, the Republic created a guard mobile that consisted of what Marx called the lumpenproletariat, which meant everything from career criminals to people with unspecified occupations. The temperature rose. The workers, journeymen and others who were imbued with radical thinking, it should be said, gathered on the Champ de Mars. The rumor spread that they were armed, and the regular army was called in. But the general election was a success for the left, and the antagonism soon hardened. The bourgeoisie could no longer tolerate the advances of the left. In Marx's interpretation, they forced the June Rebellion, which ended in a bloody massacre. He saw one cause of the left's defeat in the lack of planning and leadership. The February Revolution was the beautiful revolution, and the June Revolution was the ugly one, he said. In the long run, the bourgeoisie could not stay on good terms with the petty bourgeoisie, but got into constant conflicts. Moreover, the interests of the shop owners or journeyman craftsmen were far too different to those of the factory owners, the big merchants, and the bankers. The former thought they had a trump card in their hand through their parliamentary situation. But they never got any equivalent power. In the election of September 1848, both Louis Bonaparte, the future Napoleon III, and the chemist François Vincent Raspail, a radical leftist, Marx called him a communist, who had just been sentenced to a long term of imprisonment for the sake of his opinions, were both elected as representatives. The revolution swerved to the left. It was now that a new human right was proclaimed by the revolutionary left. To those which had already been established during the revolutionary years of 1789 to 1794, the right to work was added. It was a social right, if anything, and as such was something new. Marx had always had a skeptical attitude towards declarations of rights, which in his opinion easily became empty rhetoric in a class society. But, he added, behind the demand for the right to work lay another, larger, demand, power over capital, and thereby the appropriation, Einennung, of the means of production. Another programmatic point was progressive taxation, but, Marx said, progressive taxation was fully compatible with a bourgeois political system. It was even the most cherished alternative of the petty bourgeoisie. Marx must have been arguing that the radical demand for the right to work was being watered down by the other demand, higher taxes for those who earned or owned more. On the other hand, progressive taxation was also a demand in the manifesto. The right to work was shrunk in its parliamentary treatment to a right to relief. In a historical perspective, this radical demand is still the most important contribution the revolution of 1848-49 left to the future. In all the developments that followed, a tug-of-war dominated between Parliament on the one hand and Louis Bonaparte, who after many strange turns, but with a large majority, had been elected President of the Republic, on the other. Election reforms deprived a large part of the impoverished male population of the right to vote for a time. The consequences were that Parliament came to be dominated by petty and big bourgeois forces who considered themselves as standing for law and order. Women were still excluded entirely. The party of order again favored the finance aristocracy, as well as the industrial bourgeoisie and the large landowners, groups that could agree on common politics in relation to the other classes. Many urban citizens with more modest economic conditions also adopted the demands of the bourgeoisie in the hope of being able to improve their own situation. But the party of order had a powerful opponent in Louis Bonaparte. The president knew he was a man of the people. Above all, he had the farmers on his side. The freeholders constituted the great majority, 2/3, Marx claimed, of the population of France. When the majority of Parliament voted through a tax on wine, their discontent reached boiling point. When Marx was writing his article, the struggle for power was in full swing. He did not yet know its outcome. he was only trying to find fixed points in an unceasing flow of current events. There are a few elements on the class struggle in the article that deserve mention. Marx compared France with Great Britain, pointing out that the stock exchange aristocracy in the latter was the subject of sharp, effective attacks from the leaders of industry, naming once again Richard Cobden and John Bright, the most colorful among the Manchester liberals, whose clarity and consistency he most reluctantly admired. The schism was due to the fact that Great Britain was a country that had managed to go farther in its capitalist development, he pointed out. Implicitly understood was that the representatives of productive capital had a stronger position. Point 10. It is also worth noting that his conviction that the revolutions were natural features of this historical development remained unshaken. More than that, they drove history forward. Or, as he said with a typical metaphor that would be repeated among many of his more militant followers, revolutions are the locomotives of history. 11. It was a conviction built on the experiences of 1789, 1830, and 1848. Rebellions that knocked sitting regimes out of the saddle were inevitable features of the development of modern society. One term that, on the other hand, was given a new and much more important role in the article on the class struggles in France was interests. But it would be scrutinized in connection with another work, Marx's Real Test of Strength from the early 1850s, namely the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Before this comes up for discussion, something must be said about the concluding texts in Nuit Renascit. These are made up of reviews of newly published literature that Marx and Engels wrote, more or less together. They are often rather detailed examinations of books, with a shifting character, everything from a 2-volume work on religion in the New Era to François Guizot's attempt to explain why England had succeeded with its revolution in the 17th century, but not France with its corresponding political revolutions much later. Guizot had himself become the leading politician after the July Revolution of 1830, but he had no more than anyone else managed to create a stable constitutional monarchy of the British type. It is hardly surprising that Marx and Engels found Guizot's explanations insufficient. Guizot only had an eye for the political game, and saw in Great Britain a congenial interplay between Whigs and Tories, liberals and conservatives. He did not see that the political stability had its foundations in a great alliance between the bourgeoisie and the large landowners, and above all he did not see the dramatic developments that occurred in society while the governments shifted. The manufacturers had developed to the degree that they burst their own frames asunder and made a place for industry that through steam machinery had become gigantic factories. A successful bourgeoisie had conquered the world market. But the development had also created a rapidly growing proletariat that threatened the peaceful game of governmental power that Guizot praised so lyrically. In France, on the other hand, the bourgeois class had had enough problems to cope with after the revolutions that they themselves had more or less been the architects of, but had time and again slipped out of their hands. 12. The review is one example of materialist historical writing as Marx and Engels imagined it. But the example has its limitations. Guizot chose them, not his critics. A crucial part, perhaps the crucial part, in fact, of the journal was to have been a review in which neither books nor the February Revolution would be debated, but where the crucial events of the recent period would be scrutinized. Certain parts of the text that were to cover the first months of 1850 were certainly written by Marx, even if the author's name is missing. Only he, and not Engels, could have come up with the idea of comparing the ambition of the Prussian King Wilhelm Friedrich IV to fortify his sovereign power with the Greek poem Batrachomyomachia, the battle between the frogs and the mice, a ruthless and comical parody of classic depictions of war in the style of the Iliad that was composed sometime between 500 and 300 BCE. 13 But it is neither Germany, nor Austria, Russia, Turkey, England, or France that made the deepest impression on the author of the article but the United States, more specifically, the discovery of gold in California. This was more important than the February Revolution, in fact, it was said, perhaps even more important than the discovery of America itself. 18 months after the discovery there was already a railroad, a major highway, and a canal in the state. Trade changed direction, and San Francisco developed as a new center of world trade. A long coast, one of the most beautiful and fertile in the world, would contribute further to rapid development. World trade would soon get a new center in California, and American traffic would soon not only be heading eastward to Europe but westward as well. People of all types would gather in this new earthly paradise, from Yankees to Chinese, from blacks to Indians to Malays, from Creole and Mestizo to European, and the most recalcitrant peoples would be pulled into world trade, Marx maintained. It is a sure prophecy of the time when the Pacific Ocean would become more important for trade than the Atlantic. Above all, it is a spectacular picture of the globalization that the forgetful 1980s gladly saw as something entirely new. Marx also maintained, more or less without support from Engels, that Europe's only possibility of holding its own in stiffening competition was a social revolution that transformed the relations of production in such a way that they could interact with modern productive forces. On the other hand, nothing was said about the need for a similar revolution in the United States. But was the United States of the 1850s not a country where capitalism reigned? Certainly it was. 14. The reviews that followed do not have the same powerful content. What is interesting, however, is an appreciative and critical report of Thomas Carlyle's recent latter-day pamphlets, published in 1850. Carlyle attacked contemporary society from a conservative position, but there are elements in his criticism reminiscent of those Marx and Engels formulated. The book was praised for that reason, but was criticized for its author's veneration of the Middle Ages. 15. One powerful contribution in the double issue of the journal dated May, October 1850 is Engels's more than 80-page article on the German peasant wars of the 16th century. It may seem like an odd deviation from the orientation on the contemporary era that characterizes everything else in the journal. But at the beginning and the end, Engels connected with the current situation. Even Germany has a revolutionary tradition, he said by way of introduction, and he concluded by assuring his readers that the final defeat of the peasant wars would not be repeated in 19th century Europe. The future beyond the rebellion was bright. 16. In the concluding issue of the journal, it was noted that the project was nearing its end. It had not become what Marx and Engels had hoped. Somewhat discouraged, they printed parts of the Communist Manifesto, and in the extensive review on the events from May to October 1850 they were compelled in the introduction to observe that revolutionary forces everywhere had been pushed back. The overview went on to deal with railroad construction and the accompanying speculation on the stock exchange, the potato blight of the 1840s, and problems with raw materials in the cotton industry where Engels was soon to serve. But the United States and its rapid development soon came into focus again, and the growing significance of the Pacific Ocean for trade and shipping was emphasized as it had been before. More, however, dealt with the disintegration of the Chartist movement in Great Britain and on the tug-of-war in France between Louis Bonaparte and Parliament. The entire article was an attempt to catch the period in flight. The text has a journalistic drift, but lacks structure. It would be Marx's and Engels's last contribution to the journal, which went to its grave with this text. 17. A little masterpiece that brought in less than nothing. A few years ago, one of the leading German newspapers of our time, Die Zeit, selected the 100 greatest literary works of world history. Thomas Mann's Buddenbrooks is there, as is Heinrich Mann's Der Untertan, The Loyal Subject, and Alfred Doblin's Berlin Alexanderplatz. August Strindberg's Miss Julie is among those selected, but the list also contains a surprise, Marx's The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Of course, Marx's book is a masterpiece. The first pages in particular are among those in Marx's works that are never to be forgotten, on a level with the very best he wrote. It belongs to the tradition of world literature. The book, or booklet, came into being over an astoundingly brief period. Marx began the work in December 1851 and was finished in March 1852. The year that had passed since Neue Reinigungszeitung was shut down had been full of problems, of which familial and financial were far from the only ones. The schisms within the still young and limited German workers' movement had deepened. Among those who were still active in German territory, Marx had good support for his tactic of waiting for a spontaneous proletarian uprising before the Bund der Kommunisten would go into action. In October 1850, Hermann Wilhelm Haupt wrote from Hamburg that their opponents, Willich and Schapper, did not stand a chance. Opinion was unanimous in Hamburg, likewise in Frankfurt and Wiesbaden. The zealous supporters of revolution in London were asses if they thought they could get any support in Germany. 18. In London, on the other hand, where the German refugees were like dogs fighting over a bone, the polemics continued tirelessly, and both Marx and Engels devoted a seemingly unreasonable attention to the conflicts. The communists quarreled internally, and outside their circles there were other refugees who were socialists, more indeterminate Democrats, Republicans, or something else, and the differences in opinion gave rise to endless controversies. Marx and Engels took part wholeheartedly. As we know, Marx had been subjected to shameful slander among these people, but neither he nor Engels were slow to give as good as they got. Marx wrote the brief, unpublished text mentioned earlier, Skizzen über die deutsche Kleinbürgerliche Emigration in London im Sommer 1851, Sketches of German petty bourgeois emigration of London in the summer of 1851, in which some of his most detested opponents, Arnold Ruge among them, were castigated. But that was just the beginning. He and Engels soon pulled themselves together for a joint attack on all their opponents in the pamphlet The Great Men of the Exile. A great deal of work lay behind it, consisting of an intense collection of material in which Jenny Marx also took part, as did Ernst Dronke, who at that point was one of Marx's and Engels's loyal followers, but would soon give up both communism and political activity and become a tradesman. The pamphlet was sent by courier to Germany where it was to be printed, but the courier was a police spy and delivered it to the police authority in Prussia instead. It was never printed during Marx's or Engels's lifetime, and no great damage was done with it. It is a text partly in the same style as the Holy Family or the German ideology, but it does not have the same intellectual scope. There is only one phrase that really stands out, and it is certainly Marx's creation, character mask. The inspiration came from a satirical poem by Heinrich Heine, in which someone was said to lack talent but was still a character, kein Talent, doch ein Charakter. Briefly put, he could play the game without understanding what it was about. The phrase character mask itself, however, provides further and more interesting associations with classical Greek drama and its masks. The word would return in Marx's later production, and that with a crucial significance for his fundamental theory. 19. It is not Marx, however, who inspired those who use the phrase character mask in current English. On the internet, a character mask is a mask portraying a politician or other celebrity, like Barack Obama or Michael Jackson. But enough about that. The manuscript on the Great Men in Exile came into being in a great hurry in May and June 1852. A lot had already happened by then. The Communist League had dissolved, and a visible organizational boundary had thereby been erased between Marx and Engels on the one side and men such as Ruge and his ilk on the other. The death blow for the League was dealt, as we have already seen, by Prussia and through the trials of communists in Cologne. When its most important representatives in the German states were locked up in houses of correction, the organization no longer meaningfully existed. It is easy to see how quickly the mood shifted. In March 1850, Marx and Engels had written an optimistic address in the name of the League. The predictions in the manifesto had come true to the letter. The death of Joseph Moll was a hard blow, it is true, but now it was only a matter of waiting for the proletariat to rise under its own power, or also for the Holy Alliance to attack the revolutionary Babylon. Faced with these prospects, the workers had to arm themselves, and Marx and Engels even hoped for an alliance between the proletariat and the lumpenproletariat, the same lumpenproletariat that had been castigated in the manifesto and other writings. The optimism in those pages did not have much support in reality. No rebellions shook the revolutionary Babylon. The trials of communists in Cologne did not arouse the protests of the masses, only their fear. 20. As always, the dark clouds got Marx to take up his pen. The most important result is his book about Napoleon III's path to power. It was his friend Joseph Wedemeyer who let the text fill an entire booklet of the newly founded journal Die Revolution. Wedemeyer had, prudently enough, left Germany and moved to the United States, and it was there he published his journal. Obviously, Jenny and Karl had hoped for a certain financial dividend for such an excellent text. But no, it brought in weniger als nix, less than nothing, Jenny wrote. In general, the little book remained a black sheep of the family. Even in a letter from 1869 to her sister Jenny, Laura complained that there would be no French translation, despite its continued topicality. 21 Only posterity has been able to appreciate the work according to its merits. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte 22 contains not only a vivid portrayal of the course of events that ultimately made it possible for Napoleon's nephew to become emperor after a coup. It also contains fundamentally important arguments that cast light on Marx's view of history. In the first pages in particular, Marx formulates a few brilliant aphorisms that often appear in collections of familiar quotations. We will begin with the bit of French history between 1848 and 1850. Marx had already depicted the start of this process in his article on the class struggles in France. But he was then compelled to bring it to an end in the middle of a flow of events whose continued direction lay hidden. Now, his depiction reached the definitive end of the revolution, when an entirely different history began, that of the Second Empire. In the classical style, Marx divides the course of events into three parts. First, a prologue. The ruling finance aristocracy of the July monarchy was to be overthrown, but the rebellion soon took on greater proportions. The common folk mounted the barricades, demanding more than a political revolution. Social conditions must also be transformed. But during the second phase, the leaders of the new bourgeois republic tried to stop developments that threatened their own position. This led to open rebellion, which cost many lives. Marx provided a split, to say the least, image of the efforts of the proletariat. On the one hand, they raised demands that were nothing more than utopian nonsense, utopische Floskeln. On the other, the June uprising was the most colossal event in the history of European civil wars. 23 The bourgeoisie won, and stabilized their power. The proletariat was forced back onto the revolutionary stage. Marx gladly used metaphors from the theater in the presence of dramatic events, and their ever more questionable leaders devoted themselves to diverse experiments marked by the conviction that the desired changes to society would occur in private fashion through anti-capitalist banks, workers' associations, and so on. It was Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and his followers that, without naming names, Marx was criticizing. In Marx's opinion, the social revolution cannot be realized through gradual measures that undermine the power of the capitalists. This can only happen in open battle. The bourgeois republic means pure class despotism. The third period, which ended with the coup of 18 Brumaire, December 2, was characterized by the power struggle between Parliament and the popularly elected president, Louis Bonaparte, whom Marx had already depicted in his article on the class struggles. Legislation and taxation was in the hands of Parliament. The majority of the people, the farmers, embraced the president, and the latter also succeeded in winning the loose elements of society, its outcasts, the lumpen proletariat, by providing them with food, wine, and weapons. When Bonaparte's term as president was nearing its end and he could not be re-elected according to the constitution, he staged a coup d'état, entrenching himself at the top of a substantial imperial bureaucracy and a loyal army. The choice of date for the coup was not at random. 18 Brumaire was, according to the French revolutionary calendar, the day in 1804 when the first Napoleon crowned himself emperor, and also the day a year later when he won his most famous victory, the Battle of the Three Emperors at Austerlitz. The interest and strength of Marx's writing is not in the depiction of the series of events. It is brisk and skillful, but also arbitrary. The important thing is what he says about social classes, on the difference between saying and doing, on the history that marks people's thinking and language, on historical patterns that are repeated, and especially on people's freedom and lack of freedom. First, class. The freeholding farmers did not constitute a class, Marx said. Their conditions are homogeneous, it is true, and they are all affected by the same kinds of taxes. But they live and work independently of each other and constitute only a vast mass. Neither division of labor nor technological development based on contemporary science affects their labor yet. No one can really represent them, they exist one by one. Of course, there are revolutionary farmers, but they have been defeated. Conservative farmers are the ones Napoleon III could support himself on. It certainly looks like the new emperor's state constituted its own independent power, but it has its essential support among the farmers. Point 24. The different layers of the bourgeoisie, on the other hand, are a class like the petty bourgeoisie and the workers. The French workers may have bad leaders, but they nonetheless constitute a class. The petty bourgeoisie believe themselves to be above class interests, but of course they are not. The stock exchange aristocracy, productive capitalists, and large landowners may often fight against each other. In the parliament of the revolutionary period they formed a common front against the president, who was on his way to making himself emperor. It is clear that Marx's classes are not complete, closed entities as they are in a contemporary statistical overview of various occupational categories. It is not generally the term class that is in focus for him, it is, as French philosopher Louis Althusser pointed out, the class struggle. In other words, it is not the anatomy of society that occupies Marx, but its conflicts. Point 25. Here, there is a particular problem with the groups we would call intellectual, the people tasked with creating, developing, or conveying knowledge, values, and programs of action. All democratic representatives are not shop owners, Marx pointed out. On the contrary, with their education and their positions as intellectuals, they may be far from them. But they will not cross the boundaries of the material interests of their class. The background, of course, is that many leading figures in various parties do not have their occupational experience in the various core activities of their parties but could be teachers, lawyers, doctors, authors, or journalists. How could they see society from the perspective of the petty or big bourgeois? And how could Karl Marx, with his lawyer's education and his doctorate in philosophy, assume the standpoint of the waged laborers? The statement just expressed, that all intellectuals in politics are nevertheless limited by the class interests they represent, does not provide a satisfactory answer to the question. It is further brought to a head by the fact that many intellectuals, especially at that time, maintained that their opinions had the sanction of science. Marx himself was one of them. He claimed to be an innovative scientist. Questions of this kind will occupy us in due course. They are crucial for understanding Marx's perceptions of society. But in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte they are still open, without answers. Another term that plays a central role in the same book is interest. Marx said, and as in private life one differentiates between what a man thinks and says of himself and what he really is and does, so in historical struggles one must still more distinguish the language and the imaginary aspirations of parties from their real organism and real interests, their conception of themselves from their reality. 26. The expression real organism may seem strange today, but in the mid-19th century it was not. The real organism was the party as it was, not as it wanted to appear. Through this quote, we come back to the most fundamental figure in Marx's world of ideas ever since his early youth, the opposition between heaven and earth, head and feet, form and content, what through various turns of history would come to be cemented in the more rigid pair of base and superstructure in the textbooks. But here, as in the article on the class struggles, the term interest stands out. It is never again as important in Marx's writing as it is in both these works. The root is in two Latin words, inter and esse, between and, to, be. But interest is no classical Latin term. Marx came into contact with it chiefly through British philosophy. It is both a central psychological, perhaps even anthropological, term, and a narrower economic term having to do with dividends earned against a loan or investment. From the start, interest is the amount a capitalist pays to a landowner or property owner to be allowed to produce goods in a fixed location, perhaps in buildings that are not even their own. With the development of the stock exchange, the word interest gains additional content, speculation picks up momentum. The psychological term has a certain relationship with the idea of homo economicus, economic man, who knows exactly what favors them or is to their disadvantage. The unbiased person can navigate through existence in a way that, given the circumstances, makes their life better than if they had been guided by prejudices of various kinds. On a political plane, this means that if people's interests become generally accepted in decision-making associations, they will also correspond to the prevailing interests in society. Marx was not unaffected by this discussion when he was writing his articles in the early 1850s. But the content was entirely different. Interest is set against conscious ideas, whatever those may be. Interest has nothing to do with what people think and say but with what they are and what they do. Phrases and fancies may not be mixed together with real interests. The meaning is not uncomplicated. It conflicts with its daily use in sentences like foreign languages and picking mushrooms are my main interests. Rather, Marx is referring to the social forces operating under the surface on which our consciousness moves. It is not strange that the word in this sense fades away in Marx's later writings and is replaced by other, more sophisticated ways of describing the play between conscious ideas and driving forces in society. But the content has stuck in common perceptions of Marx's theories, which is perhaps why his writings on the 18th Brumaire are so widely read. Interest in the economic sense, as dividends earned, also plays a role in Marx's writings, his later ones in particular. But there, it is embedded in his more central categories such as capital and surplus value. Point 27. It is not the comments on interest that made the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte so admired. It is rather the very first pages of the work, which contain a chain of sentences that are often quoted. First is the reference to Hegel, who said somewhere that history always repeats itself. But Marx interjects that Hegel forgot to point out that the original course of events takes the form of a tragedy, to later be repeated as farce. Robespierre of the 1790s had his counterpart in Louis Blanc of the 1840s, and instead of the uncle came the nephew, that is, Napoleon III had to shoulder the role of Napoleon I. Point 28. But more interesting is what Marx immediately thereafter says about history. People make their own history, but they do not freely do so, they do so under immediately given circumstances. The past sets the framework for them. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. These lines are an interesting example of the often abused term dialectics. So much is settled in advance, but people are nevertheless creative. Marx was not, as is often asserted, determinist. On the other hand, he occupied himself intensely with what limited human action. The leading actors of history also themselves contributed to bringing the past to life. Luther dressed up as Saint Paul. The French Revolution of 1789 mirrored the Roman Republic, and Napoleon Imperial Rome. The Revolution of 1848 tried to follow in the footsteps of 1789. In like manner, a beginner who has learnt a new language always translates it back into his mother tongue, Marx said. Only someone who can move freely in the new language can create something independently. The comparison also applies to the social revolution that Marx hoped would soon break out. It was preceded by a series of bourgeois revolutions. The first was Oliver Cromwell's in England in the mid-17th century. The bourgeoisie in itself was unheroic but still needed heroism, sacrifice, terror and civil war to reach its goal. All revolutions bring the dead to life in order to endow their own battles with heroism. What happened in France between 1848 and 1851 meant that an entire people found itself transported to a past epoch. But it had to be different with the 19th century social revolution. It cannot draw its poetry from the past, but only from the future, Marx said. It must let the dead bury their dead, and reach out to its own content. In other words, it should not dress up in the clothes of older times, their forms, but concentrate on what is the core of its task. Point 29. A social revolution is precisely a matter of content, that is, the material basis of society, while strictly political revolutions necessarily concentrate on form, which is politics. The line of thought is not difficult to understand, but it still raises questions that we had previously skirted. What did Marx mean about poetry in that quote? It can scarcely be the poetry he loved so much, from the ancient Greeks to Heinrich Heine. Rather, this poetry is the phrases and opinions that previous revolutionaries took from the past, whether it be ancient Roman heroes or Robespierre or Napoleon I. As he often did, Marx depicted the future that he desired only in negative terms. The coming revolution will not be like the previous ones. It will not dig into the past. On the contrary, it will meet the future without being guided by ancient ideas. Marx's work was published in a second German edition in 1869. In the preface, he observed that initial distribution of the book in Germany had been insignificant. In 1869, on the other hand, there was great interest in it. Marx compared his 18th Brumaire with two other books on the same dramatic period, Victor Hugo's Napoléon le Petit, The Little Napoleon, and Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's La Révolution sociale de Montrer par le coup d'état du 2 décembre, The Social Revolution Illuminated through the Coup of December 2, both of which were published in 1852, the same year as Marx's work. Hugo, who Marx never held in particular regard, explained the course of events entirely with the person of Louis Napoleon himself. He turned up like a bolt from the blue, Marx said. But in that case, wouldn't the main character of the book be great, and not little, if he could produce so much on his own initiative? For his part, Proudhon tried to see the coup as the result of historical development, but in his zeal to be an objective historian turned the retinue of putschists into heroes. Marx emphasized how the class struggle in France lifted up the bizarre Louis Bonaparte as the final solution to an otherwise unsolvable dilemma. He did not revise the work. If he had, it would have lost its distinctive coloring, he claimed. Point 30. Conquering the world with a pen. A large, important part of Marx's journalism is composed of the articles he published in the New York Daily Tribune. The background is an interesting one. The paper's managing editor, Charles Anderson Dana, took a trip around Europe in the late 1840s. In revolutionary Paris, he ran into Karl Marx, who made a strong impression on him through his uncompromising radicalism and his enormous wealth of knowledge. The idea of linking Marx to the Daily Tribune had stirred back then, but could not be realized immediately since Marx soon became occupied with his own newspaper in Cologne. When Marx arrived in London, destitute and in desperate need of money, it became that much more important for him to establish close contact with the newspaper on the other side of the Atlantic. The platform Dana and his editor-in-chief, Horace Greeley, could offer him was not just any platform. The paper was successful, respected, and had a broad circulation, especially among the lower classes of society. The Daily Tribune was as serious as it was radical, founded and managed by Horace Greeley. Greeley was a socialist, primarily a follower of Charles Fourier, and he conducted an involved struggle for workers and others forced to live on the margins of the economy. Back in the 1830s, he had emerged as one of the most important molders of opinion against slavery. Charles A. Dana, long his right-hand man, had more direct experience of the socialist experiment. For 5 years, he had lived and worked in a small utopian society of which there were so many at the time. It was called Brook Farm, located in Massachusetts. Fourier was its guiding light, and its founder, George Ripley, at length became the literary editor at the Daily Tribune and thus a colleague of Dana's. Brook Farm had come to nothing by then, by all appearances because the participants had not sufficiently mastered the art of either managing a farm or carrying out production on an industrial scale. Dana made for revolutionary Europe instead. There he met not only Marx, but also encountered the future Napoleon III. It is striking how much he agrees with Marx in his description of this remarkable man. Dana saw from his spectator's seat how the future ruler captured everyone's attention in Parliament, although he was an ordinary man with an unbecoming mustache and marked by a life of dissipation. It is not odd that Marx felt at home in the New York paper and that Dana, responsible for reporting from Europe, so generously prepared a place for his articles. And Marx was assiduous. Only the American Civil War put a stop to his collaboration. Strangely enough, the interruption coincided with Dana being fired from the paper in 1862, for reasons that are shrouded in mystery. For the Daily Tribune, it meant a setback, but Dana himself had a splendid career. He first became Assistant Secretary of War in Abraham Lincoln's cabinet, and after the war he took over another New York paper, The Sun, which under his management achieved wide circulation and great influence. 31. But we are here concerned with Marx. Ostensibly, Marx's debut in the paper was back in October 1851. But despite Marx being indicated as the author, it was Engels who wrote the debut articles dealing with revolution and counter-revolution in Germany. Marx was busy with something else at the time, nor had his own English reached the level that it was good enough for newspaper prose. In Sperber's words, it always remained noticeably Teutonic. 32. After that, Marx became that much more assiduous. Despite his poverty and despite the sorrows, he wrote a copious number of articles for the Daily Tribune. They are so many that, compiled into books, they extend over several thousand pages and constitute an important part, predominant, in fact, of the mass of text he sent to print. Posterity has forgotten that he stood out as a journalist in his time. After the revolutions in the late 1840s, it was not Europeans but Americans who got to acquaint themselves with the art of his writing. He himself saw the United States as an increasingly important recipient of radical ideas. Many Europeans had escaped the wave of counter-revolutions to the other side of the Atlantic. But above all, the United States was undergoing dramatically rapid industrial and economic development. It should have been a good breeding ground for radical ideas. The Daily Tribune was thus an important forum, and not just an insufficient though necessary contribution to supporting Marx's family. But, despite everything, he also published a number of articles in Europe. At irregular intervals, he submitted contributions to the Chartist organ The People's Paper, and in 1855 he devoted his main energies to a new radical German paper, Neue Oder Zeitung, which in due course, however, was quickly banned by the authorities. In the early 1860s, he wrote a number of articles in Die Presse, a Viennese newspaper that opinion-wise suited him poorly and at times refused to publish what he had written. Die Presse, which began publication in the revolutionary year of 1848, is otherwise still around, despite various interruptions to its publication. Marx wrote his articles in a period when technology was developing rapidly in both the United States and Europe. Rotary presses, it is true, were not in practical use until the mid-1860s. But the telegraph was already playing a major role in the dissemination of news. It was already in use in Europe and in North America, and news thereby spread rapidly over an ever greater portion of both continents. The idea of an enormous Atlantic cable linking the United States and Great Britain had been raised back in 1851 at the Great Exhibition in London, and a few years later Cyrus W. Field, an American as rich as he was enthusiastic, decided to invest much of his fortune into the project. Field was a paper mill owner, and the development of the press was economically important to him. In 1858, it seemed as if a connection had been successfully set up, and Queen Victoria sent a telegram to the American President James Buchanan praising God for the wonders of technology. But the cable soon fell quiet, and new attempts could not be made until after the American Civil War. A functional cable was laid only in 1865.33. By then, Marx had stopped writing for the Daily Tribune. During his time as a contributor, his texts had to be shipped across the Atlantic by steamer. He always dated his articles, which is why it is easy to see that it took at least 14 days before they were published. The news served to readers on the East Coast was thus not completely fresh. But, by the standards of the time, the distribution of news across the ocean was still fast. Marx's standpoint was from London, and it can be seen in everything he wrote. The British press, the British Parliament, and the British governments, in particular their prime ministers, remain at the centre of his reporting. The British workers' movement was also important, as are strikes and lockouts in an industry that constantly swung between boom and bust. But the British outlook also guaranteed that the perspective would never be narrowly national. The empire, as time went on, the biggest the world had ever seen, was under construction. India was subjected to British domination, and China was forced into a dependency through widespread opium addiction. Marx wrote so many articles on both countries that there are special collections of them. Marx on China thus constitutes a separate volume, as does Karl Marx on India. 34. Between 1853 and 1856, the Crimean War was raging, in which a coalition of France, Great Britain, and the Ottoman Empire defeated Russia. The Turkish question is of course a recurring theme in Marx's articles. Where purely military questions were concerned, Engels stepped in. War and the risks of war were generally central themes in Marx's reporting. The war between France and Austria in 1859 received its share of attention, but this applied even more to the American Civil War. Moreover, Marx provided many glimpses of what was happening in the German states, in France, in Denmark, and in several other European countries. His articles were often an audacious potpourri of various subjects. One article could have a headline such as "The Russian Humbug," "Gladstone's Failure," Sir Charles Wood's East Indian Reforms, and another "Advertisement Duty," "Russian Movements, Denmark, the United States in Europe." But sometimes he concentrated on one subject, for example the worker question. 35. His reporting could sometimes be rather impersonal, sequences of events and statements that could have been made from starting points entirely other than his own. In short, he appeared as a competent and objective news journalist. But the typical Marxist convictions often shine through, and he even more frequently sets what he talks about in the context that his theories and political program represent. He knew that the New York Daily Tribune was a radical newspaper and that Charles Anderson Dana had recommended precisely him so that he would voice his unmistakable opinions about what was happening in the world. Marx would not otherwise have agreed to anything else. He had an unwavering courage to sun opinion, the courage to stand for his opinion even in the most inconvenient context. A common feature in his articles, as with what he wrote previously and would write later, is the conviction that technological development drives humanity forward, despite the sacrifices it cost. He could recount how many horsepower were now driving British industry. 36 statistics, with their exact figures, filled him with evident satisfaction. With their help, one can measure the rapidity of development and its potential failings. The telegraph, with its increasingly rapid flow of information, found an admirer in him. He found the conservative The Times excessively ridiculous when it questioned the reliability of the mendacious wire of the new era, so unlike the messages by letter or oral information of previous epochs. 37 The Times otherwise was among the constant subjects of his venomous attacks, as was British conservatism on the whole. The same applies to the even more extravagant Prussian right wing. In one article, he mentioned his own brother-in-law with disapproval. The minister von Westphalen represents the ultra-Prussian aristocracy. 38. The loathing for the Russia of the Tsars was even greater and partially rubbed off onto his attitude towards Denmark. With a certain degree of Russian assistance, Denmark had gone to war with Prussia, which had just been shaken by revolution, and won a victory that was confirmed through the peace at Malmö in 1848. Marx returned several times to the deceitful little country. He does not spare a word for the fact that Denmark got its first constitution in 1849. On the other hand, he depicts with relish some reactionary critics of that constitution, including the famous Nikolai Frederick Severin Grundtvig, who predicted the prompt downfall of the country when it so shamefully broke with its ancient tradition of royal absolutism. 39. While he castigated all conservative regimes, he expressed his admiration for Great Britain. This was the country where the revolution of modern society first took place. But it was admiration that flourished best at a distance. In an article on the Times's denunciation of radical refugees, he quotes its assessment of his lot: "Their punishment is exile in its harshest form," and Riley concurs: "As to the last point, the Times is right, England is a lovely country to live out of." With a sigh, he quoted Dante, another writer forced into unhappy exile: "How salt the bread of others 40." Despite the bitter taste, he welcomed every measure that hastened development into the modern age. This was the explanation for him expressing himself positively towards those who held the most immediately opposing views, the Manchester Liberals with Bright and Cobden at their head. He supported them in their untiring battle against the British right wing. In Marx's opinion, free trade expedited the classless society. At the same time, he observed bitterly that the same representatives of the Manchester School opposed every proposal for improving workers' conditions. In fact, his tone against the party of the factory owners became even harsher, the more union questions came to dominate his reporting. The workers and their opportunities. In the 1850s and early 1860s, Marx's own political activities were negligible. This did not mean that his interest in the great social questions or the situation and possible future of the working class had disappeared. It is only that he saw no other opportunities to influence the situation himself than through his pen. The liberation of the working class was and would remain the achievement of the working class itself. He could express himself strikingly optimistically, for example in an article on Chartism in the New York Daily Tribune, in which he asserted that the crucial step would be the implementation of general and equal voting rights. The working class would thus not win victory with barricades and live ammunition but thanks to its superior numerical strength. The British were generally not naturally suited for revolutions but rather for reforms, he pointed out. Through their reform work, the Manchester Liberals undermined the power of the old landowners. They were therefore carrying out the necessary work for future social upheavals. In these memorable articles, Marx spoke about revolutions without any violence whatsoever. The political revolution would be carried out with the ballot box, and the social revolution would also take place through the increasingly crucial role of the workers in production. The article actually dealt with the Chartists, who Marx called the politically active portion of the British working class. If Chartism could be brought completely back to life and organized in a better way, it would perform great deeds on the ground it had prepared. Here, as in many later articles, he cites Ernest Jones, a Chartist leader himself with anything but a proletarian background. He had a distinguished ancestry and a good education, but an unwavering sympathy for the cause of the industrial workers. Jones had spent hard time in prison in 1848–49 when the authorities in Great Britain tried to prevent the troubles on the continent from spreading across the English Channel, but during the 1850s he could again freely publish newspapers and give speeches. 41. Marx also expressed optimism and great delight at the plans for a special workers' parliament. When it actually met in Manchester in March 1854, he did not mince words, characterizing the gathering as a decisive sign that a new epoch of world history was breaking. The background to the parliament was a wave of strikes that broke out in Great Britain in the early 1850s, which Marx carefully reported on in the Daily Tribune. The idea was raised that the workers had to join their forces in order to assert their demands against the capitalists with greater success. The optimists, to whom Ernest Jones also belonged, imagined that the Union and the political struggles would be united as a result of such a parliament. It was with that expectation that Marx wrote about the event in the New York newspaper. In the initial article, he pointed out that the delegates did not sit by the grace of any state or other authority. They directly represented all branches of the British labour market. Their most important task was to organize the working class into a functioning unity. Marx could also proudly announce that Dr. Marx had unanimously been elected an honorary member of the parliament. It is true that he had to share the honor with Louis Blanc and Martin Naudot, two French socialists who were not among his favorites. But he was flattered, he wrote in a letter to the parliament which was published in the Chartists, the People's paper. The parliament had great tasks before it. Nowhere had the despotism of capitalism gone so far as in Great Britain. On the continent, there were still large classes of farmers and craftsmen. In England, they were on the way to disappearing. But the working class in Great Britain was also the most competent. By creating modern large-scale industry, they had laid a firm foundation for another society. The laboring classes have conquered nature, they have now to conquer man. Much of the letter turned up again in an article in the New York Daily Tribune. But in it he also reproduced a program of action that had been drawn up by the committee that had taken the initiative for the parliament. The most important proposal was the creation of special funds that would help workers who were striking, locked out, or wrongfully terminated. Quite simply, it concerned an early version of strike funds. 42. From a trade union perspective, the parliament was a success. Politically, on the other hand, it was tantamount to a disappointment. Most of the delegates were not interested in a broad political coalition. They wanted to concentrate on the immediate issue, the right to struggle for working conditions and wages. Marx's optimism over the development was not broken by the setback. He had faith in the inner dynamic of the development, seen for example in a speech that he held in 1856 for the 4th anniversary of the People's paper. The speech was reproduced in the same newspaper and expressed the confidence in the future that was so typical of him. Steam, electricity, and spinning machines were more dangerous revolutionaries than bourgeois rebels like Raspail and Blanqui. In our days, everything seems to be pregnant with its contrary, he declared. Machines were replacing labor, and labor was still getting more burdensome and more tiring. Riches were creating destitution. Humanity was learning to master nature, but was being compelled to submit to other people. Even the light of science seemed able only to shine against the dark background of ignorance. All our successes meant that we were replacing material forces with intelligent life, but at the same time we were dulling human life. The contradiction between modern industry and science on the one hand and the misery and degeneration of social relations on the other was obvious. But circumstances would change. English workers were the firstborn sons of modern industry, sons, not daughters, despite the countless women who worked, above all in the cotton industry. It was their task to lead the great liberation that was at hand. The contrast between the sharply outlined description of the times and the vague promises of future development are striking. 43. This example of eloquence, however, is rare in Marx's newspaper articles from the 1850s and 1860s. More frequently, he wrote about the concrete conditions in the factories. He then had great use of the reports that factory inspectors, appointed by the British Parliament, published once every 6 months. He commented on the results in a series of articles. They tell us much about the social anatomy of Great Britain and reveal how vampires feed on the lifeblood of the young working generation, he declared in 1857. And it was actually a grotesque reality presented here, with death, mutilation, lost eyes, and horrible burns. The safety measures that the inspectors recommended roused the indignant protests of the factory owners. Their operations would not break even with such comprehensive regulations, they declared. They ardently conveyed this opinion through their representatives in Parliament. Ridiculous battles between landowners and manufacturers, combatants who, in Marx's opinion, were united in their contempt for the people, took place there. But the moral bravery of the factory inspectors was worth all admiration, he said. 44. In a new report from the factory inspectors in 1860, Marx found particular interest in an account that one of the deputy inspectors gave of a pioneering operation in Rochdale. Rochdale is known to history as the actual birthplace of the Consumers' Cooperative, in which the weavers joined together in a shop where they themselves were the owners through their shares, thereby having democratic influence over it. Posterity has found it easier to forget that producers' cooperatives also gained a foothold there, and it is this audacious operation that Deputy Inspector Patrick, his first name is unknown, talked about. A cotton factory had been in operation since the end of the 1840s, it was owned cooperatively, and most of the owners were workers. Other similar industries had also grown up in the vicinity. Marx said that Patrick's information is valuable, but at the same time expressed a fear that the operation would be swept away during the next industrial crisis. On the other hand, he avoided any deeper commentary. Did he not see the producers' cooperative as an opportunity to strengthen the power and freedom of the workers? We cannot judge this from these statements. Point 45. Industrial workers not only had to live under constant risk of accident and endure unreasonably long working days. Pure destitution threatened them in times of crisis, and not only then. During booms, riches were created for the few and continued poverty for the many. On top of it all, workers, like other poor people, were threatened by the deteriorating quality of basic foodstuffs. Marx devoted special attention to bread, and he was not the only one to do so. Parliament became concerned over the hazardous, strange, or nutrient-poor additives that were mixed into foodstuffs in order to stretch them further and thereby increase the profits for the producers, and subjected them to the investigative gaze of socially critical scientists. When Marx returned to the topic a few years later, he relied upon adulteration detected, the impressive 1861 book by doctor and nutrition specialist Arthur Hill Hassall. In an article in the New York Daily Tribune, Marx touched upon the adulterations, but above all complained about the wretched hygiene of the bakeries. Spider webs, insects, and other things that were more or less dangerous to health ended up in the dough. He imagined a future where giant bakeries with the highest mechanical standards provided people with bread. 46. It was a dream that was nearly realized a few decades after the Second World War, but the bread produced was neither tasty nor nutritious. Since then the path has partially swung back towards small bakeries, which, one hopes, are now rid of spiderwebs and insects. Marx saw all issues that had to do with the status of the working class in the light of the class struggle. Their immediate opponents were the factory owners. It therefore irritated him, as it did many others, that the most visible spokesmen for the factory owners, Richard Cobden, John Bright, and their ilk, so readily spoke in the name of the entire people when they turned against the traditional upper class. In an 1855 article in Neue Oder Zeitung, Marx spoke about a meeting in London that attracted a large audience chiefly of workers. But the speakers who appeared were no workers, and they praised the middle class to which they themselves belonged and which in their opinion should take over the responsibility of government in the name of the entire people. This speech roused lively protests, and order was only restored when Chartist leader Ernest Jones stepped forward and declared that the people really should not ally with Bright and Cobden, who had so vigorously opposed all humane factory laws. Marx commented that universal suffrage would one day be pushed through and contribute to changing society. Then, of course, the real people would attain decisive influence. 47. Political and economic crises. In an article about a political crisis in Great Britain, Marx complained that the press devoted much more space to the political game in Parliament than to the ups and downs of the economy. It was an observation completely in agreement with his basic understanding of society. On the other hand, it is striking that Marx the journalist did not deviate from this pattern he found reprehensible. Of course, he devoted many articles to industrial, trade, and financial crises. But in many more, he dwelt upon debates in both the House of Commons and the House of Lords, as well as to the constantly recurring political crises. The leading politicians of the time were the subject of many of his commentaries. The names of quite a few still have a certain aura: Benjamin Disraeli, William Ewart Gladstone, and of course the aforementioned Cobden and Bright. The 1850s were a highly volatile, not to say turbulent, period in British politics. The empire was growing, war was raging, and new conflicts constantly seemed imminent. The contradictions between the traditional aristocracy and the bourgeoisie were sharpening, at the same time as discontent among workers and other lower classes was perceived as a distant but threatening noise in Parliament. Henry Temple, 3rd Viscount Palmerston, commonly called Lord Palmerston, occupied a unique position in Marx's reporting. He was born in 1784 and was thus a man well on in years in the 1850s and early 1860s. His career had been exceptionally long. He made his debut in the House of Commons in 1807 when Napoleon I was the subject of the day in British politics. Over the decades he found himself close to the centre of power, finally crowning his career in 1855 with the position of Prime Minister. In 1853, when Palmerston was Home Secretary, Marx wrote a long series of articles with the collective title Lord Palmerston. The articles were intended both for the Chartists, the People's paper, and for the New York Daily Tribune, but only certain articles ran in the latter. This series would soon come out as a pamphlet, and it enjoyed a certain degree of success. Marx always had an ironic perspective on Palmerston. He was not a statesman equal to his tasks, but he was a clever actor for any role, Marx said. He harbored no great plans, but got himself entangled in trifles. He was not worthy of any great opponents, but he always knew instead how he could choose insignificant people for his duels. When it proved opportune, he became a supporter of the Whig Party, which soon made him Foreign Secretary. He was contemptuous of the people. The common man had no rights. But he was pleased to appear as a benefactor. 48. This series of articles is highly retrospective. Palmerston's exploits during the 1830s and 1840s are put under the magnifying glass. In many later articles, Marx castigated the Prime Minister's more current efforts. In 1855, when Neue Zeitung was Marx's main newspaper, he again devoted several articles to the British statesman. He reported the rumor that Palmerston was a Russian spy and therefore little inclined to inflict a decisive defeat on the Russians in the Crimean War. But he countered with another rumor, that the same man belonged to a secret society in Italy. In another article, he reads the physiognomy of the entire British ruling class from Palmerston's conduct. 49. Briefly put, Marx had no high opinion of Palmerston. There were, however, even greater nobodies than he. One such nobody, the subject of Marx's particular contempt, was Lord Aberdeen, or, with his official title, George Hamilton Gordon, 4th Earl of Aberdeen. Lord Aberdeen was Prime Minister as England entered the Crimean War. Marx excels in virulence when describing how the Earl presented the declaration of war in Parliament. Ostensibly, Marx introduced his article with something completely irrelevant. The French, he wrote, could not understand Shakespeare's greatness because he so freely combines the sublime with the low, the grisly with the ridiculous, and the heroic with the burlesque. But there were limits to the contrasts. Shakespeare had never let a jester deliver the prologue to a heroic drama. This had just taken place in the British Parliament. Lord Aberdeen had performed the role of the jester brilliantly when he gave official confirmation that the country was at war with Russia. Only a farce could follow such an introduction, Marx sighed. 50. On the other hand, he harbored great admiration for another British politician of the time, Benjamin Disraeli. Ideologically, the distance from the conservative Disraeli was even greater, but Marx also had an eye for intellectual acuity and quality among those who held opposing opinions. He returned time after time to Disraeli's merits, usually in contrast to Palmerston's arbitrary mediocrity. His praise was never greater than in 1858, when he described how Disraeli, now Chancellor of the Exchequer, submitted his budget to Parliament. He praised the clarity of the analysis, the simplicity of the proposal, and the dexterity, judgments he never would have squandered on Palmerston or Aberdeen, or for that matter Gladstone. 51. Those who say that Marx hurled abuse at Jews in a kind of self-hate are building on a fragile foundation. It is true that he often pointed out that people he did not like for some reason were Jews. But he thought highly of Disraeli, the only British Prime Minister ever of Jewish ancestry, despite the fact that he was conservative. Marx did not say a word about his family background. The 1850s, like the early 1860s, were a turbulent time in British politics. But these were also the years when the economy was flung between boom and bust, great profits and crises. Marx was deeply engaged with these dramatic changes. But like other newspaper writers, he devoted less space to them in his journalism. Only now and then did he comment on the signs of dramatic declines, supporting his statements with statistics. Cotton production was collapsing, and other branches of industry were following, he wrote in 1855, adding that when the working class experienced the decline, it would come to life again after a few years of passivity. 52. But the real crisis only came in 1857. It was an important one in Marx's life. In its shadow, he wrote the substantial manuscript that goes under the name Grundriss, which is not only a preparatory work for Capital but is an important work in itself. He also devoted a few newspaper articles to the dramatic course of events. He described the collapse on the Hamburg Stock Exchange, which had repercussions in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. London was not unaffected. 53. Similar convulsions in France also came into focus. 54. Marx's fascination for the course of events was bound up with his conviction that a deep economic crisis would trigger a new revolution. So it had been in 1789, 1830, and 1848, so it would also be in the future. Previously, Great Britain had succeeded in resisting the atmosphere of rebellion, but it would not be so the next time, he declared in one of his articles on the subject. He added that even Russia had been shaken, serfdom was being questioned there, it was finally abolished in 1861. 55. But the crisis of 1857–58 blew over without a revolution. This did not mean that Marx became less attentive to the oscillations of the market. So, for example, the readers of Die Presse were informed in 1861 that the American Civil War was threatening British industry because imports of cotton, an important raw material, were about to be choked off. 56. Nevertheless, there were other aspects of the war that above all occupied Marx the journalist. London and the world. Paris may have been the capital of the 19th century, in Walter Benjamin's sense, the agenda for most cultural issues was set there. As regards economic and political power, however, no metropolis could compare with London. This became increasingly clear in particular during the decades that Marx and his family lived in the city. Many of the leading politicians, with Lord Palmerston at their head, may have cut a poor figure on the international arena. Behind their often clumsy words, however, there was a force as regards industrial resources, worldwide communications, and money with which no glittering continental rhetoric could compare. This power was the reason that Marx and many others were surprised by the rather feeble efforts of Great Britain during the Crimean War. It was also the reason that the rule over India and the subjection of China were seen as a confirmation of British efficiency and ruthlessness. As we have seen, the Crimean War, which from the start was called the Russian War, was an important, in fact, long dominant, topic in Marx's journalism. It was now a question of looking at this war from a broader perspective than that of the British Parliament. Most of what Marx wrote on the subject is commentary. He brings in his own sources, often directly from the Sultan's foremost advocate in London, David Urquhart, a well-informed but deeply reactionary journalist and politician. In the literature, it is sometimes suggested that he was close to Urquhart, but the only thing that united him and his informer was their loathing of Tsarist Russia. It is true that Urquhart appreciated Marx's articles and had contacted him personally. In fact, Urquhart even got him to write a few articles for his own newspapers. But Marx did that chiefly for the money, and broke off contact when he did not receive compensation he considered reasonable. 57. Marx took pains to counteract the image of the Ottoman Empire as exotic beyond measure in contrast to the completely normal Great Britain. In his eyes, Islam was neither stranger nor more oppressive than Christianity. When Richard Cobden of the Manchester School warned against alliance with the fanatical Muslims, Marx pointed out that Cobden nevertheless could have directed his accusatory glance towards his own country, where the Church had a firm grip on state power. 58. In another article, he reported on all the obstacles the Grand Mufti had put in the way of an alliance with Christian states. In the next breath, he talked about how Christian churches fought tooth and nail over the sole right to the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Marx obviously wanted to strike a balance. Religions always had their breeding grounds in the shortcomings of society. People everywhere sought relief from a harsh reality through the soporific drugs of religion. Religious leaders built their position of power on pious dreams of a better existence in the name of one or another tendency of faith. 59. But at the end of 1854, another topic besides the Crimean War captured Marx's attention: Spain. In Western Europe, Spain was almost as exotic as Turkey, he said. He had equipped himself well to make the country less foreign, at least for American readers. He had learned Spanish so well that he not only read fluently, but according to Spanish acquaintances could eventually speak it admirably, although he had problems with pronunciation. In Spain, a power struggle between the keepers of tradition and the modernizers had been raging for decades. Marx was fascinated by the battles and contrasted Spain's development with that of France. In France, they had made a revolution in 3 days, and then that was enough. In Spain, they had been holding out for 3 years, and were prepared for new clashes a decade later. Storm clouds were once again gathering on the horizon. Marx wrote 11 articles on the topic for the New York Daily Tribune. 8 of them were published, 2 have been lost, and only a few fragments of one have been preserved. Perhaps the editorial staff found there was too much Spanish history. Marx provided a proper history lesson in which the focus was primarily on the years around 1812, when the Spanish liberated themselves from Napoleon's rule and the typical contradiction between reactionaries and modernizers was established. Marx pointed out that the latter were the first in the world to designate themselves liberals, and that the name then spread to other countries. It is an assertion that still holds true. 60. But Marx also followed developments in more distant countries, above all India and China, from his British outpost. He started there, as he otherwise did, from the conviction that the contemporary period was a stage in a long process of advance. This idea found expression in a few sweeping judgments in his most talked about, one could say notorious, or at least deeply controversial, article on British rule in India. India had succumbed to many conquerors, he pointed out. But the British were the first to carry the country up to a higher level of development through telegraphs, and soon also railroads and steamer traffic. This reorganization entailed immense suffering for the people, but was still a necessary step forward. The bourgeois civilization pushing through the changes was certainly shamelessly hypocritical. The British were seeking new fortunes in far-off lands, although they made a show of being driven by nobler intents. 61. Marx's attitude towards India and its brutal modernization has long been controversial. Edward Said, the Palestinian-American literary scholar and critic of modern society, saw him as a representative of Western Orientalism. In one India article, Marx quoted Goethe's West Eastern Divan, the great poem on Eastern poetry in its meeting with its Western counterpart. In Said's opinion, he thereby revealed himself to be a romantic in his view of the East. Said even argued that Marx's theoretical socio-economic views become submerged in the prevalent image of India. The latter may seem excessive. In Marx the telegraphs, railroads, and steamers still have the last word. The quote from Goethe deals with the pleasure that could shoot forth out of the suffering that had consumed myriads of young souls. No doubt it is the victims of civilization he was talking about, regardless of whether they were in Great Britain, India, or China. 62. It is otherwise telling that it is Goethe, one of his literary favorites, that Marx refers to. But he did not study Persian or Arabic, as Goethe did, and despite his first-rate knowledge of classical Greek, he was not tempted, as many others in the Europe of his time were, to learn the most cherished language of the Orientalists, Sanskrit. His frame of reference remained Western, he had deeper knowledge of the path from Homer to Goethe. He approached India more from the outside, though he was roused by the hunger for knowledge that was typical of him. Said's picture has been questioned by Ijaz Ahmed, an Indian literary scholar and political commentator, who in his article Marx on India, a clarification emphasized that India in 1853 was an entirely new topic for Marx and that what he said was not characterized by the deep insights that were otherwise characteristic of much of what he wrote. It is worth noting, for example, that Marx repeated Hegel's peculiar statement that India was a country without a history. Ahmed also calls attention to an oft-forgotten sentence in one of Marx's articles in which his views on the blessings of civilization appear more clearly than elsewhere. He said there that the Indians would not themselves enjoy the fruits of everything the British were now scattering about in their country until the working class had seized power in Great Britain, or until the Indians themselves had become strong enough to cast off the British yoke. The subjugated people were thus weighed down under the same yoke as the industrial workers in far-off Great Britain. 63. This was the conviction that got Marx to entertain certain hopes for the Sepoy uprising that broke out in India in 1857 and continued through 1858. Sepoy was the name given to Indian soldiers serving in the British Army. They were used rather ruthlessly in the procession of British wars and conquests in Asia and had no opportunities to make a career in the army. In addition, they saw their home districts in northern India taxed even more harshly. The spark that set off the rebellion was the rumor that the ammunition they had been issued was greased with beef and pork fat, in the provocative indifference for various Indian taboos that generally distinguished British rule in the country. The rebellion called for major British efforts before it could be put down. Marx wrote a few articles on the insurrection. His position was obviously a split one. The English conquerors could equip the country with modern technology that was necessary for the real liberation of the people. The Sepoy warriors had succeeded in besieging Delhi, it is true, but they lacked leaders and their dream was of a pre-modern India. In another article, Marx reproduced what had been reported chiefly in British newspapers about the atrocities that the rebels had committed against Englishmen. Marx agreed that the outrages were appalling, but at the same time pointed out that the British conquerors had maimed, raped, and killed both Indians and Chinese with the same frenzy. The Indians were thus not exotic creatures equipped with a particular Oriental cruelty. The British and other rulers only imagined that their own indifference to the suffering of others was more justified, they were good Christians. 64. China was also an important topic of Marx's articles. In the first one dealing with the country he took up Hegel, although without mentioning the philosopher's name, he hid it behind the circumlocution a most profound yet fantastic speculator on the principles which govern the movements of humanity. This philosopher had upheld the thesis on the unity of opposites. Marx found examples of this unity in the relationship between Great Britain and China. In China the Taiping Rebellion, inspired by a doctrine that had one of its roots in Christianity, was underway. The rebellion, or revolution, as Marx said, started from below, its spread would have been unthinkable without the farmers' growing discontent. The name of the movement, incidentally, meant complete equality. There were leaders in it who did not at all live up to the ideal, and spent their days in luxury and affluence. But the goal was to create a more modern China. The British chose to back the other side, that of tradition and empire. The rebellion was put down only in 1864. It is probably the bloodiest war in history, even if the calculations of the number of dead are extremely vague. It is estimated that between 20 and 70 million people lost their lives. Marx did not go into a description of the background of the rebellion or previous events in his article from 1853, but above all provided an idea of how the world had come to constitute an intimately connected unity in which its antitheses were forced together. In this global perspective, the Taiping Rebellion constituted a step direction of modernity, an anti-feudal striving for freedom was the leading element. Stephen R. Platt, a contemporary historian who wrote a monograph on the great drama in China, agrees with him. When the British supported imperial power, they consciously chose the side of Chinese passivity and foreign dependency. With the help of opium, the people would keep calm. The British could ship their profits home. 65. Opium addiction is a theme by itself in Marx's journalism. He even wrote a history in article form on the trade in this dangerous drug. As for China, he believed the reason it could be so oppressed by foreigners was that it itself was a fossil. This fossilized society had also called forth its internal enemy, the rebellious masses who under the slogan typing, complete equality, went on the attack against their masters and also indirectly against the foreign invaders. Marx in no way idealized the popular violence but connected it with the severe poverty. People lived on looting and were then satisfied with crumbs. For the ordinary typing soldier, a human head means no more than a head of cabbage. Nevertheless, Marx spoke of the Revolutionary Army and pointed out that its core consisted of regular troops that had developed into experienced partisans. But the great mass of warriors were smallholders and moreover lived rootless existences. Once a city had been conquered, it was carte blanche for the soldiers to rape women and girls for 3 days. He concluded, typing was obviously the devil personified as the Chinese imagination pictured him. But it was also only in China that this devil was possible. His prerequisite was a petrified social life. For the first time, it could be said that Marx here portrays a far-off country in exotic colors. Unlike in the case of India, he does not relate the violence of the rebellious troops to the corresponding violence of the foreign masters. 66 At the same time, he emphasized in his previous reporting how dependent on China Great Britain had become. Thanks to the uprising, prices on a range of goods would rise in London. That is to say, both countries were entwined with firm global ties. When Marx wrote about the Treaty on Mutual Trade Relations that the British and the Chinese signed in 1858, his article became the subject of a dispute with Charles Dana. Marx vented his wrath in a letter to Engels in December 1858. Dana had printed his earlier articles about China as anonymous editorials without complimenting Marx at all for his efforts. But when this article was published, it was said to be written by an occasional correspondent. Moreover, Dana had the audacity to polemicize with it. Marx had established that the Chinese had legalized the import of opium and probably also the cultivation of the dangerous poppy in China through the treaty. Now he was experiencing the triumph of members of the British government drawing the same conclusions he had. Marx was and remained an enemy of colonialism, particularly British colonialism. His fundamental attitude appeared most clearly in an article he wrote in 1857 about an attempt by the English to win dominion over Persia. His picture of British actions was extremely dark. He spoke with disgust about the cunning and ruthless tricks of British diplomacy in Asia, sparing no color in depicting the repulsive behavior of the intruders. 67. The image of Marx's views on European, particularly British, colonialism changes markedly if one is not satisfied with a single quotation out of context from one of his many articles on India. Marx was no Orientalist in Said's meaning, and he did not believe in what Rudyard Kipling would later call the white man's burden with the task of raising other races up to the heights of civilization. He never wavered in his belief in the positive significance of the railroads, the telegraph, and steam power. But he viewed the situation of the colonized peoples with the same eyes that he viewed the working class of the industrialized countries. They paid for the blessings of civilization with sweat and toil without themselves being allowed to take part in them. He did not believe that the Taiping or Sepoy rebellions would lead to any real liberation. Something like that presupposed far-reaching industrialization. But this industrialization was not bound to Europe and North America out of necessity. People in far-flung corners of the world were no less suited to it than, for example, the British, the United States and the world. The American Civil War of 1861–65 also threw a long shadow over Europe. Slavery had gradually come to be regarded as its most decisive issue. The northern states fought to abolish this inhumane system, the southern states wanted to keep it. Long before the war, slavery had led to political controversies of the first order. The idea of equal freedom and rights for everyone obviously conflicted with the system according to which certain people were the owners of other people and could therefore freely use, and abuse, them. In the United States, the Founding Fathers could shut their eyes to this consequence. Several of them, with Thomas Jefferson at their head, themselves held slaves. In the French Revolution, the most radical groups gave prominence to the absurdity of slavery, the idea that everyone, regardless of race or even gender, should enjoy the same rights and freedoms including the vote gained a number of zealous advocates. But when former black slaves in the French colony of Haiti made a revolution, France under Napoleon I responded by attempting to crush the rebellion. He did not succeed, the French were compelled to leave the island and a free republic was proclaimed. In its new constitution, the equality of the races was particularly emphasized. 68. During the first decade of the 19th century, the slave trade was banned in many countries including Great Britain and the United States. The question was whether the states could really guarantee that no trade was occurring. New slaves were constantly being offered for sale on the market. There was a suspicion that, despite the ban, ships under the flag of the United States were transporting people under customarily inhumane conditions over the Atlantic. The question, raised by the Bishop of Oxford, turned up in the British Parliament and Marx reported on it in an 1858 article for the New York Daily Tribune. The government dismissed it, searching vessels under the American flag was out of the question since it would lead to open conflict and perhaps war. There was, moreover, the conjecture that the supply of new slaves was being guaranteed by Spanish ships that were also supplying Central and South America with new blood through the infamous traffic, as Marx wrote. 69. When Abraham Lincoln was elected President of the United States in 1860, 11 of the 34 American states seceded from the Union and formed what they called the Confederacy. The formation of this new state was the immediate cause of the war, which began on April 12, 1861. The Confederacy was fighting for its independence, the Union to restore the country as it had been before the secession, but the issue of slavery had always been important and gradually stood out as the dominant one. The secessionists won a series of military victories in the beginning, but in the long run the northern states, usually called the Union, would win by force of its superior economic and industrial strength. Marx's sympathies were always on the side of the North. This was fully apparent in the articles he managed to publish in the New York Daily Tribune before the war put obstacles in the path of his further contributions. He reported indignantly on the reactions in the British government, led by Palmerston, and in the British press. Palmerston paid lip service to the abolition of slavery, but in reality the North was causing concerns for him as well as the Times and other newspapers. The struggle of the southern states for the freedom to enslave other people was met with deep understanding, Marx said, while the genuine desire of the northern states to oppose slavery was questioned. Harriet Beecher Stowe, author of the famous 1852 novel Uncle Tom's Cabin, also played an important role in the British debate. In an open letter to the Earl of Shaftesbury, she pointed out slavery as the real cause of the war, thereby compelling many leading British to show their hands. 70. But officially, Great Britain was neutral in the conflict. Slavery, of course, had no advocates in the government or in Parliament. But in his inauguration speech, Lincoln declared that the states that already allowed slavery would be permitted to keep it during his administration. From that, the British government concluded that the slave issue played no role in the Civil War. Palmerston and his ministers even leaned towards the opinion that the southern states had the right to leave the Union. The southern states saw their chance, in particular as they concluded that British industry was completely dependent on cotton imports from the American South, and in that certainty they sent two negotiators to London, both die-hard advocates of slavery. They traveled on a British vessel, the Trent, and from that they believed that they would be able to break the marine embargo that the northern states had imposed. But the vessel was boarded despite its British flag. The event roused enormous indignation, and Palmerston seemed to be leaning towards the opinion that the boarding was reason enough for the British to go to war with the northern states. 71. Marx wrote in detail about the Trent affair, just as he also otherwise covered the Civil War. But only one of his articles on the Trent affair managed to be published in the New York Daily Tribune before his contract came up and he became a contributor to Die Presse instead. In his eyes, leading politicians and leading British newspapers were playing a complete double game. Even if they were opponents of slavery and the slave trade, they nevertheless supported the political association of the slave owners. In Marx's opinion, the Civil War was from the very beginning a question of black liberation, and the British who questioned that were prevaricators who were chiefly guarding their own economic interests. He related with pride that those primarily affected by the rapidly decreasing cotton imports, the workers in Lancashire, never wavered in their support for the United States. In a few articles in Die Presse, he even argued that the Trent affair had developed into a conflict between the English government and the English people. 72. Marx's view of the United States was marked to a great degree by the positive encounter with Charles A. Dana and by his good experiences of the newspaper that Dana gave him the opportunity to write for. Add to that how a number of his friends and comrades in arms, with Joseph Wade Meyer at their head, carved out an existence in the new country, and it is understandable that his image of America was rather bright. There were opportunities not only for technological and economic development, but for a more just society as well. His image of Europe after the revolutions was significantly darker. Great Britain inspired a certain hope, but the class struggle there was also more bare and raw than anywhere else. France under Napoleon III was the object of his particular loathing. Not much new in relation to the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte emerged in the many articles where he touched upon French development under the new emperor. He followed the war between France and Austria in 1859 with a perspective of antipathy. Both regimes were odious to him, but he still seems to have endured the reactions in Vienna more easily. The French cause might have seemed good, it was Italy's freedom from the Habsburg Empire that was at stake. But the false popularity of the French emperor was so repugnant in Marx's eyes that he was unable to express any joy over French successes. In addition, the maxim that no one can fundamentally liberate anyone else applied. The freedom of Italy must be the Italians' own affair. From the very beginning, Marx cast suspicion on Napoleon's reasons to go to war. The emperor had been the object of an assassination attempt perpetrated by Italians. In Marx's opinion, he should have perceived that as a warning. In his adventurous life before his promotion, he had been a member of a secret Italian organization with the unification of the country as its goal. The assassination attempt was a signal: be faithful to the promises you made in the society, or we will kill you. It was a long time, however, before the struggles broke out. Most still hoped for peace, but Marx insisted defiantly, there would be war. 73. And there was war. The Austrian setbacks triggered ominous moods in Vienna. A scapegoat was needed and the Jewish minority was selected, as they often were. Jews were being assaulted in the streets, Marx said. The war ended quickly, and Austria was compelled to hand over parts of its former Italian territory. But, Marx wondered, had Italy actually won anything? The Habsburgs kept their western border and therefore still had the key to northern Italy. 74. In the eyes of many, Napoleon III now stood at the height of his career. France had staked more during the Crimean War than Great Britain, and had won the decisive battle. Now the powerful Habsburg double monarchy had also been beaten. Who would be the next victim? Was it possibly Great Britain's turn? Rumors buzzed in London. Or was it Prussia, rapidly becoming ever stronger? Marx reproduced the rumors of war with great seriousness. He was still just as negatively disposed towards the battle-happy emperor. He reproduced with enthusiasm Giuseppe Mazzini's rhetorically brilliant reckoning with Napoleon. Mazzini, the creator of La Giovine Italia, was otherwise not a man Marx regarded highly. But this text, in Marx's opinion, lacked almost entirely that false sublimity, puffy grandeur, verbosity, and prophetic mysticism that otherwise marred his writings. Here the author spoke directly to the point, and he succeeded in completely reviewing what a humbug the French emperor was. Marx's own loathing was no less than Mazina's. But why was he so furious? One main reason, of course, is that Napoleon was the one who put a stop to the French Revolution that Marx attached such great hopes to. But the fact that in the presidential election that brought him to power, the emperor became a man of the people, especially the farmers, also played a role. He claimed to be able to solve the problems of modern poverty, or pauperism. Back in the 1840s, the decade of the utopias, he asserted in his pamphlet Extinction du Pauperisme, the extinction of pauperism, that he possessed the answer to the question of how pauperism could be remedied. He even considered himself a kind of socialist. Marx's contempt for his alleged ideology was at least as vivid as his contempt for Karl Grunz or Arnold Ruges. 75. Europe of the 1850s did, however, offer certain bright spots. While France was being oppressed by its usurper, Prussia had got rid of the king whose intolerant regime put a stop to Marx's career both as an academic and as an editor-in-chief, Friedrich Wilhelm IV. In several articles, Marx reported on the rumors that the king had been seized by delusions. Among other things, he believed he was a fish ready for the frying pan. The official historiography speaks of a stroke. However the matter stood, Friedrich Wilhelm handed over power to his brother Wilhelm, the future Wilhelm I, in the late 1850s. Marx followed carefully what was now happening, and could tell his American audience that the mood had changed fantastically in only 2 months. The tyranny of Friedrich Wilhelm IV was gone, his brother, with a much softer hand, remained. And freedom was expanding. Marx swore that Berlin was now the most revolutionary city in Europe alongside Palermo and Vienna. He was thinking, of course, of Garibaldi's rebellion in southern Italy and of the seething discontent in the capital of the Habsburg Empire after the defeat against France. In Berlin, the feeling of relief after their former oppression had given people the courage to imagine a completely different society. 76. The situation gradually calmed down in Vienna and Berlin, and the new Italian state of 1871 was the result of an entirely different development than what Garibaldi, and perhaps even Marx, had imagined, a cautious regime that placed the king atop its hierarchy. But the gaze of Marx the journalist swept restlessly over Europe, registering sometimes hopeful, sometimes discouraging signs. Even the undeveloped Nordic countries sometimes captured his attention. In an 1857 article, he called attention to the Swedish Crown Prince, the future Karl XV, and his resolute and energetic character. He could very well create a Scandinavian union, thereby preparing the ground for a new conflict over Schleswig-Holstein. The reason for these lofty thoughts about the Swedish Crown Prince are partially obscure. During the Crimean War, the Crown Prince had worked for Sweden to enter in on the side of France and Great Britain against Russia, but his plans did not gain a hearing. His dreams of a new Greater Sweden were not realistic. He soon also calmed down and was satisfied with more immediate causes for rejoicing such as women, parties, and hunting trips. 77. Marx devoted a certain degree of interest in Sweden and House Bernadotte in another context as well. In the New American Cyclopedia, which Charles A. Dana and his newspaper colleague George Ripley published, Marx contributed a few articles and Engels even more. It fell to Marx to write about Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte and the strange career that brought him to Sweden. Engels had already informed him in a letter about Bernadotte's military achievements, and especially emphasized the earlier indications of independence in relation to Napoleon. In his article, Marx also gives an account of all the strange turns around the Swedes' choice of Bernadotte for king, and their hopes that the French marshal would reconquer Finland from the Russians. They were astonished to discover that he would rather choose a union with Norway and conclude a peace treaty with the Russians. But the Norwegians proved to be more independent than he thought, and despite his resistance created Europe's most democratic constitution. Stockholm was actually too small for Karl Johan, and after the July Revolution of 1830 he hoped to be offered the French royal crown. But nothing came of it and he had to stay in the Nordic countries. Marx summed up, Sweden had nothing to thank Karl Johan for. If the nation had recovered from earlier misery and misfortune, it was only due to their own energy and a long period of peace. 78. Marx would devote particular attention to the issue of Ireland's independence. In their letters, he and Engels could throw out sneering assessments about the Irish, as they did about many other people. But when it came down to it, Marx and his friends unswervingly supported the demand for Irish independence from England. Full of hope, they also followed the Irish workers' struggle for freedom and human dignity. In one article, Marx could rejoice at the fact that Irish influence in the British Parliament was great and a thorn in the side of both aristocrats and Manchester liberals. In another he could depict with warmth the funeral of an Irish worker and Chartist leader active in London, Fergus Edward O'Connor. 79. Nonetheless, the Irish issues were overshadowed by much else in Marx's journalism. He had the entire world as his news beat, the wars and acute crises were always the focus of his attention. After 1864, Marx's newspaper writing rapidly became more and more sporadic, confined mainly to brief petitions and protests, often in the name of the International. Over 3 periods, Marx would devote a large and crucial portion of his time to writing articles in newspapers and journals. Both of the initial periods took place in the 1840s, when he first managed Rheinischen and later the Neue Rheinische. The last period extended from 1851 to 1864. Marx no longer wrote as editor-in-chief but as a correspondent. On the other hand, his articles circulated over 2 continents, most of what he submitted was also published. It is easy to see the many articles of the third period as bread and butter writing, and they have often been treated as such in the literature. But this is ill-advised indifference. In a different way than the letters, and the highly private letters to Engels in particular, the articles are carefully prepared and intended to influence a larger readership. Studied carefully, they also turn out to form a necessary background to Marx's printed or incomplete larger works from the period after the revolutions of 1848 to 49. A number of patterns that would otherwise remain obscure, for example Marx's views on imperialism, emerge in full clarity. 80. With a solid background in the articles, it is easier to go further onto Marx's great social theoretical project, which would gradually be given the name Capital. This is exactly what we shall now do. But first we shall review the great preparatory work that goes by the name Grundriss. 10. The most intensive effort. The Grundriss. Ever since the Grundriss became generally known among readers of Marx in the 1950s, the text has been the subject of contradictory interpretations and assessments. It was written in the late 1850s, first in a kind of euphoria of revolutionary expectations, and as time went on, under increasing discouragement and sickness. Thematically, the Grundriss is broader than anything else Marx left behind. He opens with both a distant past and an imagined future. Complex philosophical concepts share space with pure arithmetical exercises. In a sense, the text is a bridge between the economic and philosophic manuscripts of the 1840s and Volume I of Capital from the 1860s. Arguments about the place of the Grundriss in Marx's works diverge widely. Those who wish to fish out a fixed and clearly outlined theory, either in the name of orthodoxy or for present-day scientific development, tend to underestimate the Grundriss. Those who would rather seek inspiration for a free, radical illumination of capitalist society up through the early 21st century often tie together the loose threads in the Grundriss. A New Joy and a Sick Liver. On December 8, 1857, Jenny wrote a letter to their close friend Conrad Scram. In it, she touches upon the current economic crisis, noting with satisfaction that the rotten old structure is crashing and tumbling down. A similar precariousness was also noticeable in the Marx family's own finances. Karl could not write more than 1 article a week, against 2 previously, for the New York Daily Tribune. But Karl was nevertheless in the best of moods. He has recovered all his wonted facility and capacity for work, as well as his liveliness and buoyancy of a spirit long since blighted by great sorrow, the loss of our beloved child. 1. That same day, Karl informed his friend Engels, I am working like mad all night and every night collating my economic studies so that I at least get the outlines, Grundriss, clear before the deluge. In a letter to Ferdinand Lassalle a few weeks later, he used the word Grundzüge in German, which also translates to outlines in English, and somewhat later he wrote to Engels about his principles. But the content was the same. He was finally going to present the essentials of his great social theory. Over the months that followed, the tone in his letters became less and less triumphant. He wrote to Lassalle at the end of February that it was a great deal of drudgery to summarize many years' study, particularly if one was not master over one's own time. Only his nights were free, and then he suffered from constant recurrences of liver disease. Marx's liver was a recurring theme in his letters. It is certainly impossible to establish what his suffering was actually due to, based only on scattered statements in letters. In Marx's time, pains in the abdominal region were almost automatically blamed on the liver. Perhaps the cause of his poor health was significantly more trivial. The enormous tension and the unreasonable working hours scarcely aided his health. Point 2. He was, in short, not feeling well, and the mass of text his night work resulted in became too much for him. One theme quickly led to another, which in turn opened the way to a further problem that immediately demanded a solution. In the same breath as he asked the big questions about the dynamic of society, he grappled with a number of calculations in which certain connections would be evident with mathematical exactness. He grasped at everything, sensing that he risked losing the thread. In a way, it came to pass. He would never be finished with the Grundriss. He regarded the endlessly growing pile of notebooks with increasing dissatisfaction. He could not even find his way in his own notes, he complained to Engels at the end of May 1858. The damnable part of it is that my manuscript, which in print would amount to a hefty volume, is a real hodgepodge, much of it intended for much later sections. Ultimately, he was seized by aversion to what he had written. In November 1858, he wrote to Lassalle that the task was exceptionally important. An important view of social relations is scientifically expounded for the first time. The content was ready, but not the form. And the results so far had been ruined by a style marked by a sick liver. By that time, Marx had already decided to narrow down his project. He was occupied with an initial installment of a planned series in which the form would be as austere as it had been undisciplined in the Grundriss. The result was his 1859 work, a contribution to the critique of political economy. There, most of what was allowed to take up space in the larger manuscript was kept out. The installment was at least the beginning of what 8 years later would become the first volume of Capital. Independent work or preparatory. It would be a long time before Marx's great manuscript, which went not only by the name Grundriss but sometimes was also called Rehendentwurf, rough draft, became known to the world. Not even Engels had paid it any regard. It was chiefly the still incomplete portions of Capital that he devoted himself to trying to get ready for print after Marx had died. Karl Koski, who wanted very much to finish Engels's work, had the introduction that belonged to the Grundriss project printed only in 1903, in the German Social Democratic theoretical journal Die Neue Zeit. The editing was not particularly careful, but the text roused great interest among those who wanted to delve deeper into Marx's thinking. The Austrian Max Adler, the foremost theoretician of what was called Austro-Marxism, attached great importance to the introduction, as did the Hungarian philosopher George Lukács in his epoch-making 1923 work, History and Class Consciousness 3. It continued like this throughout the 20th century up to today. A more reliable edition of the entire manuscript was published between 1939 and 1941. But, in the shadow of the war, it was little read. Only the new edition of 1953, with the title Grundriss der Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, Outline of a Critique of Political Economy, published in Berlin and soon also in Frankfurt and Vienna, attracted greater attention, becoming part of the renaissance of the young Marx, the Marx of the manuscripts, that played a big role in the oppositional Marxism aimed at party orthodoxy and oppression within the Soviet Empire. Marx spoke about alienation in the Grundrisse as well. Moreover, he opened up broader prospects than in the more focused Capital. Point 4. Antonio Negri, the Italian philosopher and activist, published the book Marx Oltre Marx, Marx Beyond Marx, in 1979. In it, he maintained that the Grundrisse was marked by the fact that it had come into existence in a revolutionary situation. Marx wrote it at the same time as he was following the current crisis, step by step, with endless excitement. Theory and practice came closer to each other there than in any other of Marx's works, Negri argued. The Grundrisse was thus not primarily a stage on the road towards capital, but rather a deed in words. Point 5. A particular Grundrisse line, in which the openness and freedom in the great work tempts readers to audacious present-day applications, can perhaps be distinguished in the modern reception of Marx. In the 2000s, Negri and the American Michael Hart published a trilogy that attracted a great deal of attention, a bold attempt at finding the keys to unlocking the present, empire, multitude, and commonwealth, with a concluding declaration. Despite all his differences, the Slovenian intellectual Slavoj Zizek also belongs to the same tendency. It is the open spirit of the Grundrisse, rather than the strict logic of capital, that characterizes his work, as it does Hart's and Negri's. The American literary scholar Frederick Jameson is also among those who handle Marx rather freely. Incidentally, one of his students, Thomas M. Kempel, wrote an original book in which the Grundrisse is treated rather as a work of fiction, the work of an innovative author. Point 6. But the Grundrisse is naturally also a preparatory work for capital. The first person to investigate, and with great accuracy, how Marx's project of social criticism developed through his work on the Grundrisse was Roman Rostalski, a Ukrainian historian and economist, who collected his results in his major 1955 work, Zur Entstehungsgeschichte de Marxischen Kapital, The Making of Marx's Capital. In it, he showed how in a number of drafts Marx played with the idea of what the intended work would contain, and how much of it was later realized in the 3 volumes of Capital. There are 2 main questions that can then be asked, as well as about other later investigations of the same type. Both, what is there in the Grundrisse that is not found in Capital? And, how far did Marx manage to get in the Grundrisse with the work that gradually resulted in Capital? Which central concepts had already been worked out by the late 1850s, what exists in more rudimentary form, and what is missing entirely? 7. The first question is the starting point not only for Negri's, Hart's, and Zizek's free application of Marxist perspectives to the problems of the age we live in. It has also driven more modest investigators of the incomplete manuscript. The Grundrisse is a work that has often been commented upon, even if it is in the shadow of Capital. It was the second type of question that dominated Soviet and East German Marx research, as it did interpretations on the topic that were more directly loyal to the party. The critical edition of the Grundrisse in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe was introduced with a long preface in which the crucial question was how far along the path to capital Marx had traveled during 1857 and 1858. It was then that he realized the nature of labor in capitalism, and it was then that he recognized that the commodity is the crucial point in the economy itself, it is said. Quite simply, a teleological process is depicted in which the goal was the definitive theory Marx developed in Capital. The process had begun with Marx's and Engels's earliest writings on the economy from the 1840s, and only reached its goal with Engels's final edit of the 3rd volume of Capital. It did not stop there, in fact, it continued with Lenin all the way forward in the history of the Soviet Union and actually existing socialism. This continuation, however, is not clearly delineated in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, whereas its outlines are that much sharper in the Marx-Engels Werke from a few decades earlier. There, the introductions are signed by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which carefully impressed Lenin's interpretation on the reader. It is like reading classic Lutheran theology, the words of the Bible take on the interpretation that the great reformer gave them. Point 8. Even in such an undogmatic account as Michael Heinrich's Die Wissenschaft vom Wort, the Grundriss stands out primarily as a stage on the road to capital. But here it is no longer a question of teleological development. On the contrary, Heinrich emphasizes that it is not at all certain that the changes in Marx's development always entailed improvements. This does not prevent him from seeing in the Grundriss primarily a preliminary work for capital. But he also calls attention to convictions in the Grundriss that disappear in capital. It is chiefly a matter of the idea that capitalism must collapse during a sufficiently deep crisis. In Heinrich's opinion, this fades away in Marx's world of ideas after the crisis of 1857–58.9. Seeing the differences and similarities between Marx's great, incomplete work and the text that became the first volume of Capital is obviously important. This will also be a theme in the next chapter. But the main emphasis here lies on what is unique to the Grundriss, in brief, what makes it a work that, in all its incompleteness, still stands out as so attractive and inspiring. This applies especially to the oddly incomplete introduction. Through it, one comes inevitably into the strongly Hegel-inspired vocabulary that also marks a number of other parts of the Grundriss. Only a few echoes remain in Capital. In the Grundriss, the distance to the manuscripts occasionally seems less than that to Capital. The theme of alienation turns up again. In fact, in one place Marx even uses the word Gattungswesen, species being, which otherwise belongs to the period before the theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology and therefore before the great reckoning with the ideas about the essence of humanity. 10. In stark contrast to these philosophical excursions stands the ambition of working out an exact theory in the most natural scientific sense possible. It turns up several times in the Grundriss and points unambiguously forward, towards capital. Two philosophical ideals therefore stand side by side in the Grundriss, one with roots in the philosophy of Hegel, the other where the exact theories of the age, primarily in physics and chemistry, serve as models. The contradiction is not surprising, considering Marx's intellectual background. What is noteworthy, the thing that requires explanation, is rather how Marx looks back to Hegel during the economic crisis and how he then once again loosens his ties to his old teacher once the crisis has ebbed. This was the same time that he abandoned his magnificent, nearly limitless project. He sets himself a new, significantly more limited task, to write a contribution to the critique of political economy, hereafter a contribution, which we have already encountered. The road from the Grundriss to a contribution is usually described in the literature as a brief and almost natural step towards capital, in fact, just another step. But surely the transition from one project to another is significantly more dramatic? Marx must have fought with himself and decided to feel his way towards a more lucid method of presentation. Now it was to be a series of installments instead. The step from the Grundriss to a contribution will be a central theme in this chapter. The comparison between the remarkable introduction to the Grundriss and the influential preface in a contribution will also be important. But the large manuscript also contains other things requiring attention. The dominant chapter in the Grundriss, which deals with capital, never had a counterpart in a contribution. But the chapter deserves its own treatment, especially because it contains themes that are never developed in Marx's later production. A section on what Marx called the Asiatic mode of production has aroused both interest and lively disputes over the last 60 years. In another section, Marx wrestled with the question of how labor can be shaped in a more advanced society than capitalism. Both these themes will conclude this chapter. A flow teeming with ideas. The Grundriss bears traces of the furious working pace Marx kept during the work. The outline suffers from haste. The presentation is often interrupted by statements saying this or that theme does not belong in this context, or that it must be developed further on. The order bears witness to how quickly and promptly the notes were made, but also to the enormous flow of ideas and knowledge that characterize them. Despite illness, poverty, and the bread and butter writing, the period from the summer of 1857 to March 1858 was a time of unremitting innovation. The style may be heavy and clumsy, an immense ordeal for a translator, but this often halting, awkward language supports an enormous load of ideas, and not infrequently the dark forest of words is illuminated by some beautiful aphorism. The text now reproduced in complete editions, such as in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe and the collected works, consists of 3 different parts. First is a brief commentary on 2 economic theoreticians in the generation after Ricardo, the Frenchman Frédéric Bastiat and the American Henry Charles Carey. The text was written back in July 1857 and its lasting contribution is the term vulgar economist. Carey and Bastiat differed from Smith and Ricardo in that they did not depict capitalist society as riven by conflicts, but on the contrary as a harmonious arena. In Marx's opinion, they thereby avoid any deeper analysis of society and are satisfied with a glossy facade. Marx did not mention the Manchester liberals in the text, but they are kindred spirits who argued that the factory-owning middle class could represent the working class in the conflict-free society of free trade. An introduction, which in its incomplete form encompasses some 20 pages, also falls outside the text Marx himself named Grundriss. But this introduction, which was written at a breakneck pace at the end of August 1857, sets the tone for much of what follows in the larger manuscript, or, more correctly, the 7 notebooks Marx filled with his scrawls, and is naturally always printed together with it. Point 11. What follows the introduction is difficult to grasp, it is true, but it still has a basic structure that can be found in a more cultivated form in both a contribution and capital. First is a chapter on money, and then another on capital. They are numbered 2 and 3. The introduction was probably intended as an initial part. The order within the chapter has the freedom of spontaneity. The chapter on money starts with detailed excerpts from a book on banks by Alfred Derriman, a disciple of Proudhon, and the manuscript concludes with a number of supplements to both chapters. Many digressions occur between them as well, often extremely fascinating but hardly easy to incorporate into the totality for which Marx had been striving. The introduction is worth particular attention. It is not only the part of the work that has had the greatest influence on posterity. It is also the closest Marx came to a presentation of his basic method. A few months after he had written the draft for the introduction, in January 1858, he wrote to Engels that he had by mere accident got Hegel's logic in hand. His friend Ferdinand Freiligrath had given it and other works of Hegel's to him as a gift. The books had originally belonged to Bakunin. There are several volumes of Hegel in the library that Marx left, including the 1841 edition of The Science of Logic. It was a work that had been under discussion much earlier in Marx's writings, particularly in the manuscripts but also in the Poverty of Philosophy. The copy he had access to around the new year in 1858, he had probably got 2 years earlier. It was only in connection with his work on the Grundriss that its contents were brought to the fore for him, when he had taken another look at the book. In his letter to Engels, Marx wrote, "If ever the time comes when such work is again possible, I should very much like to write 2 or 3 sheets making accessible to the common reader the rational aspect of the method which Hegel not only discovered but also mystified." Oddly enough, the same idea returned 10 years later, in 1868, when he wrote to the German tannery worker and self-taught philosopher Joseph Dietzgen that he intended to write on the dialectic as soon as he had cast off the burden of political economy. The true laws of the dialectic were already in Hegel, and it was only a matter of liberating them from their mystical form. Point 12. It is of course impossible to judge how this text, which turned up in his thoughts after such a long interval, could have related to the introduction he had already written in the summer of 1857. There, as in an important part of the Grundriss itself, Hegel is certainly present without being in focus. Marx never got the time to clarify his relation to the philosophy of Hegel he had developed during the 1850s and 1860s. By and large, we have to be satisfied with the Grundriss and a few sporadic statements in Capital. But seen more closely, it is quite a lot. The introduction is, from beginning to end, an attempt to explain the difference between the results the classical political economists arrived at and Marx's own. The central section deals with the method of political economy. But Marx also drifts onto Hegel and the Hegelians, despite there being no economists among them who he takes a position on. But Marx had to delimit and determine his method in relation to their philosophical one as well. In the beginning, he stresses that he is talking only about material production. With that, he comments on the determinations of the materialist conception of history that he and Engels made back in the German ideology. There is a similarity in the wording itself, and this is probably not by accident. When writing the preface to a contribution a few years later, he had the yellowing, decomposing manuscript fresh in his mind, perhaps even in front of him. 13. In the German ideology, the authors claim to start from real conditions, to be precise, definite individuals who are productively active in a definite way enter into these definite social and political relations. In the Grundriss, Marx writes, individuals producing in a society, hence the socially determined production by individuals is of course the point of departure. 14. The essential difference between the statements is that the German ideology was meant as a reckoning with the idealism of the left Hegelians. The Grundriss turned against the individualism, or atomism, of the liberal economists. The mistake of the young Hegelians, in Marx's opinion, was that they started from what people imagined about themselves and not from the actual conditions they were living under. The criticism of the liberal economists did not apply to their idealism. It was not their conception of the world that was being attacked, but their economic theory. The economists started from material circumstances and not, like the idealist philosophers, from ideas. Their mistake lay in the starting point itself. They assumed that the isolated individual, Robinson Crusoe on his island, provided the picture that is easiest to grasp of economic conditions in any society. This recluse, both producer and consumer, obeys the same economic laws as any community, from a tiny village to all of Great Britain. Marx sees a manifestation of bourgeois individualism in this idea. He admits that the individual in bourgeois society certainly appears as an independent unit, and that the social forms only seem to be the means for the private strivings of the individual. But it is only within a fixed, advanced type of society that the individual can appear as independent. The bourgeois view of history is thus baseless. But why? What is it in the bourgeois economist's approach that leads to absurd results? For Marx, the answer lies in their way of using scientific abstractions. Abstraction is necessary for every type of scientific work. Certain essential features or phenomena must be sifted out from the extravagance of particulars in empirical material. The incidental must be overcome and the features in common, the connecting, the decisive, must be found. But even these do not show how the various abstractions relate to each other or to the concrete material. The economists assumed that certain abstractions were always valid, and valid at every level. That is why they were able to move from one type of society to all types, and from society in general to the private individual. But, if certain abstractions were always valid, it had to be possible to isolate the various abstractions from one another and treat them as independent agents running through history, applying to all individual people and groups and to all of society. Conversely, if the relationship among abstractions shifts from epoch to epoch, or if they generally can be separated only partially from one another, it will not be possible to draw lines forward or backward in history with their help. Economic theoreticians have sought to get rid of this maneuver in various ways. The great weakness lies in distinguishing material production from distribution of the results of production among various social classes. Ricardo chose to see production as a given, outside of the actual realm of the economy. The great issue for that economic theory is then the shifting distribution among the social classes. Ricardo counted three classes throughout history, precisely those who predominated during the time in which he lived: landowners, capitalists, and workers. John Stuart Mill developed a similar line of thought. Production developed with the necessity of a law of nature, and was thereby not subject to human will and human calculations. Nature provided the frameworks within which humanity could move. Distribution, on the other hand, could be influenced. Production determines the size of the cake, but people can share the cake among themselves in various ways. Mills's determination of the relationship between production and distribution forms the starting point for Marx's criticism. In the context, it would have been worthwhile if he had gone into Mills's 1843 work system of logic, in which he developed his views on the scientific method and the formation of theory. The connection with his economic theories is a strong one. But Marx took no closer notice of this British empiricist philosopher. He was setting the concrete emanation of this philosophy against his own scientific theory. For Marx, Mills's thesis on production was a way of promoting the capitalist method of production to eternal validity. It had always existed, only in more or less primitive forms, and it would always exist in increasingly advanced form. On a strictly theoretical economic level, Marx differs from Ricardo and Mill through his conception that production, just as much as distribution, is subject to sweeping historical changes. Marx further asserted that in fact it was production that was crucial for these changes. But the differences could not be reduced to differences in result, there were also differences in scientific approach. For Ricardo and Mill, isolating production and distribution from each other was an obvious condition. In Marx's opinion, production and distribution were mutually dependent variables. To demonstrate the advantages of his approach, Marx conducts a longer conceptual drill with the main economic categories of production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. Exchange, itself the direct relation between seller and buyer, plays a rather passive role in the argument. Distribution, or allocation, of products among various social classes is that much more central. The crucial thing for Marx is that these categories are constantly interwoven into each other. They can be made independent only temporarily and in the abstract. Even purely logically, they are already bound up. Production, for example, is also always consumption of raw materials. Consumption is also always production of one's own body. In these aspects, there is an immediate identity, as Marx says, between them. But there is also a mediated identity, an indirect relationship between them. Production determines consumption, only what is produced can be consumed. But consumption also determines production, what is not consumed will not be produced, either, in the long run. Between production and consumption lie distribution and exchange. For that reason, the attempt to isolate distribution already seems futile. Marx also showed how the economists who tested this isolation were compelled to make a number of double determinations, for example of capital, which had to be put in relation both to production and to distribution. The structure of distribution is in fact determined by the structure of production, Marx said. But this does not mean that distribution is entirely dependent on production. It can be observed, for example, that a form of distribution can historically precede the corresponding form of production, as trade capitalism preceded industrial capitalism. Moreover, distribution is not simply distribution of products, it thus does not begin only where production ends. There is also a distribution of the tools of production, as there is a distribution of members of society among the various kinds of production. Against the classical liberal political economists, Marx maintained that economic categories could not even conceptually or heuristically be kept apart. Every mode of production constitutes a unique combination of the various categories. The classical political economists were able to assume that capitalism was an eternal form of production because they isolated production from the other basic economic categories. They had thereby been unable to see what was new and unique in various modes of production. 15 But how would the crucial difference between Ricardo's and Mills's approach on the one hand, and Marx's on the other, now be determined? The Czech philosopher Jindřich Zelený made a respectable attempt back in the 1960s in his book The Logic of Marx, which was translated to English in 1980. In it, he sets Ricardo against Marx and draws a number of interesting conclusions from the comparison. Ricardo's analysis of capitalism, in Zeleny's opinion, is distinguished by the fact that it differentiates between empirical phenomena and the essence lying behind them, and that this essence is perceived as unchanging. This essence can thereby not undergo any qualitative changes, nor can qualitatively distinct economies, that is, economies with different essences, turn up in history. In accordance with this viewpoint, the questions Ricardo could take up strictly are quantitative. Whereas Ricardo started from the fixed essence, that is, from an abstraction that was to apply to all economic conditions, Marx's starting point was also certainly an abstraction, but as an abstraction perceived as a cell, that is the smallest changeable unit in a changing organism. The commodity is this unit he starts from, in the theory developed after the Grundriss and above all in Capital. In Zelany's opinion, the commodity could thus be perceived as the cell of the capitalist mode of production. 16. Zelany's interpretation has fine details, but his attempt to determine how Marx, broadly speaking, differs from Ricardo seems unsuccessful. The image of the cell is not apposite. No biologist in Marx's time tried to determine a species of animal or plant by starting from individual cells. Marx himself could sometimes talk about cells in a biological sense, but he did not construct his argument about basic economic categories on that comparison. More essential than the analogy itself between commodity and cell is the perspective into which Zelany puts Marx's method. Zelany emphasizes that Ricardo's idea of the fixed essence belongs in a mechanistic world of ideas. Marx, on the other hand, was working in a more biologically marked tradition, to be precise, in the tradition that sees human, societal, and historical conditions in analogy with biological ones. It is a tradition first of all drawn from Hegel, and from the romantic natural philosophers with Schelling at their head. In it the organic, the complex, and the changeable in all human processes and events are set off against the attempt to apply the basic principles of Newton's theory in all areas. Let us examine concretely the significance of the organic model for Marx. First, it can be noted that the immediate biological inspiration in the Grundriss is minimal. Only once does it appear explicitly, when Marx says that pre-capitalist economic systems could only be understood by taking a starting point in the more complex capitalist system, and draws a parallel with comparative anatomy. The anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape. In the literature on Marx, this statement has given rise to a number of learned commentaries. In reality, it testifies to the fact that Marx was still romantically inspired in his view of comparative anatomy. For a natural philosopher such as the German Lorenz Oken, it was obvious that humanity in its essence summed up the entire biological hierarchy and that this hierarchy could be understood based on its perfection, the human being. Similar ideas occur in Hegel, who called spirit the truth of all nature. It was also romantic natural philosophy that guided empirical research in comparative anatomy for several decades. This inspiration only came to an end when Darwin's theories began to become generally accepted. 17. It is obvious that this romantic inspiration had very little to do with the line of reasoning Marx followed in the Grundriss. The idealistic world of conceptions hidden in the anatomical research of the Romantics was no source of inspiration for Marx and his comparisons between more advanced and less advanced systems. The analogy he made is a superficial one. In Capital, the parallels between the natural scientific and social scientific research play a relatively more prominent role. Marx's field of interest had also changed to some extent. But in general, there is no particularly strong emphasis on the organic. As regards Marx's views on biology, the major difference between the Grundriss and Capital is that Darwin's Origin of Species had been published in 1859. His views on everything living, and in particular their development, had thereby thoroughly changed. But this is a story for later. Let us continue to dwell on the introduction to the Grundriss. Without a doubt, we can establish that if Marx's ideas of the complex unity derived any real support from the organism model, it was not through biology but through idealistic philosophy. Or, to be precise, if Marx claimed, against the mechanistically inspired conceptions of Ricardo, Mills, and others about the relationship between various economic categories, that there was an organic connection between these categories, we must seek his inspiration not in the development of biological theory but in philosophical speculations about the organic and the inorganic. Once Marx had marked off his conception against those of Mills and Ricardo, he was eager to also quickly mark it off from Hegel's. After the commentary on the intricate relationship between production and consumption, he added that nothing is simpler for a Hegelian than to posit production and consumption as identical. Point 18. Further on in the text, he clarifies his own conception on the relationship between the various economic categories, production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. Thus, they are not identical, but that they are all elements of a totality, differences within a unity. Point 19. He holds the concept of totality in common with Hegel against the empirically minded political economists. But it is the concept of identity that he turns against Hegel. We will soon see what this means. It is clear that his conception of the totality strikes a discordant note with the idea of the organism developed in idealistic philosophy. There, each part is subordinate to the totality, each part serves the purpose of the totality. In this world of ideas, the organism constitutes a single, though constantly changing, harmonious unity. But Hegel's concept of the totality, which consists of much more than the organic even in this wide sense, is also built on a more complex, and complicated, concept of identity than is suggested by the idea that the parts are harmoniously arranged in, or, rather, fused into, the totality. Marx's polemic must be placed in this broader context. Hegel started from the idea that everything is subject to change, and thereby that everything is part of a restless process of development. In such a process, the totality is formed by parts that are opposed to each other, but these totalities are temporary and are burst asunder, to be superseded by new, more complex totalities. Marx's conception of the growth, establishment, and dissolution of the various relations of production seems to be a very particular application of this idea of development. But Marx was not of the same opinion as Hegel. Hegel had perceived the relationship between the parts in the totality incorrectly and in a speculative fashion, he said. Point 20. In his work, Hegel tried to find a simple and uncomplicated starting point that constitutes the beginning of the endless, increasingly complex processes of development. In the Phenomenology of Spirit from 1807, in which he followed the path of knowledge, he started from the sensuously immediate. On the other hand, in the Science of Logic, published between 1812 and 1816, he started from the completely indeterminate being. But no matter what starting point is chosen, something else is always left out. Whatever it was, something, is taken as the subject of the investigation, ein anderes, an other, is always ignored. But then this other becomes a problem, and above all the relationship between the one, the something, and the other becomes in principle an insoluble difficulty. Both phenomena must therefore be incorporated into the same totality. But this totality further excludes other phenomena, which in turn must be included. There is still a contradiction between the parts included in the first unity, they do not cease to be a something and an other in their union. This is a description of a theoretical process, a process of knowledge, but Hegel had a fundamentally idealist conception of the universe and asserted that every real development had the same course of events. The path of knowledge is also that of reality. For now, Marx's criticism of Hegel does not apply to his idealism but to the relationship between the parts, the moments, in the totality. We must get a better grip on Hegel's idea before we can understand what it is Marx was criticizing. The opposing pair of abstract concrete has a key role in Hegel, as it does in Marx. The simple starting point is always abstract, because it excludes the other. The unity of something and the other is concrete in relation to the moments included. The abstraction means that the concrete is broken down into its component parts. Marx's use of these terms does not differ from Hegel's. In the Grundriss, Marx says, the concrete is concrete because it is a synthesis of many determinations, thus a unity of the diverse. The words are simpler, but the content is much the same. The difference between Hegel and Marx lies in their views on the relationship between the abstract determinations that are included in the concrete totality. Above all, Hegel uses the word reflection. He therefore opens the way for his fundamental conception that there is an agreement between the ideal and the real, idea and reality. In the first place, reflection is a moment in the intellectual process, it is the analysis of a totality, and thus a process of abstraction. But it is not just any analysis. The one moment is regarded in its state of opposition to the other, the totality is kept in mind, but the moments are nonetheless kept separate. Reflection does not only have the meaning of consideration, it also designates a phenomenon of light, just as it does in everyday language, mirroring. Hegel makes use of this double meaning. The moment in a totality is broken down not only through a thought process, it also reflects itself and the other moments. It is in this mirroring that the unity of the totality is apparent for reflection. There is a close connection between reflection and unity in Hegel's thought. The law of identity, A equals A, constitutes the height of abstraction, and does not help understand any change at all. A reflection that stopped at this purely tautological proposition of identity, Hegel argued, was an external or superficial, äußer, one. In a higher form of reflection, they become apparent as separate moments. This determining reflection defines a phenomenon through marking it off from something else. This way, both something and an other are already kept within sight. But identity, like abstraction, is not a phenomenon that applies only to thought processes. The concept of identity is applicable to real objects to the same extent. In a real totality, any totality, the moments included are identical to each other and nonetheless separate. 21 It is this conception of identity that Marx objects to. Totality, according to Marx. It should be noticed that Hegel, in the above context, was discussing all-encompassing phenomena that are valid everywhere. Marx was occupied with a delimited theory. For Hegel, unity creating reason raises itself above the various forms of reflection. With his philosophy, he chiefly wanted to solve the great speculative questions that were formulated in the idealistic tradition. He wanted to find the unity between spirit and nature. From the beginning, his conceptions of identity were formed in polemics against the philosophy of identity of the Romantics and Schelling in particular, in which the natural and the spiritual fused together in a harmonious unity for philosophical thought. The totality Marx spoke about was that of material production. This difference is essential. But through confronting his own idea with Hegel's, Marx, despite this limitation, would be faced with methodological and theoretical questions of unlimited scope. In the introduction to the Grundrisse, this opposition between the limited and the general is unresolved. He called the central section the method of political economy. But how did it relate to other totalities? The question is left half open. When, 6 months after having written the introduction, the urge struck to write about the Hegelian method to the whole of its extent, although without completing the attempt, it can be imagined that this relation appeared to him in a much clearer light. But back in the introduction, he had drawn the key terms from Hegel. Words such as determination, totality, moment, and so on were just as unknown or meaningless in the tradition of Smith, Ricardo, and Mill as they had been central to Hegel. When Marx said that the parts in the totality of material production were not identical, he naturally meant identical in the sense of the Hegelian dialectic. Hegel defined moment, that is, moment in a totality, as something that was included in a totality with its opposite, something that was einreflektiert. The moments in a totality mirror each other. They are subordinate to the higher unity of the totality. The idea that Marx brought out as his own is related to Hegel's down to the details. He asserted the following. 1.1 Of the moments, production, Marx both itself and the other moments, production grieft über itself and the other parts, it dominates the totality, it is all-embracing. A definite mode of production thus determines a definite mode of consumption, distribution, exchange, and definite relations of these definite moments to one another. 2. Production is determined in its one-sided form by the other moments. There is reciprocal action between all the moments. Marx added that the other moment, reciprocal action, was valid for every organic totality. It is impossible to determine if he was arguing that it was not applicable to the first moment. It can only be said that the traditional idealistic conception of organisms permitted no all-embracing or dominant moment. 22. Marx clarified his relationship to Hegel through the term interaction itself. According to Hegel, the idea of reciprocal action was a further development of causality, a causes be. When only causality is allowed for, the various quantities are regarded as only external in relation to each other, that is, they are not included in the same totality. Reciprocal action, on the other hand, means that they are no longer isolated from each other. But merely reciprocal action was no more the constituting factor of a totality for Hegel than it was for Marx. In the first part of his great system of philosophy, Hegel explained that reciprocal action stood on the threshold of the concept, that is, not enough to characterize a totality. In that context, he cites an example that is of interest here because it is so concrete it can be compared with what Marx said about his object, namely, material production. It concerns the relationship between the character of a people on the one hand and their legislation on the other. It is a classic problem, founded in the language itself. Words such as ethics and morals have their origins in other words that really signify customs and traditions. But what was the relationship between the both of them now? Keeping to simple causality, we must decide that the one is the cause of the other. Either we say, what people usually do determines what is regarded as good and correct. Or, the prevailing morals determine my actions. Hegel refused both alternatives, maintaining that customs and morals mark each other reciprocally. It is thus a question of the same type of reciprocal action between moments in a totality that Marx spoke about. But there is one important difference. Marx maintained that there was reciprocal action among 4 different moments. Hegel generally never spoke about more than 2 quantities, something and an other. As we have already seen, he defined Verhaltnis as a mutual relation, Beziehung, between 2 sides, and Verhaltnis is precisely his technical term for the relationship between the moments in a totality, whereas Beziehung had no specific meaning in his terminology, signifying relationships in general. The relationship between something and an other in Hegel is the relationship between the positive and its opposite. In general terms, the opposite is no more qualified as an opposite than as just an other. This means that Hegel's determination of the relationship, das Verhältnis, as a relationship between 2, and only 2, moments was of great significance for his dialectic. 23. But Marx was experimenting with a unity that consisted of 4 moments. For that reason alone, his concept of totality became considerably much more complicated than Hegel's. We do not know if this was a conscious departure from Hegel. For Hegel, it was fundamental that there were only 2 moments in a unity. His logic would simply not allow more. It is a consequence of his particular concept of identity, the one Marx repudiated. Hegel maintained that the mere discovery of reciprocal action between 2 moments, as in his example between customs and laws, does not permit us to comprehend, get an idea of, the totality in question. With that idea, both moments in a totality are coordinated into a totality. The contradiction between both is sublated, even if temporarily. Both sides in the reciprocal action are perceived as moments in the idea. With that idea, the interaction gains meaning. Hegel's universe is full of meanings. Reality is like a book that human reason is able to read. Since Marx did not find this totality necessary, or even possible to attain, he could incorporate 4 determinations into the same totality. In other words, he was not looking for the point at which the differences between the moments is dissolved. Instead, he was looking for a dominant or all-embracing moment, a moment that at one and the same time determines the others, and itself, and stands in a relationship of reciprocal action with them. This analysis in the Grundriss lacks a counterpart in Capital. This makes the introduction exceptionally important. With its help, we can approach a question that will become important in the next chapter: did Marx tone down the role of production in capital, and instead attach relatively great importance to distribution, and thereby circulation and money? Economy and philosophy. Louis Althusser correctly emphasized that the difference between the dialectic of Hegel and of Marx is not only a difference between idealism and materialism, but also a difference in the views on the structure of the dialectic. On the other hand, Althusser's thesis that Marx's theory after the theses on Feuerbach was fundamentally incompatible with Hegel's philosophy is untenable. 24 The dynamic and tension in Marx's relationship to Hegel cannot be captured in such simple terms. It was neither caprice nor chance that drove Marx to once again take Hegel's philosophy in hand in the late 1850s. Faced with the task of finally developing his original social theory, it was important for him to give an account of his own position in relation to both the thinker who once marked him and to the economists who were of topical interest in his time. He agreed with them all that one should begin with abstractions in the scientific treatment of an object. An older economic theory could start from the extremely complex or concrete, the population of a country, for example, but no real knowledge of the economic contexts could be gained on that path. It was therefore a crucial step when Smith ignored all concrete differences and simply took up labor as the starting point of his doctrine. But Smith and his followers, once they had found a valid abstraction, committed the mistake of believing that it would be valid in the same way, independent of all other relationships, throughout all of history. When they thus established that labor created all value, they assumed that labor would forever have the same character as it did in capitalist society. The threads could be drawn straight back into history from the present time, and they would always run in the same order among themselves. Hegel also started out from abstractions. Like Marx, but in contrast to the economists, he did not see this process as a purely formal operation in which the individual was inferred from the general. On the contrary, it was an innovative development where constantly new and varying content enriched the abstractions. The concrete results of an investigation could not be predicted with a set of abstractions. But Hegel also maintained that reality must be intellectual, or more correctly, ideal, in nature, since knowledge could only be attained through an intellectual process. Marx ardently repudiated this. It is true that the path from the abstract to the concrete is taken in thought, at the same time as the concrete is what provides the best knowledge of reality. But this did not mean, as Hegel argued, that the concrete, as a result of scientific work, corresponded to a real development from something abstract to something concrete. The concrete in knowledge is a conceptual totality that cannot be mistaken for the concrete in reality. The development from abstractions to the complex is not, as Hegel asserts, the path of reality. Marx devoted great energy to showing that economic development does not go from simpler to more complicated relationships. In other words, economic history did not proceed in a way that follows the path of developed economic theory from the abstract to the concrete. 25. In fact, with this demonstration Marx turned against Hegel as well as Smith, Ricardo, Mill, and the other economists. The latter had assumed that capitalist relations would be found throughout all of history, just in simpler and more primitive form the further back in time one looked. Hegel maintained that every development, therefore also historical ones, began with something simple and abstract in the same way as thinking or theory. But Marx still directed his main attack against Hegel. He was not just an idealist, he did not only see the real as an expression of thinking or the idea. His thinking on identity resulted in the idea of the unity between thought and actuality, the subjective and the objective, idea and reality. The limited criticism of Hegel's conception of identity that Marx previously offered is broadened here to apply to the cardinal thought itself, the identity between theory and its subject. Hegel asserted that every totality is a unity, even if a transitory one, of the elements included. Marx said that this did not apply to the totality of material production. But now the perspective was being widened. He maintained that there was a certain degree of agreement between thinking and reality, but that this agreement could not be comprehended as an identity. Thinking and its objects fundamentally differ. In his introduction, Marx did not mobilize a materialist conception on this point against Hegelian idealism. We know from other texts that he saw the conception, the theory, or the idea as secondary. Here, he was satisfied with pointing out that knowledge and its objects could not be identified with one another. It is thus misleading both to see the relationship in Hegel's idealistic terms and to believe that knowledge is a reflection of its object. In the introduction to the Grundrisse, Marx brought his theory on the basic conditions of society face to face with Hegelian methodology. On the other hand, he gave no answer to the question of whether or not what he saw as the best method of economic theory should apply to all scientific methods. Hegel ascribed universal validity to his statements on theoretical work. Marx spoke about the method of investigating a very complex and specific piece of reality, namely material production. But in his criticism of Hegel, he made use of terms and expressions that in all likelihood apply to all knowledge. It seems as though the question of the methodology of other sciences had not yet come into his field of vision. That issue, however, lies implicit in what he wrote. If he was speaking about political economy as if it applied to all knowledge, this problem would gradually have to confront him. This took place above all in the encounter with the new, revolutionary chemistry and with Darwin's theory of natural selection. But when he wrote the introduction, it was still an unknown field to him. At that point in time, it was at least a question of the relationship between two areas of knowledge, the one narrower and the other wider, and both naturally of equal topical interest to Marx. The one was material production, political economy in its narrower sense, and the other was society and history in general. Unfortunately, Marx did not finish his thoughts. He only wrote down a few points that provide important suggestions, but nothing more. In one of the points, Marx spoke about the unequal relationship, das Ungleichverhältnis, between the development of material production and, for example, art. 26. At first, it seems like a rather banal problem that Marx took up only to protect himself against various vulgar conceptions that progress in one area, material production, for example, always meant progress in all the others. According to such a conception, Greek art would necessarily be inferior to modern art. Marx emphasized that no such Baroque idea followed at all from the belief in the primacy of material culture. But there is something more in Marx's assertion than simply the repudiation of the idea that the degree of development of material production constitutes the foundation for evaluating all cultural products. Above all, he was speaking about actual unevenness in development. This assertion would be set against the idea of the unique position of material production. It meant that even though material production determined historical development in general, this did not mean that all social phenomena were passively dependent on it. Marx's standpoint is reminiscent of what Engels wrote to some young supporters much later, in the early 1890s. This comparison will be made in a later chapter, page 590 below. Marx's statements are also closely connected with what he said earlier in the introduction about material production as a totality and about the relationship between knowledge and its object. In both cases, it was a question of unequal relationship, in which one moment, production in the totality of material production in society in general, or the object of knowledge in the process of knowledge, was ascribed a unique position and identified as dominant, but in no way the only crucial or decisive moment. There would thus be a similarity of structure between all the different areas. In the introduction, Marx was very far away from the ambition Engels would later have of creating a coherent view of all the sciences. In one of the points he did not finish developing at the end of the introduction, he spoke about real, in contrast to ideal, historiography. In another point, he announced his intention to take up the accusations that his interpretation could be characterized as materialist. By all appearances, his response would have started out from a sharp distinction between his own type of materialism and what he called naturalist materialism. By that, he meant the idea that the world of humanity could be investigated with the same fundamental concepts as could the world of nature. He could then have gone back with advantage to his and Engels's reckoning with Feuerbach in the introduction to the German ideology from 1845 and 1846. But he would not follow up on his intentions. Perhaps he soon forgot them completely. It is striking, for example, that in his reckoning with Karl Voigt in Herr Voigt a few years later, 1860, he did not mention a word of the fact that this same Voigt was not only a politician, but also one of the foremost representatives of a naturalist materialism. Voigt got involved in the materialismus-straight, materialist controversy, that raged in the 1850s primarily through his 1855 pamphlet Kohler Glaube und Wissenschaft, Blind Faith and Science. In it, he granted neither humanity nor art any freedom in relation to the fundamental laws of matter. 27 Marx stood far from him, not only politically but also in his scientific conception of the world. Internal discord. Marx polemicized vigorously with Hegel and the Hegelians in his introduction. He not only wished to clarify his own position in relation to an important predecessor with this clear drawing of boundaries. He also wanted to avoid misunderstandings. Marx's language, and especially his method of argument, are strikingly reminiscent of Hegel in certain parts of the Grundrisse. Hegel's texts were constructed around more or less hidden syllogisms. The trisections of both thinking and reality he devoted himself to rather thoroughly, particularly in the science of logic, reverberate in several places in the Grundrisse. Syllogisms still constituted the framework of the logic taught in schools and at university. They had a homogeneous form, and a history that reached all the way back to Aristotle. From two premises, a conclusion of the following type was drawn: all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, Socrates is mortal. 28. Such logic was purely formal, and thereby valid regardless of the content of the concrete examples. Hegel questioned this strict boundary between form and content. The form also had its content, he maintained. So it was in thought, and so it also was in the reality that at heart was also a world of ideas. New content was added in every conclusion, and the new stood in a relationship full of tension to the original. The processes of thought are like the innovations of reality. The new emerges through contradictions. What was recently achieved is broken down, but not annihilated, it returns on the next level, through the next syllogism, more complicated, with richer content. The key concept that captures this process is Aufhebung, which in German signifies abolition as well as preservation and raising up, the multiplicity of meanings that Hegel was the first to emphasize and recognize. We have encountered this word several times, it also turns up infrequently in Marx, but he sometimes seems to take fright at it. When he includes the form of the syllogism in the text in the Grundrisse, noticeable only to those who are well acquainted with ordinary Hegelian prose, it is both to point out the proximity to, but above all the distance from, Hegel. 29 Marx spoke about the path from production to consumption as a conclusion in which distribution and exchange formed the middle, that is, the mediating link. But Marx's intent was rather to show that it was not enough to see it as a proper syllogism, the relationship between the various links is far more complex. Production, as we have seen, is also consumption, consumption is also production, and so on. 30 With this demonstration, he objected at the same time to the economist's rigid use of the same concept. Even after the introduction, Hegelian vocabulary turns up again and again. It gets most interesting when Marx makes use of it without accounting for its philosophical origins in more detail or taking a position on it. This was what happened with the concepts of form, substance, and content. They are certainly much older than Hegel. Form and substance were already fully fledged in the philosophy of Aristotle, and the concept of content dates from the Renaissance. But Hegel added something that echoed in the Grundrisse. He subtly develops a double concept of form that agrees with an everyday use of the word. We do not need to reproduce this analysis in detail, but an important result is that a form can be set against both substance and content. Substance is determined as the formless which is formed and is thereby given unique character, its defined property, that is, it becomes a birch, a daisy, a cat, or a person. The unity of substance and form is called content. But if we think more closely about content, we discover that we are also imagining a form, but another kind of form, something superficial, perhaps something purely formal or something that the eye or the ear can pick up without the help of the intellect. For the sake of simplicity, we can talk about Form 1 or Form 2, in which Form 1 provides clarity about what an object is while Form 2 signifies the facade. Marx uses the terms form, substance, and content numerous times in the Grundrisse, as he does in many other of his works. Most often, it is to emphasize that the economic analysis ignores what is being produced, distributed, or sold. It does not matter which commodities are being produced, the only essential thing is what value they represent. Marx can also compare the work to a form that forms the raw material with the help of working equipment. In a section that is rather difficult to get through, he differentiates between substance, stuff, and content. The chapter erases the specific form of the work, that is, its concrete character, and becomes any labor process that takes place within its substance and forms its content. Or, in other words, the particular work processes its typical raw materials and produces its particular products, however meaningless this specificity may be in the narrow economic analysis. What is most interesting, however, is another section in which he talks about the role of labor in creating value. Boards do not become a table and iron does not become a cylinder in the same way that an acorn becomes an oak. But through labor, the boards and the iron are still given life. The labor that has already been put into them, both boards and iron have been produced, ceases to be a dead, external, indifferent form and becomes an element of living labor. Labor thus forms its products, and thereby corresponds to the power of growth in the acorn. This line of argument constitutes an example of the Hegelian distinction between Form 1 and Form 2. But Marx is not satisfied with this dry distinction, and the next moment becomes lyrical. Labor is the living, form-giving fire, it is the transience of things, their temporality, as the process of their formation by living time. The boards, which were once sawn, and the iron, which was once cast, come to an end in the new labor process that transforms them into the table and the cylinder. 31 This is how Marx could write when, alone in the night and in a great hurry, he tried to summarize his enormous project. Even when it concerned what was and would remain a main problem for Marx, the dynamic nature of capital, he sometimes connected with his philosophical teacher in the Grundrisse. Syllogisms are again glimpsed in one place, but this time it is their extremes and not their middle term. The extremes are capital on the one hand, and labor on the other. They meet in the labor process, but as strangers. Something new still arises from the labor process, a greater value. It is thus not a question of an eternal repetition, a circle, in which machinery and raw materials, through labor, restore the production that was consumed through consumption. No, the process leads to increasing results. It is, Marx said, a spiral, an increasing curve. 32. The spiral is one of Hegel's favorite metaphors for development. But in the Grundrisse, Marx also tries to express the same conviction in a clearer, more formalized fashion. He has not yet reached the simple expression in capital for the increase of commodities, P, V, P, V, P, in which P signifies money used for commodity production, V, which can be sold against a greater sum of money, P, which makes greater commodity production, V, possible, and so on. But he is already on the way in the Grundrisse, without, however, being able to symbolize the increase. He can only represent the circulation, the repetition as P, V, V, P. 33. Faced with this dilemma, he sought a way out in pure mathematical exactness. He had found the secret behind capitalist production: a surplus value is created as a result. The worker receives only compensation for a part of what was created in the labor process. The rest becomes an increase in value that the capitalist can freely make use of. Marx first tried to clarify this process using arithmetic. He was not satisfied with the result, with some reason. The calculations led nowhere, and in his hurry he not infrequently miscalculated. Further on in the manuscript, he tried to sharpen his implements via simple algebra, and now it concerns such things as the circulation of capital, that is, the phenomenon that would later be the topic of the second volume of Capital. 34. It is without doubt another scientific ideal than the one that marked his attitude towards Hegel that he tried to realize here. He was not satisfied with reasoning, but wanted to show what his theory revealed with the exactness of figures. The striving for exactness, as well as for conceptual simplicity and clarity, soon took the upper hand in the work that followed after the Grundrisse and will also be treated there. One could even speak of an inner conflict in his great project, and it is now high time to examine this conflict closely. A more manageable project? The Grundrisse contains so many subtle arguments that it is easy to get caught in its unique details and forget its great task, to clarify the peculiar nature and the dynamic of capitalism, and its fragility. Marx was writing in a race with an economic crisis that he long believed would result in a total collapse. Only when the crisis subsided did he realize that the great manuscript he had produced was entirely too formless to be presented to a readership, even in edited form. It was in this situation that he sought advice from his friend Engels. On April 2, 1858 he wrote a long letter in which he not only complained about his wretched health which made it nearly impossible for him to work. He also talked about the plans for his continued work with his great social theory. The whole would cover 6 topics, he said, namely 1. Capital, 2. Landed property, 3. Wage labor, 4. State, 5. International trade, and 6. World market. It is interesting to compare this plan with what he had already sketched out in the introduction to the Grundrisse. His plan there was significantly more abstract. Point 1 would deal with the general determinations that were common to all societies, and after that he would set about the structure of bourgeois society. The third concerned the very epitome of bourgeois society, Zusammenfassung, in the form of the state and also the non-productive classes, circulation, the credit system, and other things he did not specify in greater detail. After that, international conditions and the international division of labor would be dealt with. The final section would deal with world market and crises, in part the same topic as in the plan of 1858. But there was still one important difference. The crises were set off as a particular topic. They had certainly not lost their role a year later. But the road from crisis to revolution was no longer as short or as obvious. 35. Between the plan from August 1857 and the plan from April 1858 lay the work on the Grundrisse, and also a series of newspaper articles in which the effects of the crisis were illuminated from various aspects. It was important that capital had now gained decisive significance in the plan. Instead of the more or less historical and philosophical topic that was announced in 1857, perhaps intended as a further development of the discussion about production, distribution, and so on, the specific dynamic of contemporary society now came into focus. The changes can be seen as a result of the intensive work of the intervening months, in which capital had become precisely the crucial topic. But it was also a narrowing and a sharpening of the tremendous task Marx had made up his mind to do. One important practical circumstance had also arisen. In March 1858 Marx had agreed with the publisher Franz Duncker in Berlin to publish his great criticism in installments. He still believed that it would be child's play to sort out what he needed for the entire work from the Grundrisse material. But he was mistaken. The freedom that the Grundrisse radiated would now be disciplined, perhaps to excess. In the above-mentioned letter to Engels with the new plan, Marx also accounted in greater detail for how he intended to make use of his study. In the first installment he would deal with capital in general, and after that deal with competition, credit, and share capital by turns. Share capital was the consummate form of capital, on the threshold to communism. But it also contained a number of internal contradictions. Before grappling with capital, however, he had to deal with its conditions, value and money. Only after that came the main topic of the installment. But, Marx wrote to Engels, as regards that topic I need your opinion first. It is a remarkable letter. It is easy to imagine the background. Marx had awoken from an inspired intoxication. The words had flowed over the paper, sometimes heavy and clumsy, but not infrequently packed with meaning, brilliant, in fact. The crisis had subsided, the hour of uprising had not struck, and Marx, worn out from work and sick, had to try to develop what could be of value for another, slower period from his massive manuscripts. Engels's reaction to the letter was mixed. It was a very abstract indeed, and he found it difficult to follow a number of the dialectical transitions. He excused himself by saying that he was unused to that kind of reasoning, now that he was compelled to occupy himself with mere earthly affairs. But with these words, he implied that most potential readers of Marx's future work would encounter the same problems he had. 36. It would be several weeks before Marx responded. His illness had become so severe that he had become unable to write. He was compelled to dictate his articles for the New York Daily Tribune to Jenny. His liver problems were worse than ever, it was the price for all the late hours. The illness could not have come at a more inconvenient time. Now it was simply a question of working. 37. Engels responded that Marx could at least travel to Manchester, and Marx agreed to the adventure because he had got somewhat better. In addition, Engels promised to guarantee his travel costs. The weeks Marx spent in Manchester would restore his health. He went out riding with Engels every day, and had withdrawal symptoms when he returned to London. Engels had been a skilled rider since his youth. In a letter of thanks, Marx wrote apologetically that it was his own misfortune that he was always compelled to break off his exercises on horseback as soon as he had begun finding pleasure in it, that is, achieving an elementary level of skill. It must have been a priceless sight when they both set out for the surroundings of Manchester, the one in good form in the saddle like a cavalryman, the other more like a sack of hay. During the time in Manchester, they naturally also spoke about the writing Marx would grapple with as soon as he returned home. In fact, he could not completely abstain from the pen. Sorting out something that could be presented to the public from the kitchen sink of the Grundrisse was urgent. 38. Having returned to London, he drew up an index that would help him find his way through all the notebooks full of scribblings that constituted the Grundrisse. 39. It certainly worked. But the little amount of writing he later completed differed fundamentally from the matrix. The flow of associations had been toned down, and the diversity of topics had been replaced by a dry, logical consistency. Corresponding to the introduction, as difficult to read as it was profound, was a brief, pithy preface to a contribution, the simplicity and clarity of which played a large role in its success. The significance of the preface for the most widespread interpretations of Marx is so overwhelming we must pause to consider these brief pages in depth. Base and superstructure. The preface is 4 pages long and has a clear, simple construction. First, Marx indicates the plan for the entire critical work, which the published text was only the first installment of. It was otherwise the same plan that he set out in the letter to Engels. Capital would be dealt with in the first section, and Part 1 deals only with the conditions for capital, that is, the commodity and money. The reader is given the impression that the remainder of the work lies ready to be sent to print. Marx also explains that he did not intend to publish the introduction that he had already written in connection with his work on the Grundrisse. He found it inconvenient, on further consideration, to anticipate results that first needed to be substantiated. The reader who followed him would travel the path from the simple up to the general. 40. Why had he not felt the same suspicion of far-reaching philosophical commentary when he sat down to write the introduction? Why did he allow himself to be captivated by theoretical problems that were fascinating but difficult to penetrate in August 1857, while in January 1859 he found the same problems impossible to treat except after long, more down-to-earth exposition? The explanations lie close at hand in external circumstances. The introduction was written on the cusp of a rapid social transformation. The fundamental mood was cheerful, no problem was too big to take hold of. The preface came to be in a more dismal time, when everything had returned to order after the crisis and Marx himself was sick and worn out. In addition came Engels's reaction to a significantly more easily strained plan, a very abstract. But there were also internal reasons. Marx's attitude towards these types of great philosophical questions that the introduction raises had long been split. He was both fascinated by and entertained suspicions towards them. It is no coincidence that the Grundriss, as we shall see, has topics reminiscent of the manuscripts, first of all alienation but also far-reaching theories about humanity, history, and even the future. In a contribution, he was more ascetic in his choice of topics. In the preface, he described in a few lines his own intellectual development, his studies where law was to have been the main subject but soon had to make way for philosophy and history, his experiences as a journalist, and his encounter with socialist and communist ideas in Paris. He spoke about his acquaintance with Engels and their common intention to reckon with left Hegelian philosophy in the large manuscript that posterity, but not Marx's own time, knows under the name the German ideology. It is the standpoints from the German ideology that remain in the brief, constantly quoted declaration that Marx made about his scientific method of working. This declaration often serves as a summary of his entire theory, without exception in Soviet and Soviet-inspired descriptions, and is worth quoting here. The general conclusion at which I arrived and which, once reached, became the guiding principle of my studies can be summarized as follows. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The passage also appears in the study by British philosopher Gerald A. Cohen, Karl Marx's Theory of History, a Defense. Cohen reproduces the central parts of the preface as a model for his account, which at the same time is an impassioned defense and a meticulous illumination of Marx's arguments. He asserts that Marx provides a functional explanation of the relationship between base and superstructure. In order to explain his interpretation, he draws a concrete example from Capital, in which Marx says that Protestantism, by changing almost all their traditional holidays into workdays, was important for the emergence of capitalism. In Cohen's opinion, this meant not only that the new religion had this effect, but above all that through this effect, it contributed to the explanation of the emergence of capitalism. 41 It is certainly an important clarification, but still does not cover the entire problem area that Marx dealt with. The error does not lie in Cohen's interpretation of Marx's preface, but in that the preface is entirely too simple and conventional to be interpreted as a summary of Marx's entire work. It is important that Marx himself obviously did not have these ambitions with his declaration, either. He said explicitly that it was a thread, Leitfaden, for his studies. This term is important. The classically trained author thinks of the ball of yarn Ariadne gave Theseus as an aid to finding his way back out of the labyrinth once the Minotaur had been defeated. Marx left a thread behind him when he entered into the confusion of paths that human society represents. Concrete reality forms such a confusing diversity that it cannot be made comprehensible without strict scientific studies. With the help of the thread, he would find his way back. 42. A thread is not a map. The thread is a heuristic principle in the most literal sense of the word. It helps someone find a way out of a dilemma. The word can be compared with a similar reservation in the German ideology. Guidelines do not provide a schedule according to which history can be arranged. The concrete study of reality always remains, the result is not given from the beginning. But a guide is needed. The guide Marx provided in his preface is robust enough. People enter into fixed relations of production that are independent of their will but a condition of their lives. The relations of production correspond to a fixed level in the development of the forces of production. A given economic structure is the base on which society rests. People's consciousness is determined by the actual material circumstances under which they live. But these circumstances change. At a certain level, the forces of production come into conflict with the relations of production. People can achieve things with their skills, their technology, and their knowledge that are incompatible with the prevailing power over production. The conflict is inevitable, and eventually the productive forces burst the limits set by the prevailing order. As a result, the enormous superstructure of political and legal institutions, as well as religious, artistic, and philosophical relations, or what Marx summed up as ideological forms, is transformed. There is much to be said about these lines. The metaphorical pair of base and superstructure is defined here. Base is no newcomer. For example, the word occurred a couple of times in the Grundriss. But here it has been given its complement, superstructure, and the building is finished, a permanent structure that after Marx's time has occasioned much more confusion than clarity. Dogmatism of all kinds has taken the simple analogy with a house as its starting point, and nothing has been simpler for opponents of everything Marx stood for than to interpret the metaphor narrowly and literally. This preface not only opened a contribution, but also the entire motley tradition called Marxism. 43. As we have already seen, early on in his development Marx was eager to emphasize his predilection for the stable and the robust through various images. He differentiated between earth and heaven, head and feet, in short, between more and less earthly conditions. Base and superstructure belong to the same family of expressions, but lend themselves more easily to dogmatic deadlocks. Society becomes a building. For his part, Marx is chiefly interested in the methodological difference between studying the play between relations of production and productive forces on the one hand, and political and legal institutions as well as human ideas on the other. An upheaval in the former can be observed with the exactness of the natural sciences, he said. This is not possible with the latter. But it is in politics, in art, and in thinking that people become aware of the conflicts that they are inevitably drawn into. It is there as well that they fight one another, with weapon in hand, or with words. Both ideas and feuds change with the base, sometimes more slowly, sometimes more rapidly. In Marx's own writings there is no clear boundary between the study of the fundamental conflicts and ideological forms. Material production is in focus in a contribution, as it is in Capital, but in his purely polemical writings, as in his journalism, political complications, theories, and other subjects that must be considered part of the superstructure predominate. There is a further problem with the superstructure that neither Marx nor anyone who wishes to anchor ideas and conceptions in concrete circumstances can escape. Does scientifically well-founded knowledge not become relative in this case? Is what we designate as true only true in relation to a given historical situation? What position did Marx himself speak from? One thing is certain, Marx was not a relativist. Valid knowledge may have its basis in a definite historical conjuncture. Its validity is tested in other ways. In Capital, he would make his position perfectly clear. Value and money. There is more to be said about the relationship between the Grundriss and a contribution. The only installment of a contribution that Marx completed contains nothing more than the preliminaries to the promised work. The reader would reap their rewards only in the next installment, with a better understanding of the age they lived in. A contribution can only be regarded as a model for Capital in a limited sense. The opening scene is identical. Bourgeois society appears as an immense accumulation of commodities. But, from there on, the text is more barren, lacking the perspective-widening concreteness that characterizes Capital. The fundamental relations, however, are nailed down with a steady hand in a contribution. The commodity as commodity has nothing to do with its concrete content. An ounce of gold can have the same value as a ton of iron or 20 lengths of silk. Value is determined by the labor time required on average to produce the commodity. In short, an abstraction is made from the concrete commodity, but this abstraction is not the product of ideas, it belongs in the real everyday world. The labor of the individual does not remain separate but is immediately incorporated into a wider social context of value exchange. Point 44. The object of one of the most brilliant sections of Capital, commodity fetishism, is already under discussion here but only briefly, and it is easy to overlook. It is said that the labor that produces, exchange, value makes the relationship between people appear distorted, as a relationship between things. Another important thought also flickers by. Use value, that is, the usability a commodity has, is not created through labor alone, it has its basis in the material nature provides. It is only exchange value that is entirely dependent on labor time. A length of linen does not satisfy the same needs as a half pound of tea, but the exchange value can be just as great. The chapter on the commodity ends with an overview of previous theories on the subject. Criticism of political economy for Marx was never simply a criticism of actual conditions, but also of the ideas about them. With this collected history of economic thought, he refers to a particular manuscript that was published in an incomplete state long after his death as Theorie über den Mehrwert, Theories of Surplus Value. The brief sketch he provided in the middle of his account in a contribution contains some interesting details such as the fact that James Steuart, the Scotsman Hegel was deeply influenced by, spoke about alienation in connection with industry, or that Benjamin Franklin, the American enlightener and inventor of the lightning conductor, was the first to posit the idea that the value of commodities was determined by the labor put into it. Point 45. The second chapter dominates the first installment, and deals with money. It has counterparts in both the Grundrisse and in the first volume of Capital. Even a brief comparison among the three can open up certain perspectives. In both a contribution and Capital, the commodity has been broken out as its own, introductory chapter. Marx left a more chaotic, open account rich in associations and instead presented a text that had been cleaned up and strictly constructed. In the postscript to the second edition of Capital, he made a sharp distinction between the methods of research and of presentation. The researcher operates in a diversity of details that is difficult to grasp, where it is a matter of finding connections. These connections then govern the final presentation itself, which can easily give an impression of a mere a priori construction. Point 46. Nowhere is the step from the diversity of research work to an almost ascetic method of presentation clearer than from the Grundrisse to a contribution. The Grundrisse is marked by sudden changes, dizzying views, and genius flashes of wit. With the first installment of his great criticism, on the other hand, he showed that he assumed a patient reader who gladly awaited the grand perspective of society in the coming installment. The reader of the Grundrisse has a journey that is more entertaining but not as certain. The chapter on money in the Grundrisse is full of exciting digressions, not infrequently bracketed by parentheses. Marx could scatter brilliant thoughts about in a few inspiring pages. Universally developed individuals are not the products of nature, but of history, he stressed. It is not nature, but people themselves who created the circumstances that compel them under definite relations of production. Liberation must also be a human deed. At earlier levels of society, private individuals could appear as more comprehensively developed than today, due to the fact that material conditions were not as complex back then. Today, people are locked up in their narrow roles, but the longing to return was a romantic whim, as much as it was a bourgeois illusion that people will have to live forever under the lack of freedom that reigns today. Liberation must mean that all people become masters of their own circumstances, thereby developing fully. And, he added in a new set of parentheses, a comparison can be made here with the relationship of the individual to science. He does not develop the idea, it remains open to our own further interpretations. These words probably point forward to his conclusion further on in the manuscript that satisfactory labor must have a scientific character, see below, page 392. But he is soon ready for a third set of parentheses, and he has changed subjects. It now concerned money, the main theme of the chapter. Comparing it to blood is incorrect, he said. It is the word circulation that gives rise to this absurd comparison. It was equally wrong to see money as a kind of language. Ideas cannot be separated from language, he said, implying the continuation like commodities can be separated from money. In short, there is a temporary relationship between commodity and money, whereas language constitutes the solid anchorage of every idea. However, in the next breath he remembers how beautifully Shakespeare showed how money places completely different things on an equal footing. As in the manuscripts, he certainly had Timon of Athens in mind, see above, p. 155.47. Sometimes the presentation calms down, the multitude of associations thins out, and the main argument about money in its various present-day functions is carried further. But the difference with the contribution is still enormous. In the Grundriss, we can acquaint ourselves with Marx's flow of associations in its full breadth. He does not brush aside thoughts that do not carry the account forward, and his image of humanity and society develops. If the Grundriss is like a primeval forest where everything can grow freely, a contribution resembles more a French garden. The Grundriss is an adventure in reading, a contribution is a walk among a number of well-groomed concepts. But a contribution also provides some interesting glimpses of other concerns. In his newspaper articles, Marx had provided several lively descriptions of the phenomenon of globalization, and in a contribution he did so again brilliantly. The busiest streets of London are crowded with shops whose showcases display all the riches of the world. Indian shawls, American revolvers, Chinese porcelain, Persian corsets, furs from Russia and spices from the tropics, but all of these worldly things bear odious, white paper labels with Arabic numerals and then laconic symbols pound. Sd, he wrote. 48 It was a world that Charles Baudelaire saw developing in the new, wide, straight boulevards in Paris, and that Émile Zola would write a famous novel about 14 years later in 1883, Au Bonheur de Dames, The Lady's Paradise. Equally as striking is Marx's image of people who see mere riches as the highest aim in life. They are the martyrs of exchange value, holy ascetics who live on their pillars of precious metals. 49. But the text soon returns to its normal dry objectivity. A problem that would come to occupy Marx throughout his life turns up in the text. A commodity has a value that, according to his theory, is determined by the amount of labor put into it. But the commodity also has a price. How does one go from value to price? In a contribution, he makes it easy for himself as regards what is known as the transformation problem. The commodity is the standard, the value is the gauge. It is a statement that may seem plausible. A meter is a standard, and the length of something can be determined with the help of a meter stick. If the comparison is to hold, price is only one way of checking the value. But it is not so simple, price varies even when the value does not. Marx knew that, of course, but he did not show it in a contribution. 50. The chapter on capital. It is easy to misunderstand the relation between money and capital in Marx. Money has existed since antiquity, but according to Marx, capital is a modern phenomenon. Did he not sketch out a historical development from something simpler, money, to something more complex, capital, when he took up the one and then the other in the Grundriss, in the plans for a contribution, and in capital? No, this is not so. He was not unaware of the previous history of money, but the money he was interested in here is money in a system where capitalism already exists and increasingly dominates both the economy and society in general. This can already be seen from the historical digressions in a contribution. They never go further back than the epoch of merchant capital, which in the history of economic thought first left its mark towards the end of the 17th century. But more important is that the substantial treatment of money itself prepares the investigation of capital. Capital assumes money. The greater the power of capital, the more things become commodities. Money is invested in production in order to become commodities that can be sold for money, which in turn can be invested in the production of new commodities. The dynamic of capitalism is inseparable from money. But not all money is included in this creative circulation. A portion of it is placed in lock boxes, and as long as it stays there it is withdrawn from circulation. As we have seen, it was the intention that the first installment of a contribution would come out at the same time as the second, on capital. Capital had been the subject of by far the largest part of the Grundriss, and the topic thus seemed well prepared there. But, once Marx had sent off the manuscript for the first installment to Duncker in Berlin, Engels had to pay for the postage, there was nothing more. It is true that in a letter to Engels in February 1859, he stated that he was working on the second installment. 51, but, if so, it was more an intention than actual writing. Soon after that he felt compelled to take on an entirely different task, namely to answer an opponent who spared no effort to smear his reputation, Karl Voigt. For 18 months, he let his main work lie to instead write the 300-page pamphlet Herr Voigt, the last in a series of his violent polemical writings and the only one that came out in book form without Engels's assistance. We will briefly take up the content later, but here we are concerned with the Grundriss and a contribution. A contribution was a torso, if even that. Without the analysis of capital, the point remained unclear for most readers. Engels bravely tried to rouse interest in the installment with a review in the journal Das Volk. The review was to have been in 3 parts, but the third was never written. It was disastrous. The first part dealt exclusively with the conception of history that Marx had developed in the preface to his work, and the second also touched upon preliminaries, namely, Marx's way of developing a rational scientific method from the philosophy of Hegel. The reader was given no idea of what the main text of the book dealt with. 52. A contribution aroused no enthusiasm even among their most faithful followers. Wilhelm Liebknecht, otherwise a devoted admirer, wrote in a letter to a friend that no book had disappointed him as much as this one. 53. It is easy to understand why. He had expected an answer the great questions about society and got only a few introductory analyses about money. The Grundriss contains so much more, but the manuscript long remained unknown to the world. There, Marx laid important foundation stones for his economic theory, and in the chapter on capital, developed perspectives that he never had the occasion to return to. It is this latter aspect that will now come under discussion. Marx often opened important perspectives on society and history in a few short lines. The free exchange of exchange values was the real productive basis of all equality and freedom. It is thus in commerce not inhibited by privileges and other restrictions that the highest bourgeois ideal has its necessary foundation. Perceived as pure ideas and ideals, they are only the space at a higher level. 54. How this metaphor, this higher level, is to be perceived in greater detail remains unclear, except that there is a relationship of dependency. Marx's historical digression is clearer. Freedom and equality were certainly being spoken of back in antiquity. But the freemen of antiquity had their freedom at the price of other people's direct forced labor. In bourgeois society, the worker is formally free. It is better to be free than a slave, and yet the freedom of the worker under capitalism is illusory. The choice is between barely scraping by at the machines or pure starvation. Even equality remains illusory. The difference in power and influence are entirely too large. In light of this, he attacks the conviction of Proudhon and other socialists that material production in itself is good. The relationships between people are destroyed by money and capital, Proudhon said. If these powers can be held in check, both freedom and equality would flourish. Marx angrily dismisses this. Production and distribution, all of society, in fact, constitutes a totality. Both capital and wage labor are inevitably parts of the capitalist totality. 55. Marx uses the word power relatively infrequently, but his fundamental social theory deals with power relations in society to a great degree. There is a memorable formulation in the Grundriss in which he turns his venom against David Ricardo, who maintained that capital only strove for more wealth. No, Marx said, the goal was to command, that is, to rule over as much value and as much objectified labor as possible. In short, economic power was the main issue. 56. This observation is a result of the conviction that production does inevitably appear as an interaction between things, but that ultimately deals with relationships between people. With aphoristic incisiveness, he wrote, "Society does not consist of individuals, but expresses the sum of the relationships and conditions in which these individuals stand to one another." 57. This is an interesting sentence, in which he attempts to capture the dynamic in society. Physics speaks of field theories, in which the starting point is neither atoms nor smaller particles but the dynamic interaction between them. Marx, it could be said, embraced a field theory of society. Society beyond capitalism. One of the most famous sections in the Grundrisse deals with the forms of production and property that preceded capitalism. 58 What Marx called the Asiatic mode of production has in particular attracted attention and debate. The immediate reason for the interest cannot be sought in Marx's own text, but in the Marxist orthodoxy that developed chiefly during the Stalin epoch. According to this, development in all societies follows a fixed schedule. First came a primitive proto-society, then a slave society of the Greek and Roman type, and after that a feudal system from which the capitalist system sprouted forth. Faced with the simple theory of stages, a particularly Asiatic mode of production appeared as an inconvenient exception or even an alternative road to capitalism. Ideas that China, and India in particular, fundamentally differed from most European states had turned up in the 1850s in Marx's and Engels's newspaper articles and correspondence. But the idea's presence in the Grundrisse signified something entirely different. It could not be blamed on any temporary deviations, it constituted an integrated part of an ambitious work. Heated discussions broke out about pre-revolutionary China not having been a feudal society, as had previously been said. In fact, how did it relate in general to what was sometimes called the Third World, the lands beyond Europe, the United States, and the Soviet Union? The debate acquired new overtones when, in 1957, German historian Karl A. Wittfogel published his work Die Orientalische Despotie, Oriental Despotism. Wittfogel was a peculiar man. He began as a communist but gradually developed into the exact opposite. In the United States, where he emigrated, he even took part in Senator Joseph McCarthy's campaign of persecution against un-American activities. In his book, Wittfogel maintained that both the Soviet Union and the newly communist China were contemporary examples of Oriental despotism. But he also carried out a rather ambitious survey of Marx's theories on the Asiatic mode of production. After Wittfogel's book, a few more level-headed voices also made themselves heard. Back in 1964, Eric Hobsbawm authored an elegant and illustrative introduction to the first English translation of the Grundrisse, in which he concentrated on the question of the Asiatic mode of production. The preface can be found in the updated 2011 version of his great book, How to Change the World. In 1969, Italian political scientist Gianni Sofri published Il modo di produzione asiatico, which not only meritoriously summarized the ongoing discussion but also, and above all, went through the Marxist text and the historical background to it. 59. A new angle on the question of the Asiatic mode of production emerged with the Marxist and feminist Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak. Marx and Wittfogel, Hobsbawm, and Sofri had regarded the Asiatic mode of production from a European point of view. Spivak's starting point was Asia, India, to be precise, at the same time as she also analyzed British, French, and North American culture at the highest level. Marx came into her life early, and the Grundrisse has remained his text that she recommends above all to everyone who wants to know more about Marx. She herself has consistently depicted reality in a perspective from below. The peoples of the colonies, women, and proletarians have been the subject of others' expositions, but are there reasons to listen to their own voices? Can the subaltern, the subordinate, speak in general? Spivak tries to listen. Spivak is usually considered to be part of the tendency called post-colonialism, which has played an important role in the intellectual and scientific debate from at least the 1990s and onwards. Several of its leading representatives have a free, anything but uncritical yet devoted relationship to Marx. The Grundrisse, especially the section on pre-capitalist forms of production and property, has played a special role. Point 60. Now it is time to look at this text more closely. It is barely 40 pages long and rather freely organized. Marx distinguishes a number of different social forms, the primary common element of which is that they are pre-capitalist. On the other hand, he does not sketch out a one-way line of development through a number of stages. This notion, which Marxist orthodoxy long recommended, has no support in the Grundrisse, while it has been easier for them to reproduce a sentence in the preface to a contribution. In broad outline, the Asiatic, ancient, feudal and modern bourgeois modes of production may be designated as epochs marking progress in the economic development of society. But is he really talking about a chronological order? Of those mentioned, capitalism obviously comes last, but what about the others? The far more detailed presentation in the Grundrisse provides no conception, for example, of the Asiatic mode of production passing into either an ancient or a feudal mode. The focus lies entirely on the relation to capitalism. His images of humanity's early development are vague. He has not yet familiarized himself with the new social anthropology. Nor is he on the hunt for a strict classification of pre-capitalist societies. That would be the timetable of history that he otherwise had warned about time and time again. He could speak about a Germanic form of society, and even a Slavic, in passing. But they are, if anything, elements in a typology. Humanity's first great decisive step entailed becoming farmers. There was no private property yet. It would not arise until the cities began to flourish and then also to obtain power over the lands by force. But different forms of society could arise from this town-country relationship, depending on a number of external circumstances. It is crucial that Marx sees this entire course of events from the point of view of the working, producing, subject. Whereas his first great teacher, Hegel, began from the top and spoke about Asiatic despotism, a term that also provided the title for Wittfogel's book, Marx started with those who were directly involved in material production. It was, he said, really only a tautology that human lives had always been dependent on material production, implied, whatever we do, we are dependent upon the bare necessities of life and strive for more. This is the starting point he would arrive at in his introduction. Point 61. In this process, there is always a more or less obvious dynamic, a development of productive forces and thereby an expansion that sooner or later leads to conflicts among neighbors, and perhaps subjugation or colonization. This is how Marx distinguished a particularly Asiatic mode of production. He not infrequently also used the term Indian, but neither Indian nor Asiatic have any fixed and limited geographic meaning. One crucial factor is the need for great collective efforts in order to ensure production, particularly in the form of irrigation works of various kinds. In this way, ancient Egypt as well as Peru also qualify for the designation. Point 62. Large projects of this type provided living space for a number of small producers. High above them dozed the autocrat and his bureaucracy. The ruler was formally owner of everything of value in the country, but in reality the farmers provided for themselves and their progeny with what the earth produced. Above all, this required that they relinquish certain mandatory tributes to the despot. The mode of production lacked an inner dynamic to a great extent. Marx said. Point 63. It is the same thought he expressed in his most famous article on India in the New York Daily Tribune, the one in which he said that British colonization was required for the country to be modernized. There are two clear main themes in the section on the various pre-capitalist societies. The first is property in its various forms. Marx arrived at the conclusion that the original tribally based forms of property have their foundation in people's relationships with each other and nature, something that was the result of their special mode of working. European forms of production such as slavery and serfdom meant that the worker appeared as a natural condition for the entire societies, and thereby free individuals, production. It is the development of productive forces, that is, the development of people's skills and knowledge, and thereby technology in the broadest sense of the word, that sooner or later dissolve the various modes of production, As regards the Asiatic mode of production, as we have seen, the dissolution must be pushed through by foreign invaders. Productive forces are dynamic, whereas the relations that regulate production are on the contrary conservative. Or, in other words, the ruling class wants to preserve the established relations of power, but the prevailing social structure that is the condition for their power increasingly becomes an obstacle for the development of production that takes place through the labor of the workers. In the section on pre-capitalist societies, the latter form of expression with its perspective of class struggle would make way for the more impersonal terms productive forces, relations of production and forms of production. The structure, in other words, is emphasized at the cost of the actors. As Hobsbawm points out, the various forms of production that Marx spoke about, or in certain cases only suggested, are not without problems. 64 Was there, for example, anything in ancient society that inevitably led to a feudal system? Ancient society preserved its stability through enslaving people that had been conquered in war, and at the same time letting foreigners handle trade and handicrafts. In this way, the free citizens ensured their supremacy. But, in the long run, it did not succeed, and a new form of society gradually developed. But why precisely feudalism? Even the term feudalism itself in Marx's text is troubling, Hobsbawm said. It is difficult because he says so little about the form in question. He does not discuss the inner tensions, and is equally quiet about serfdom as he had previously been on ancient slavery. The crucial difference between both of them therefore does not emerge. The serf, but not the slave, is an economically independent producer. Hobsbawm's criticism shows how completely crucial is Marx's own warning against historical schematism. It was a warning that unfortunately resounded unheard when Marxist orthodoxy took form a few decades after his death. The other dominant question in the section on pre-capitalist forms of production and property concerns the transition to capitalism. This had been prepared earlier in the text. It is in general the historical question that occupied the author of the Grundrisse more than any other. Marx stressed with great emphasis that the conditions for the domination of capital are not an integral moment in capital itself. They belong to the history of its formation but by no means to its contemporary history, he said. One such condition is that the serfs free themselves from their serfdom and pour into the cities. They have thereby emancipated themselves from the bonds that formerly shackled them to the earth, but they are also without their own provision and their ability to work is their only asset. 65 In order not to be cast into starvation, a future capitalist is required who is ready with capital large enough to keep the workers alive during the labor process. In this way, capital conquers its eternal right to the fruit of other men's labor. 66 There is nothing in Marx's text that says that feudalism is the only possible condition for capitalism. What is required is the free worker and the capitalist with their assets. It is the relation between them that is decisive. As we have seen, the German word Verhältnis signifies the parts in a totality in which no part can be replaced without a totality being dissolved. It is therefore, as Marx talks about, a Produktionsverhältnis, a relation of production. Surely, he also observes the freeman and the slave in ancient society, or the lord and the serf in feudalism, in the same way. But he does not emphasize this at all as strongly as when capitalism is concerned. It is capitalism that finds itself the focus of his constant attention. This does not mean that what he said about previous societies lacks significance. On the contrary, he promised a more detailed analysis of landed property and its development in the work that the Grundrisse was to result in. This was certainly the planned part on ground rent and the work that ultimately shrank down to one single installment. 67 Among the most remarkable things about the Grundrisse is that there Marx betrays something of his thoughts about the nature of work in the society of the future. He does not say much, actually only a few pithy lines are involved, but it is still a lot in comparison with his other texts. The theme is work as sacrifice and as self-realization. He objects to the bourgeois economists from Smith to Senior, who see work as the same kind of burden throughout all of history. Only at rest can a person experience freedom and happiness. Such is their image of humanity. By nature, we are not active beings, naturally fitted for great efforts. Marx was and remained the advocate of another view of humanity. Back in the manuscripts he had sketched out an image of humanity as fundamentally both social and active. In the Grundriss, the image returns, but now without the wrapping of the thinking about essence. On the other hand, the word alienation remains, even if not as frequent. Smith and his followers imagine not only that human production requires capital from start to finish. They also believe that bourgeois economists are the same as human beings that existed long ago, and that they would continue to exist for as long as the human race endures. They would always shun labor. The eternal indolence of the land of Cochin was an absurd utopia during the Middle Ages, and it would remain so in the world of tomorrow. But its attraction would always remain just as great for Smith's and Ricardo's human being. In Marx's opinion, people's relation to work changes with the variation in the modes of production. Before capitalism, toil at the washtub or behind the plow was an external compulsion for the overwhelming majority, someone was commanding them. As a result of capitalism, the worker became formally free to work or to loaf about. But destitution forced them onto the factory floor. And the future? Fourier was mistaken when he asserted that work in a good society becomes a pure pleasure that could be performed under noisy cheerfulness, Marx said. He himself struck a different tone in one of his very finest aphorisms: really free work, e.g. the composition of music, is also the most damnably difficult, demanding the most intensive effort. The word compose deserves particular attention. In English, as in German, komponieren, it has the basic meaning of creating music, and Marx was of course not unaware of this. The profession of composer appears to many as the freest of all. It was certainly also like that for him. But the word can also have a broader meaning, referring to the work of creating order and the large amount of material where such an order is not given but requires both reflection and ingenuity. The qualifier of music is in addition to the English translation. It was the kind of activity with which Marx was extremely familiar. He knew everything about both seriousness and toil. There was a fundamental freedom in the choice of projects, the exact freedom that neither the slave nor the wage laborer would ever experience during their working hours. But once the choice had been made, it required all the energy and care that could be raised. Marx's brief sentence could stand as a model for all serious artistic, intellectual, and scientific work. But it is primarily not his own situation, and that of those like him, that Marx had in mind. In the next sentence, it turns out that it is material production of the future that he was speaking about. The sentence is long and rather complicated, and can well be quoted in its entirety. Work involved in material production can achieve this character only if, 1. Its social character is posited, 2. It is of a scientific character and simultaneously general in its application, and not the exertion of the worker as a natural force drilled in a particular way, but as a subject, which appears in the production process not in a merely natural, spontaneous form, but as an activity controlling all natural forces. 68. Both elements in Marx's image of humanity are thereby provided for. Work is social. People are not isolated from one another in and through production, they collaborate. Work is also scientific. Marx had recently pointed out that the modern wage worker did not understand the scientific principles that govern the machines of industry. But this distinction between brain and hand had to be overcome. Work must also become general. Marx had come back to a question that occupied him greatly during the 1840s, the division of labor. In the manuscripts, he saw the division of labor as the radical evil that maimed people. In the German ideology, he and Engels dreamed of an existence in which people could switch between various activities. The brief lines in the Grundriss did not mean that people would become free at any time to choose between a number of different pleasant occupations. The tone had been set by the sentence about the seriousness and the effort that characterized the activity once the choice of work task had been made. But what, then, is general labor? It must be work in which the person doing the work is in command of all the moments required, and thereby has the opportunity to govern and develop the machines that production requires. It is thus not the activity of a jack of all trades but rather of the universally knowledgeable specialist. From these scanty lines of Marx, it is easy to become attached to the image of an extremely advanced production in which technology and science live in symbiosis. Activities of this kind are encountered today in both medicinal research and advanced programming. We do not know his own concrete ideas. He did not paint a vivid utopia. He did not even make any general predictions, he only indicated the conditions for free labor within material production, which, in his opinion, sets the limits for all other activity. He said nothing about how all the people who do not have a place in this advanced industry are to occupy themselves. Nonetheless, there is a remarkable brightness around these few lines. He compares good work with both art and science, he gives away how he views his own research work, and he gives an idea of what human freedom is, the project that absorbs everything else, in close collaboration with other people. He spoke not of the many small freedoms of choice in capitalist society, but the choices of decisive importance and existential proportions. The Great Matrix. Of all the finished and unfinished works of Marx, the Grundrisse is the most complete, claimed British scholar David McClellan in his introduction to a British selection of the works. Another translator, the American Martin Nicholas, calls it Marx's unpolished masterpiece. 69. The unrestrained character of the text has made it popular among postmodernists. One of them, Thomas M. Kempel, concentrated in part on Marx, the author, in his 1995 book Reading Marx Writing. He emphasizes, with reason, Marx's interest in fiction, Balzac in particular, but in the final chapter he goes further and finds a grandiose erotic and aesthetic utopia in Marx's works in general. It can be questioned whether his interpretation has textual support. 70. The Grundrisse is a work that continuously inspires, and even entices, readers to entirely too audacious wanderings far from Marx's intentions. On the one hand, the work is the result of a tremendous creative rush, on the other hand, it is unfinished with many loose threads and marked in long sections by the downheartedness that replaced the initial enthusiasm. When Marx gave up the project, he sought to arrive at a clearer and stricter form in a contribution. But, after the preliminaries, new tasks intervened. It was often like this for Marx, something else always came up. 9 years lay between the Grundrisse and the first volume of Capital. During those years, he managed to do a lot, but only a smaller part of what he had mentioned in advance in his great manuscript. Despite its unfinished state, the Grundrisse is an important work. In it, the outlines emerged of the entire project that Marx never managed to complete. The self-criticism that otherwise was so typical for Marx sometimes had to give way to the momentary flash of wit. Among these flashes of wit there are also pearls of wisdom that we have every reason to make use of. They are scattered everywhere, from the quick sketches of the introduction to the remarkable ones about the strict internal conditions of free labor. The Grundrisse points forward to Capital, but also contains much else that bears witness to Marx's entire multifarious world of ideas. It is both a preparatory work and a work in itself. 11. The unfinished masterpiece. The Grundrisse is a crucial stage in the great project that a few years later would be given the name Capital. Capital is not a finished work. Marx did not even bring the first volume, the only one he sent to print, to a conclusion. He reworked it for every new edition, and at the end of his life he was ready to tear the text up again. Capital is otherwise a number of manuscripts, often in several versions, and various even more incomplete drafts and rough outlines, quite a few of them in the form of letters to friends and acquaintances. Summarizing Capital is the greatest challenge for anyone writing about Marx. The attempt that follows here begins with a few glimpses into the life Marx was living when he was working on his great project. After that, it concerns the external history of the work, how the first volume was completed, printed, and edited time and again, and how its sequel remained a series of fragments. What was nevertheless written constitutes a grand attempt at capturing an entire society in its dynamic development. Marx weaves an intricate net of concepts in order to succeed in his purpose, and it is this network that is scrutinized closely in the following section. Capital also has its own history of interpretations, which starts with Engels and continues on up to the present. In fact, it has been given renewed intensity in our time. A special section deals with this history, and in particular with the interpretative alternatives that today seem the most fruitful. A number of problems that a reader of Capital will encounter are dealt with individually in the second half of the chapter. This concerns both what I call the meta-concept of the form and content type with which Marx constructed Capital, and also the connection he sees between ideas about society and the world on the one hand and fundamental social relations on the other. One important theme is his sometimes misdirected striving to provide his account with a kind of natural scientific exactness. It was an ambition that could come into conflict with his method of constructing his conceptual apparatus. Another question I ask concerns the extent to which his general view of history influences the specific theory he develops in Capital. Finally, I illustrate how his concept of class goes no further than a few suggestions in Capital, probably because he encountered unexpected problems at the prospect of joining empiricism with theory. When Marx finally saw the end of the work on the first volume approaching, he remembered Honoré de Balzac's story The Unknown Masterpiece. He clearly recognized himself in the main character, the painter Frunhofer. As we shall see, the parallel says much about his own hopes and fears before Capital. New Trials. The first volume of Capital was published in 1867. For Marx and those close to him, it was a great relief. Marx had never been able to work undisturbed on his big project. In the early 1860s, he was still plagued with serious financial troubles. They became worse after losing his income from the New York Daily Tribune thanks to the American Civil War. Things went so far that he sought a position at a railroad office. But nothing came of it, his handwriting was entirely too illegible. 1. He now had to harass Engels all the more intensely with constant new appeals for financial assistance. On at least one occasion, he was so occupied with his own quandaries that he appeared thoroughly heartless to his friend. This was when Mary Burns, Engels's live-in partner for many years, died unexpectedly at the age of 41. I simply can't convey what I feel, Engels wrote to Marx in January 1863. The poor girl loved me with all her heart. Marx's reaction was strangely indifferent. The news surprised him as much as it dismayed him, he wrote. She was so good-natured, witty, and closely attached to you. That was all. In the next sentence, he declared that he certainly also had problems. The attempt to raise money in France and Germany had been unsuccessful, and now the family had no credit with either the butcher or the baker. They were behind on the rent, and the children needed clothes. In brief, there was no end to the misery. At the end of the letter, he tried to mitigate the effects of his words by admitting that he was horribly egotistical. He would rather have seen his own mother die than marry. Engels was upset and put off his response for a few days. In it, he admitted that the cool reaction had been very disagreeable to him. His Philistine acquaintances had shown him greater sympathy and friendship than his closest friend. A penitent Marx explained that his wife and children could attest that he had become as upset at the news of her death as when any of the members of his own family had died. But before he had written his response, the troubles of daily life had overwhelmed him and rubbed off onto the letter. He had wanted to take back his words as soon as he sent them. 2. Engels was satisfied with that, and their correspondence returned to its customary order in which economic theory, politics, and daily problems and reasons to rejoice were given their fair share. Marx had wished for his mother's death instead of Mary Burns's, and in November 1863 the 73-year-old woman actually died. The inheritance she left behind meant palpable economic relief. 6 months later, in May 1864, another death occurred that Marx really had not been looking forward to but which further improved the family's situation. Wilhelm Wolff, his friend of many years, died after a painful illness, and when the will was read it turned out that the revolutionary teacher had bequeathed the greater part of his small fortune to Marx. Suddenly, they were in the money. His gratitude was of course great. He dedicated the first volume of Capital to Wolff with the words, "My unforgettable friend Wilhelm Wolff, intrepid, faithful, noble protagonist of the proletariat." Point 3. The intent was that the second part, which would consist of what posterity knows as volumes 2 and 3, would be dedicated to Jenny Marx, but nothing came of that as Marx never completed the sequel. The money chiefly went towards the purchase of a house and a more respectably bourgeois lifestyle. Marx, however, never abandoned his habit of living beyond his means. But his troubles were on another level. Destitution was no longer at the door. Now instead it was his health that tormented him the most. His ailing liver, which had bothered him as soon as he started grappling with his great scientific project, was now accompanied by an even more serious complaint, a skin disease that gave rise to an endless succession of large, pus-filled, painful carbuncles that sometimes prevented him from sitting, sometimes from standing, and occasionally became so bad that he had to lie in bed, unable to work. Jonathan Sperber conjectures that he likely was suffering from the autoimmune disease hidradenitis suppurativa, which is still difficult to treat today. Arsenic was used as a remedy in the 1860s, with the risks that such a cure entailed. Point 4. But it was not only private circumstances that made Marx's road to the finished work longer and more difficult. Just when he was at the point of completing the second installment of a contribution to the critique of political economy, he was subjected to the furious attack from Karl Voigt that we have already touched on. His entire political activity was maligned, and he thus saw himself compelled to devote his entire attention to politics in the narrower sense and not social theory. The result was a text of another kind than the Grundrisse or a contribution. Herr Voigt can rather be seen as a belated continuance of the 18th Brumaire. A few years later still, he entered into politics again, and this time with full strength. Now it was a question of organizing the working class across national borders. Marx soon found himself in the midst of events. Ideologically, in fact, he set the tone in constructing what posterity would know simply as the First International. His political activities will be the focus of a future chapter. Both Herr Voigt and the International will be dealt with there, as well as Marx's relationship with the Paris Commune of 1871. But for the immediate future, our object is the story of the genesis of capital. The long road to Volume I. Marx's economic writings began in Paris in 1844 with the economic and philosophic manuscripts. Back then, he believed that he would soon be finished with his basic theory of society. But the years of revolution intervened, and he set to work again on his great project only in 1850, when the family had established itself in London. In many ways, the work took a new direction at that time. On the one hand, Marx got a great deal more material to work with through the British Museum. On the other, he engaged his predecessors, David Ricardo in particular, in a new, critical way. He questioned Ricardo's fundamental theses, including his theory of money, and in that way set out on his own path as an economic theoretician as well. Point 5. As usual, he thought he would be able to finish his great project soon. He wrote to Engels in 1851, "I am so far advanced that I will have finished with the economic stuff in 5 weeks' time. Et cela fait, I shall complete the political economy at home and apply myself to another branch of learning at the museum." 16 years later, he announced to the same man, "So this week the whole vile business will be over." 6 And this time it really would be. The Grundrisse and a contribution had been crucial stages on the road to the first volume. But he was still far from the goal. He continued reading copious amounts of literature on the subject that in some way could be of significance for his great social theory. But that was not enough. He constantly developed his theory, step by step constructing the finely branched conceptual apparatus with which he tried to capture the essentials of the society he lived in. It was at this point that he arrived at the conclusion that his life's work should be named Capital, with a critique of political economy as the subheading. He announced the new title in December 1862 in an interesting letter to his friend in Hanover, the Dr. Ludwig Kugelmann. The letter gives the impression that he was practically finished with the work, which he saw as a more comprehensive continuation of a contribution. He would clarify what Englishmen call the principles of political economy, thus in brief, once again, the essential features of the theory. He hoped that not only he himself, but others as well would be able to build further on this foundation. Point 7. But he could not finish the work this time, either. In fact, Marx had written an enormous manuscript of approximately 2,400 printed pages, in which an important part was not intended at all for the volume he had promised. This part is known to posterity as Theories of Surplus Value and was first published by Karl between 1905 and 1910 in a state that aroused a great deal of criticism for its inaccuracies. This large amount of working material, including Theories of Surplus Value, is available today in a critical version in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. Point 8. But none of this was still ready for print, nor was the considerable pile of manuscripts that was the result of Marx's work between 1863 and 1865. There are preparatory works for all 3 volumes comprising Capital, but also a lecture in English, Value, Price, and Profit, which he held for the leadership of the International. He now had a clear picture of the totality he had been striving for. In the summer of 1865, he wrote to Engels that the advantage of his work was that it constituted an artistic whole. The entire manuscript therefore had to be ready before he sent it off to the publisher. It was dialectically structured, which was why he could not do as the brothers Grimm did with their Deutsches Wörterbuch and send it off installment by installment. Point 9. He had come a long way from the idea that led him, 6 years earlier, to publish the first installment of a contribution. Now everything had to be made ready for print at the same time, both for the reader's sake and also his own, since every part was going to be connected with every other part. He was obviously talking here about all of Capital, which he had now done the preparatory work for. Only 3 chapters remained and then everything would be ready, he said. The final volume, the historical literary one, was not part of the same totality and had been easy to complete, since all the questions had been answered in the 3 previous volumes. Point 10. As we know, Marx's hopes were not fulfilled. Only the first volume came out during his lifetime. His idea about the totality deserves to be examined more closely, but, before that, a sketch of the continued work on Capital is needed. On New Year's Day 1866, Marx began working on the text that would finally go to print the following year. But despite all the preparatory work, the path to completion remained an arduous one. His health did not hold out. By February, he said in a letter to Engels that he could work like a man possessed as long as he was free from the usual liver troubles. But now, instead, he had suffered an attack of that odious skin disease. He was still so weak that he could not manage to grapple with the purely theoretical parts, but had only expanded a section on the working day. Nonetheless, he thought that he would soon be finished not only with the first part, but the second as well. So as not to tire the reader out, he was thinking of having the second part, which would in fact correspond to what is now divided between volumes 2 and 3, published 3 months after volume I. His health continued to disrupt his peace and quiet. If it was not the carbuncles plaguing him, it was his liver, and if it was not his liver, it was toothache and neck pain. In July, he nevertheless believed that volume I would be ready for print in August, and in November he saw completion as only a week away. 11 But it was not until April 1867 that he went in person to the publisher, Otto Meissner in Hamburg, to deliver the entire manuscript. Meissner wanted Marx to stay in the area for the sake of editing, so he set out for the Kugelmann family home in Hanover where he stayed for a few weeks. 12 But finally he was forced back to London, and now Engels assisted him with the editing. Engels found parts of the text difficult to understand, and encouraged Marx to make them more easily accessible as far as they would permit. But the acuity was commendable, he assured Marx. For his part, Marx could pester Engels up through the final edit with questions regarding the latter's purely practical insights as a manufacturer. 13. Engels could not only provide him with information on these matters, he also realized what the work that was now reaching its partial completion had cost his friend. Forever resisting completion, it was driving you physically, mentally, and financially to the ground, he wrote. 14. In September 1867, the bulky tome of the first volume was finally ready. But new problems now awaited. How would the work get the attention it deserved? Engels wrote a steady stream of reviews, 9 in all, 8 for German newspapers and the 9th for the British Fortnightly Review, which, however, refused publication. Engels's ability to vary his texts is admirable. One of the reports ended up in Elberfelder Zeitung, a local paper for the town in whose vicinity he was born and where he had stood on the barricades nearly 20 years earlier. In it, he emphasized that Marx's work laid the scientific ground for socialism. The daily press could not judge the science, he said, here science itself must have the last word. But he also joked about how long it had taken before volume I was finished, and much still remained. Another interesting review was written for Zeitung, which however did not print it. Here, he called Capital the Bible of the new Social Democratic Party. It rose far above ordinary social democratic publications, he declared, and despite the first 40 pages being difficult with all their dialectics, the book was easy to understand and marked by the author's sarcastic manner of writing which spares no one. 15. The rejected report for Fortnightly Review is above all an outline of Marx's book, and is both quite long and quite dry. It is not likely that it would have attracted many English-speaking readers to Capital if it had been published. 16. Despite the pains of Engels and other followers, the work on distribution went rather sluggishly. A number of negative reviews also appeared. The most important of them was the one published by Eugen Düring, a senior lecturer in philosophy in Berlin and a social democrat. 17. It was a fateful event. Without it, Engels would never have written Anti-Düring a few years later. It would also affect Marx, however condescendingly he would express himself about the review in his correspondence. Düring had misunderstood a great deal, he wrote to Engels. Above all, Düring was afraid, he wrote to Kugelmann. But in a later letter to Kugelmann, he was upset over Düring bundling him together with Hegel. Hegel was an idealist, Marx, on the other hand, was a materialist. 18. It would soon appear that Düring's statement had hit him hard. In a moment, we will see how this became evident. Otherwise there was silence and indifference around Capital, which bothered both Marx and Engels. The foremost exception was the interest that some Russians showed in Marx's work. Crucially, a young Russian, 25-year-old Nikolai Danielson, contacted Marx about a translation. Marx was enthusiastic. He had certainly not placed hopes for speedy social changes in Russia, but the positive interest that not only Danielson but a number of his countrymen showed him gradually gave him new ideas. He immediately began teaching himself Russian, and after 6 months of intensive study he had got so far that he could make excerpts of Russian language literature. 19. He himself asserted that texts in Russian were necessary for him to be able to complete the manuscript of Volume 3 that had lain dormant since 1864. But this was surely not the only reason. An acquaintance of Danielson's, German Lopatin, was the first to grapple with the translation. But it was Danielson who, together with his friend Nikolai Lyubavin, completed the project. The book was published in Russia on March 27, 1872. The censors let the book through with the words, "Although the political convictions of the author are completely socialist and the book is socialist through and through, it is certainly not a book accessible to everyone. What is more, its style is strictly mathematical and scientific." The reassuring final point reads, "Few people in Russia will read it. Even fewer will understand it." 20. The book quickly sold 900 copies. It was no grand success, but nonetheless it was a good reception. Marx's Russian adventures had begun. Danielson had wanted to translate the second volume together with the first, but Marx blocked that. In October 1868, he wrote that it would not be possible, it would be perhaps 6 months before it was completed, since he first had to wait for a series of important statistical information to be published in France, the United States, and Great Britain. In other respects, the first volume constituted a totality in itself, he added. Point 21. The work on what is today Volume 2 did not take 6 months, but the rest of Marx's life. He wrote a number of new versions that Engels had to make up his mind about when, after Marx's death, he was going to publish the work. Nor did the first volume give its author any peace. A new edition in the original German had to come out, and that required a great deal of work. Marx was not satisfied with the earlier results, and readers had informed him of the unnecessary difficulties that met those interested. He carried out an exhaustive revision, which we can now follow in detail through the critical edition of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. Among other things, he worked out an outline that is far more easy to grasp. The formerly 6 chapters became 25. In an afterword to the second edition, he wrote that the central section on value has been carried out with greater scientific strictness, and that this strictness was certainly something he had been striving for in the entire work. Point 22. The new edition was published in 9 installments from the summer of 1872 to the summer of 1873. At that time, a French translation was already on the way, done by Joseph Roy. Marx was satisfied with Roy's work at the beginning, but he gradually became increasingly critical. It was too literal, and Marx therefore had to make the text more French in places where the original German shone through. The corrections cost him more work than if he had carried out the entire work himself, he said. The entire text had to be reshaped. Ultimately, his own changes became so sweeping that the title page of the final translation, published in 1875, said that it was a traduction de M. J. Roy, anti-arrament revisi parl auteur, translation by Mr. J. Roy, completely revised by the author. In fact, Marx had not been satisfied with rewriting the text, but also made changes and supplements to the second edition of the German original. The remarkable thing is that the French translation is the last version of Capital that Marx himself prepared for printing. Everything published later was marked to a greater or lesser extent by Engels's editing. In those editions, incidentally, Engels did not include all the additions and changes Marx made to the French version. Point 23. Considering the constant reworkings of the first volume, it is no wonder that Marx had difficulties finding enough time to complete the sequel. Political work also demanded plenty of time. Add to that his health being unstable, in fact, he aged markedly during the 1870s, entirely too early by today's standards, but hardly by those of the time. If anything, Engels with his good health and his well-maintained physique was among the exceptions. None of the many different versions of the text for the second volume that Marx left behind met his strict requirements for a print-ready manuscript. The third volume remained in the state he left it in 1865. In addition, he always felt compelled to enter deeply into his widely differing areas of knowledge. He read literature in subjects such as agrarian chemistry, interested in what the constantly expanding productivity of the time meant for the environment, and he tried to improve his mathematics in the hope of being able to bring his theory to greater heights. Stacks of new excerpts joined the older ones. The fourth section of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe contains such excerpts, as well as short paragraphs and notes in the margin, most in Marx's hand and significantly fewer in Engels's. Once the work was completed, it was 32 thick volumes all in all, with an equal number of volumes of commentary and indexes. Marx was, and remained, the master of the unfinished work. The structure of Capital. Capital is indisputably Marx's most discussed piece of writing. Engels's reviews of Volume I were the first attempts at leading readers by the hand into the great work. Since then, the streams of interpretations, popularizations, and rebuttals has continued without interruption. After the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, the literature concerning Capital changed its character. Now, there is no longer any accepted orthodox tradition to take a position on. Its echoes can certainly still be felt, but they no longer have a state or an army to lean on. After the global economic crisis of 2008, capital has become as topical as it had rarely been before. Marx has found a large new audience, and a long series of commentators have come to their assistance with all kinds of introductions and interpretations. Old and new problems and points of conflict have become urgent, and are discussed with both acuity and passion. The grizzled veterans of reading Marx have met the enthusiastic newcomers who never needed to take a position on the orthodoxy once dictated from Moscow. They were quite simply too young for the question when the Berlin Wall came down. Many of them had not even been born. In the next section, we will get more closely acquainted with this new reading of Marx, Neue Marx lecture, as it is called in Germany. Point 24. But before that, Marx's original texts must be presented so that at least their construction is explained. A survey of this kind can never be completely uncontroversial. There is disagreement on several fundamental points where capital is concerned. Different authors also place different stresses. Often, the governing question is, what is still topical, still opens perspectives, today? The hopelessly out of date must also have a place in a historical account. What follows first is a summary account of the main content of the 3 volumes, and after that a survey of the central conceptual apparatus. When Marx was writing the Grundrisse, he had in mind a work in 6 different parts. In the mid-1860s, as we have seen, there were only 4 parts that had crossed his mind, the first 3 of which would constitute an artistic whole. These 3 parts, in order, would deal with the production process, the process of circulation, and finally the total process of capital. He himself said that the construction was dialectical. It is easy to see that he was moving from the abstract to the increasingly concrete. First, production, which capital acquired power over and thereby directs. One condition is a developed monetary system. The owners of capital invest their money in the production of commodities that can be sold at a profit, which can then largely be invested in new and expanding production. They take into service people who, unlike the slaves or serfs of previous epochs, are not bound to a certain master but free to choose the occupation that makes it possible for them to survive. Thus arises the working class, which like the industrial capitalists is a new phenomenon in history. Capitalist and worker have opposing goals. The capitalist wants to squeeze out as much work as possible at as low a price as possible, the worker strives for the opposite. The resulting struggle over the working day and wages for labor is an unmistakable feature of capitalism. Capitalism is a dynamic economy in which each capitalist must invest in more efficient technology just to remain in competition. When the capitalists as a collective draw down their investments, the system ends up in crisis. When it flourishes, new and larger capital accumulates. The original accumulation, which made capitalism possible at all, took place in an earlier society in which the conflict-filled relationship between capitalist and free worker had not yet been established. In the second volume of Capital, circulation is in focus. Once a commodity has been produced, it must go out onto the market to meet its potential buyers. This entails additional costs for the capitalist. Intermediaries responsible for transport and sales must have their compensation, the necessary bookkeeping is not free, and so on. Only when the capitalist has sold their commodities at a price exceeding the costs they had for production have they reached their goal. Now the cycle can begin again. With the money the commodities sold brought in, the worker can be hired anew, raw materials procured, and new commodities produced, preferably more than were recently thrown out onto the market. And so it continues, round after round, for as long as capitalism remains. In the third volume, the entire process, both production and distribution, are dealt with. The concreteness is greater than in both the previous volumes, and thus also the proximity to empiricism. Profit and interest, shares and banks are the central themes. The theme of class turns up only in the very last chapter, and that in a fragmentary account. The reader is reminded that the third volume was built on a relatively early and unfinished manuscript that Engels was forced to complete. In principle, Capital begins in the same way as a contribution from 1859, with the question of how wealth presents itself, erscheint, in a society in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. The answer is also the same, with an immense accumulation of commodities. It is thus this quantity of varied commodities that we first catch sight of when we search for clarity in the question of what capitalism is. Other modes of production also had commodities that were bought and sold. But these commodities did not have the same dominant role at all as they do in capitalism. Commodities have two different factors, Marx said, use value and exchange value. Once again, the classical distinction from Aristotle comes into favor. Use value is the quality of the commodity, Marx said. It informs us how the desirable object is constructed. It has to do with benefit, with usefulness. A commodity is acquired because it is needed, whether it be iron, paper, food, or luxury articles. Exchange value, on the other hand, is quantitative, and thus answers questions such as how many, or how much. Exchange value makes commodities with completely different properties comparable. A kilogram of coffee is worth as much as so much ground beef, or so many apples. Where exchange value is concerned, the physical properties of the commodities are completely ignored. The incomparable becomes comparable. Marx was not satisfied with talking about exchange value. When use values are ignored, it is the value that appears in the exchange values, he said. In other words, exchange value is what we can immediately observe, value is what we can infer from it. The distinction between exchange value and value may seem like an evasion, and a few words of explanation are therefore required. It is that much more important, as we can then figure out how Marx generally constructed many of his concepts. Exchange values are surface phenomena, values lie under them. The relationship, which Marx only fully elucidates in the second edition of Capital, has its foundation in the classical distinction between essence and phenomenon. Point 25. It is important that the essence Marx spoke about is changeable. He has thus not relapsed into the ideas of his youth, according to which it is possible, for example, to speak about an unchanging human essence. What he was talking about here is a rapidly changeable surface, exchange value, and a more slow-moving, underlying essence, value. The central thing is the word appear, or, in German, erscheint, shines through, becomes visible. We already encountered it in the first sentence of Capital on the wealth of society appearing as commodities. Here, it is thus a question of the relationship between the exchange value a commodity has, and its value. Exchange value is immediately empirically accessible. We discover value only after an analysis. The distinction has significance for the interpretation of certain central, and controversial, parts of the whole of Capital. There is another central pair of concepts that have a certain degree of similarity with the previous pair without being exactly the same, namely, form and substance, or form and content. This is found throughout all of Capital and is applied even in the initial pages to the relationship between exchange value and use value. Use value is the material content, exchange value the social form. Often, the form signifies the immediately observable, and substance, or content, the part that must be uncovered. But it is not so here. Value is what the exchange value expresses, and the sensuous, or intellectual, if any, properties of a commodity constitute the basis of its use. A kilogram of bananas can be exchanged for a given amount of bread, a book for so much cloth. If I have no bananas but I have bread, I can exchange the one for the other. If I have cloth but nothing to read, my clothless neighbor can get my cloth by giving me a book I want to read. The important thing in this exact relation of form and substance lies in the determination of the social against the material. Exchange is a social relation, use value is linked to the specific properties of the commodity. We part with what we do not need in favor of getting something else that satisfies a need within us. But there is something that unites all the commodities we exchange, they cost labor. Something that has not done so, the air we breathe, for example, is no commodity. Through labor, all the specific objects we can get in exchange because we covet them are created. The work that produces them is equally as specific as the commodities themselves. The carpenter makes a table, the tailor sews a coat, the programmer compiles a specific program. But there is still something we can compare, and that is what Marx called labor power. The worker is not their labor power, but they can sell it to someone who can pay a wage so as to do business with the commodities produced, that is, a capitalist. But the worker always sells their labor power against time, and it is time that determines the compensation. Different kinds of work can be differently productive, depending on which tools, machines and the like, are on offer. Using a concept of Adam Smith's productive force, which can also occur in the plural, productive forces, Marx narrows down this productivity as follows: this productiveness is determined by various circumstances, amongst others by the average amount of skill of the workman, the state of science, and the degree of its practical application, the social organization of production, the extent and capabilities of the means of production, and by physical conditions. This determination shows that Marx takes various kinds of factors into account. The word average is important. Marx was not talking about the exceptions, the particularly unskilled or the particularly outstanding workers, production taking place without up-to-date technology or with tools so advanced that they have not yet become prevalent in the industry. Nor was he talking about the clumsy or extremely efficient cooperative organizations. There, as wherever the entire scope of the means of production are concerned, competition compels an equalization. The productive forces are continually being developed under capitalism. Everyone must keep up, or be eliminated. But the more production increases, the more the labor time necessary for production decreases. Point 26. The distinction between concrete and abstract labor plays a key role in the construction of Marx's conceptual apparatus in Capital. Concrete labor has a use value. Through it, concrete products, whether bread, bananas, books, or coats, are manufactured for the market. Abstract labor, on the other hand, is exchangeable. It has an exchange value that involves a cost for the capitalist and wages for the worker. As always, the exchange values are comparable. The many stages of labor that are required to produce a loaf of bread cannot be compared with the assuredly equally as many stages that differentiate the idea for a book from a book in the bookshop. But the compensation the baker receives for their labor can be compared with the compensation for the printer, or publisher's reader, or author. Through its exchangeability, abstract labor is a commodity among other commodities in capitalism, that is, something that is bought and sold. 1 hour's labor can be worth the same as a certain number of liters of milk. All commodities can thus be exchanged for all other commodities in fixed proportions. Marx was talking about equivalent forms. Completely different objects are worth the same as each other in fixed proportions. 3 apples equals 1 cup of coffee equals 8 caramel candies equals a bus trip across London. Everything can in turn be put on an equal footing with so many minutes of net income for a certain kind of work. This may seem trivial. But Marx had the researcher's ability to be surprised at the most obvious relationships. How could a fixed use value be made equal to all other, equally specific use values? Apples and railroad trips, to say nothing of a worker's labor time, are completely different in their natures. In contrast to use values, exchange values have nothing to do with nature, but with society. There is reason to remember the opposition of nature and society. It is crucial for Marx's entire theoretical construction. A number of concepts, we do not have to note all of them here, can be deduced from it. Money can be deduced from the exchangeability of commodities. Pure barter would be unspeakably difficult to manage. A perhaps wants what B is selling, but A does not have exactly what B needs. B then has to go to C, who has the desired object on offer, but C in turn has to go hunting for someone that can meet their needs. The results would be complete chaos. The solution is a commodity that can be exchanged for all other commodities, the money commodity. The material form the money commodity takes is unimportant. In Marx's time, both coins made of precious metals and paper notes were in circulation. Today, the money form also takes many other, more abstract shapes, but nothing substantial has changed. Marx is thus ready for one of the most important sections in Capital, the one where he introduces the concept of commodity fetishism. In Marx's time, the word fetish was associated with a form of religious faith that belonged among what were called primitive peoples. These savages regarded many objects as animate, and equipped with magic powers. It was therefore provocative when Marx claimed that the society regarded as the most advanced, capitalist society, was characterized by the same kind of ideas. Fetishism here applied to commodities. Outwardly, a commodity seems like a completely trivial thing. But if it is analyzed, it turns out that it is abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. Marx said, "A table is made of wood, but as soon as it is to be sold it becomes something transcending, a not entirely satisfactory translation." Marx says a sensuously supersensual thing, something contradictory in itself. In relation to other commodities, it no longer stands on firm ground, but on its head. This has nothing to do with its use value, but instead the commodity form itself. The peculiar character of the commodity form is in turn due to commodity producing labor. Specific labor, of the baker or the machinist, becomes a commodity as a result of the fact that its value becomes comparable to all other specific labor. Why is this so? The secret lies in labor time, which makes itself felt in commodity value with the power of a natural law. The relationship is valid without anyone needing to be aware of it. Commodity fetishism is not something timeless, but is the result of the capitalist mode of production. Bourgeois economists do not realize this, they search for timeless categories instead. They vary the story of Robinson Crusoe in different ways, but always so that the social character of a commodity remains the same. But think about the Middle Ages, Marx said. Everyone was dependent on everyone else back then, serfs and landowners, laymen and priests. Under capitalism, the worker is free to sell their labor power, or to starve, the capitalist free to purchase labor, or to go without commodities to sell and thereby no longer a capitalist. Commodity fetishism makes itself felt in all relations of exchange. People there appear only as representatives of commodities, and not as concrete persons. Their will seems to have passed into the thing. In relation to each other, they array themselves in their character masks as capitalists, workers, or something else. 27. In a society like this, money becomes the bonding agent among commodities, and through them also among people. The seller of a commodity receives money from the purchaser, and the money can then be exchanged for other commodities. Marx lays out the formula C, M, C, in which C stands for commodity and M for money. It is a simple circulation. Money flows constantly onwards towards new acts of purchase. It is a monotonous repetition, Marx said. One person sells linen cloth and purchases a Bible. The seller of the Bible uses his money for whiskey. So the money flows on. Human actors seem lifeless in comparison with the transactions they are involved in. 28. Money is a necessary condition for the formation of capital. Capital always emerges first as money. So it was historically, through accumulated fortunes, trade, or usury, capital at one point could assert itself in relation to landed property. And so it would remain. Capital takes form again and again as money, money that makes commodity production possible and which, once the commodities are sold, becomes money again. Capital circulates and, in that way, is similar to ordinary, simple commodity circulation. But the form is different. Simple commodity circulation is static, the sum of money put into the purchase of commodities is the same as the one the seller gets in their hand, M, C, M. But capital must be dynamic in order to survive as capital. The form becomes M, C, M, where M means more money. Profit, in other words, is the point of capitalist production, This profit can not only, or chiefly, serve for the maintenance or luxury consumption of the owner of the capital, for in that case, the owner of the capital would be knocked out of competition with other, more thrifty owners of capital who invest their surplus into expanded production, M.C., which in turn is intended to generate even more money, M, which makes even greater production of commodities possible, and so on. Where does this surplus value come from? Marx is in no doubt about the answer: from the labor that the worker performs. The only commodity the worker has to offer is their own labor power, and the capitalist buys this labor power for a certain time and against a certain compensation that will cover the worker's immediate needs. But the value of the labor the worker performs is greater than the compensation. The worker makes surplus value, Marx said, and this surplus labor provides the surplus value which in the formula is represented by M, more money. The capitalist has a constant hunger for increasing surplus value. This has nothing to do with any personal qualities, but is part of his character mask as a capitalist. Without this hunger, he will of course disappear from the scene. The hunger in turn makes him constantly want to extend the working day of the workers. But this has its inevitable limits. The day has 24 hours, and of these each person must have time to recuperate, a period that in early capitalism was pushed down to an inhuman minimum. This limit forces the capitalist to look for another way, namely to increase the productive power of labor. Productive power is complex, as we have already seen, but it seems possible to limitlessly develop a significant factor: technology. Capitalism has put its inventions into the system. Researchers and technologists are necessary for great and constantly accelerating technological development. Thanks to technological development, more and more can be produced in an increasingly shorter time. Marx also makes an important distinction between constant and variable capital. On the one hand, the capitalist must invest their money in raw materials, machines, and other equipment. On the other hand, workers who are willing to sell their labor power at a certain price are required. Raw materials and machines do not change their value, or the magnitude of their value, as Marx says, during the production process itself, but remain constant. Labor power, on the other hand, creates a value that exceeds the costs for it, thereby creating surplus value. In other words, it is variable. The relationship between constant and variable capital, that is, the ratio between them, or C/V, with the symbols Marx used, plays a crucial role for his view of the development of capitalism. It is only in Volume 3 that he developed his idea in full. It has already become clear that Marx placed special emphasis on two closely associated areas: the length of the working day and the development of machinery. Each received their own comprehensive chapter, 10 and 15, which differ from the rest of the account in their detailed empirical data. Marx had use of his extensive studies of documents, official and otherwise, and in the chapter on the length of the working day an interesting picture emerges of a tug-of-war between capitalists and workers in which the outcome does not seem decided, in particular as state power can go in and, to the dismay of the capitalists, legislate on the maximum legal length of the working day, as it can for the conditions for women's and children's work. Each such limitation intensifies the capitalists' efforts to develop more efficient machinery that increases productivity, thereby compensating for the reduction in pure working time. Marx was not satisfied with giving a fluent account, rich in detail, about both the modern history of technology and its consequences for the workers. He began with a definition, still often cited, of what a machine is. A machine has three parts, he declared. The first he called die Bewegungsmaschine, that is, the motor mechanism that can either create its own movement, such as a steam engine, or draw it from some other source, for example water, as a water wheel does. The second part required is a transmitting mechanism that conveys, regulates, and perhaps converts the movement through driving shafts, gears, and so on. Finally comes the tool or working machine which performs the tasks that the totality is intended for: it spins, it knits, it cuts, it glues together, the possibilities are endless. Point 29. The machine does not have the limitations of the human organism. It also makes labor power relatively cheaper, since it increases productivity. In this way the limitations of the working day are compensated for. But as soon as a given piece of equipment has become standard in the industry, it is important for every capitalist to install even more powerful machinery. The race goes on. Even before Marx got into the development of machinery, he introduced the concept of relative surplus value. One part of the worker's labor time is equivalent to their wages, while another part provides surplus value for the capitalist. The time required for wages becomes shorter with more efficient machinery. More surplus value can thereby be created over a longer time. In other words, surplus value is related to technological development. In short, it is relative. The basic formula of capital, M, C, M, C, M indicates a continual increase in the amount of both money and commodities. Surplus value is transformed again and again into new capital, and capital increases both for the successful individual capitalist, the less successful one is constantly threatened by elimination, and for society in general. Briefly put, capitalism grows, it accumulates. Marx spoke about the development of capitalism as a process of accumulation. Capital is accumulated through labor. Technological development makes the labor more efficient, and the workers can produce more. But at the same time this means that fewer workers can accomplish just as much production as previously. The workforce can decrease, which means that variable capital becomes less. A growing number of people are without work and form what Marx called a reserve army, which is constantly prepared to step in as soon as work opportunities present themselves. This means there is a relative overpopulation, forced to take the work on offer regardless of the conditions. For capital, this is an excellent situation. Wages can be pushed down through unemployment. Many workers are compelled to go from job to job in positions that are at most temporary. Others drag themselves along as agricultural proletarians, defenseless against ruthless owners. Still others are forced into unproductive occupations, chiefly as servants in aristocratic or bourgeois families. Well-functioning capitalism offers more and more commodities on the market. But the process cannot continue forever. One day, a surfeit sets in, the commodities are not sold, the money people have to purchase with is no longer enough. In brief, there are too many commodities and not enough money, prices drop and it costs everyone. The crisis has become a fact. According to Marx, periodic crises are inevitable in capitalism. If the crisis is to be surmounted, production and consumption must meet again, but now at a lower level than before the crisis. And so, a new cycle begins again, production and consumption increase to a certain, unpredictable level. So far, Marx has followed the capitalist system as it is in working order. But the question also arises of how it first became possible. For this, both original capital and a sufficient number of people who are no longer bound to any master but free to sell their labor power are required. Here, Marx could largely put together what he had already investigated in the Grundrisse, merchant capital and usury, the discovery of precious metals in America, and people who were driven out of their tenancies on the land and herded into the cities without other opportunities to survive than to pounce upon the jobs that were offered. Once Marx had opened the view back to the time before the genesis of industrial capitalism, he could also play with the idea of the time after it. He could not say which crisis would knock down the system. He only knew that the end would come with the inexorability of a law of nature. It is the negation of the negation. Individual property would thereby be restored, but on the basis of the acquisitions of the capitalist era. Point 30. We will have reason to return to these words. The first volume of Capital is a comprehensive and ingenious construction of concepts. The second volume seems significantly simpler in comparison. The title itself offers the greatest problem, the process of circulation of capital. Marx himself had declared in 1864 that the production process, regarded as a totality, comprises one point of the process of production and circulation. Production thus signifies a part of the totality on the one hand, and the totality itself on the other. It is in principle the same idea found in the incomplete introduction to the Grundriss. Even here, its purpose is surely to emphasize the unique position of production. It is with production that everything begins anew, he said in the earlier text. 31. At the same time, circulation would be given ever greater significance in Marxist theory through money having assumed a role that it did not yet have in the Grundriss, where it could be completely separated from value. In Volume 2, Marx carefully surveys the entire circulation of the commodity, which contains a number of important transformations. The journey begins with the capitalist's purchase of machines and raw materials, and ends with their selling the commodities that production resulted in. The money invested in the first moment will be reaped with interest in the last, anything else is a failure. From the point of view of circulation, production is a black box, the workings of which are mysterious. Money seems to become more money through the market's own dynamic. Money differs from other money only through its quantity. In the flow of money and commodities, the latter only appear as bearers of a certain value that can be expressed in money. At the same time, commodities are concrete things with fixed use values. The concept of circulation means an unceasing flow. If the flow is interrupted in any of its moments, circulation ceases. The capitalist who does not invest their money in new production accumulates wealth instead. If production itself does not start, the means of production are of no use. If the commodities produced lie unsold, crisis threatens. Transport of commodities and people must be consumed in the same moment as they are produced. A train trip cannot be put into storage. Production is the transfer itself of commodities and people, and consumption is the journey. This is how it is in general where services are concerned. Seen from the point of view that the circulation of commodities provides us, the transport of commodities is only one moment necessary in what Marx called total circulation. This circulation begins with the money that the capitalist invests and ends with the money they earn on the commodities they sold. It thus encompasses both circulation and production. Once the circulation has been concluded, a new one immediately begins. So far, we have seen money, that is, money capital, as the starting point of circulation. But we can just as easily start from productive capital, thereby taking our starting point in production, or for that matter start from commodity capital, with the path of the commodities. Marx developed the three possibilities with almost scholastic exactitude. The point is that different economic theories place the main emphasis on one kind of capital or another, the mercantilists on money, Quesnay, and the physiocrats on commodities, and the classical economists, Ricardo, Smith, and their followers, on production. But wherever they begin, industrial capital runs through all three stages. Marx found it suitable, however, to distinguish between the circulation of money capital, which he called Form I, and the circulation of productive capital, which he called Form II. The time that both production and circulation require has particular significance. The more quickly both processes go, the more quickly the value of the capital invested can increase. But the increase itself comes almost solely from production. The only exception is transport, which is necessary so that commodities find their consumers. Others involved in the process, such as advertising executives and salesmen, perform no productive work. This does not prevent their efforts from being necessary. Marx made a clear distinction between productivity and benefit. All conscious human activity may be beneficial, but only a small part of it is productive, that is, it contributes to increasing value. Marx called the total of production and circulation time turnover time, and he was interested in how many turnovers a given amount of capital could manage to go through in a year. But here it is important to distinguish between fixed and circulating capital. Tools and machinery necessary for production do not circulate. The only change they undergo after they have been put to work is a more or less slow wearing out. They can sometimes be replaced in advance, for example if newer, more efficient machinery has come out on the market. In production, on the other hand, raw materials are consumed, as is labor power, and must thus be completely replaced. Simply put, they are variable. In the continuation of Volume 2, Marx studied the relationship between production, circulation, and time in more detail, and he devoted great attention to the ideas and theories of his predecessors. As he did in the first volume, he concluded with the problem of accumulation. An important distinction, which he did not introduce into the more abstract volume I, is the one between production of means of production and production of consumer commodities. Production of machines, for example, serves to make other production possible and more efficient. Marx spoke of this as Department I, while production intended for consumption became Department II. Commodities from Department I are necessary for production in Department II, and the costs within the different departments must therefore be assessed differently. Marx experimented with a number of calculation examples that we do not need to go into. The main thing is that whatever department we are in, the owner of capital cannot devote all their profit to their own consumption but must reinvest a substantial portion in order to assert themselves in competition with other capitalists. The volume 2 that Engels put together after Marx's death is a compilation from a number of different manuscripts that Marx had worked out, most of them after volume I had been published. We cannot get a clear idea of why Marx was never satisfied with any of these versions, but constantly began new ones. Obviously, as Engels said in the foreword, his failing health played a role. But his health still didn't prevent him from writing these versions and, moreover, from going deep into comprehensive studies of the literature in a number of different subjects. 32. One of the versions, the fourth, was even edited for print but clearly was still not good enough, it was outbid by newer versions. Marx obviously wrestled a lot with his calculation examples, which he always hoped would show more than they actually did. The final version naturally bore the mark of Engels. This applies to an even greater degree to Volume 3, which is built on a single, large, but unfinished manuscript by Marx. The manuscript is one example among many of Marx's enormous productivity during the early 1860s. He wrote thousands of pages, all of which were left open for later revisions. The manuscript Engels primarily had to go on contains approximately 900 printed pages. This substantial mass of text, which Marx left to its fate in December 1865, was in no way ready for print. It gave Engels a great deal of work before, towards the end of his life in 1894, he was able to complete the edition. Since 1992, Marx's own manuscript has existed in a model critical edition, and it is thus now an important task of research to see what Engels's editing meant for the final result. A great deal of literature has developed in which these differences are analyzed. The evaluations of Engels's influence change, but there is great unanimity that it had been crucial for posterity's views of Volume 3 and thus all of Capital.